The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Well, there goes a jet of some kind. Can't say I'm surprised. It's not like anything could happen that would be any weirder at this point, might. Yeah. And I'm getting sick of this. Wow! What was that? I don't know. Wait. Is this an invisible wall? Wait, what is all this? Just a second. That's a door. What is this? I don't know. Some sort of cloaked base or something? Well, let's get in. Maybe we'll get some answers. Oh, wow. Huh. Look at all these controls and everything out here. But yeah. What do you think all this is? Not 100% sure, so let's just get on with this day in history. Alright, it's April the 27th. In 1565, first Spanish settlement in the Philippines forms at Cebu City. In 1865, steamboat SS Sultana explodes in the Mississippi River, killing around 1,800 of the 2,427 passengers in the greatest maritime disaster in United States history. Most were paroled Union POWs on their way home. In 1904, the Australian Labour Party under Prime Minister Watson becomes the first Labour government in the world. In 1945, Italian partisans capture Benito Mussolini at Dongo, Lake Como. In 2005, super jumbo jet aircraft Airbus A380 makes its first flight from Tulsa, France. In 2014, Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, late night talk show with news show fronted by John Oliver, premieres on HBO. In 1810, Ludwig van Beethoven composes his famous piano piece, Feralis. In 1956, undefeated world heavyweight boxing champion Rocky Marciano retires from the ring. And that was This Day in History, and now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbot and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel, stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, the stars of the Monday night Blondie program, Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake, tonight's guests of Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, there you are, Costello. Well, why are you late this time?
Boy, Abbott.
What
I just got back from the Naval Base at San Diego, and I got a message of great importance for all the sailors, from all the sailors to every woman and girl in this audience.
Well, what is it? No. Shut up, Costello. What were you doing down at the Naval Base?
Oh, what was I doing down there? I was helping them launch a submarine, and they gave me the most important job on the boat.
Really? What was it?
Well, when the sailors got the submarine ready to dive, I ran forward and held its nose.
Then what happened?
Then what happened? Down we went, Abbott, 60 feet in the water. When we got down to the bottom, I hopped off and took a walk.
You took a walk in 60 foot of water?
And why not? I had my rubbers on.
Oh, you know, after all, we have to give those sailors... No, really, we have to give those sailors credit. They're wonderful.
Oh, I like sailors too, Abbott. But I'm really in love with a Marine.
You're in love with a Marine?
Yeah, Marine O'Hara.
Oh. Look, talk sense, Costello. Between you and me, love is silly.
Between you and me, love would be ridiculous.
You don't even appeal. All right, never mind all of this. Listen, we've got important work to do. The government has started a national waste paper drive. And as mayor of Sherman Oaks, I mean to collect every scrap of paper in this town.
Good. I gave all my paper, Abbott. I even ripped the paper off walls. Then I repapered the walls with the rolls of music from the player piano.
You covered the walls with the player piano rolls?
That's what I did.
That's fine.
Good. Fine? Fine nothing. Now, every time I sneeze, the walls play Mersey Dotes.
Listen, will you get down to business, please? This campaign is important. I want you to do your part by going from door to door. Now, can you do it?
Oh, that used to be my racket. One time I went from door to door selling mosquitoes.
No, that's idiotic. Who'd buy mosquitoes?
Nobody.
Then why did you sell them?
No competition.
Oh. Oh, here's Ken Niles.
Well, hello, fellows. How's the waste paper drive coming along, Mayor Abbott?
Just fine, Ken. Costello just promised to go all over town collecting scraps of paper from houses, scraps of paper from offices, scraps of paper from vacant lots.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better man. He's scrap happy anyway. You see
Funny fellow.
You see what a sense of humor I have, Costello? 1, 2, 3, and I jump all over you.
4, 5, 6, and you get right off.
Now, let's not start an argument. Say, Ken, what did your wife say when I appointed her head of the paper drive committee?
Oh, she was very happy, Bud. She says people will think she's the most fortunate girl.
She'll be fortunate if people think she's a girl.
Oh, I heard that remark, you overstuffed lowboy.
I said it for you to hear, skinny dilly. And just a minute, Mrs. Niles, I ain't fat.
Oh, no? You look like 2/3 of We the People.
Costello, you should treat Mrs. Niles with respect. She has character. Look how high she carries her head.
She's had her face lifted so many times, it's a wonder she can stay on the ground.
Oh, Costello, I never had my face lifted. Of course, I have used facelift lotion.
Oh, you have used facelift lotion?
Yes.
Well, I once used that same lotion on a horse.
Did it lift the horse's face?
I don't know. We can't get him down off the chandelier.
Come in.
Bonds and bombs will beat the Axis, so be sure to pay your income taxes. Save your old tin cans, your ironing lead, and give it all your waste paper to Dagwood Bumstead. Ha!
Costello, it's Dagwood. Where's Blondie, Dagwood?
Oh, she's out in the car. Wait a minute, I'll call her. Blondie!
Dagwood, hello, Mr. Costello.
Hello.
Neighbor Abbott. Dagwood and I are helping Mrs. Niles with the waste paper drive.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the first thing you ought to throw in this, I fixed it up this afternoon at rehearsal, too, didn't I? Same line, huh? Well, here we go again. Well, the first thing you ought to throw in is the paper that poem was written on. I got it! Hey, Dagwood, do you make up that poem yourself, or did some other jerk help you?
Oh, no, I made it up myself. You had nothing to do with it.
Just a minute, Deadwood.
Deadwood.
Driftwood.
No. My name's Dagwood.
Have you been inspected for termites?
Oh, now, Mr. Costello, don't you and Dagwood have a fight when there are so many important things to be done?
Yeah, and we want every bit of waste paper you've got in this house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some men I know are even giving up their college diplomas. Have you got a college diploma? Huh? No. Have you got a high school diploma? Hey? Nay. Then have you got a grammar school diploma?
No, but you're getting warm.
Oh, never mind the diplomas, Dagwood. Have you got the waste paper ready, Mayor Abbott?
Yes, Blondie, it's all collected.
Okay.
Costello, carry that old burlap sack out to the truck.
Okay. You know, you always fool me, Mrs. Niles. I mean, the way you fold yourself over.
Thanks for your help, everybody. Now, Dagwood, you gather up those loose papers and hurry. We've got lots of stuff to make.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job, Blondie.
Thanks.
And you keep up the good work, Dagwood.
Oh, don't worry, Mayor Abbott. Dagwood will work his head to the bone for you.
Yeah.
Well, come on, Dagwood, hurry up.
Yeah, but I gotta get going. Now, hold the door open for me, Blondie.
All right, stand back, Mr. Costello. He moves very fast.
Costello, come here. Costello, aren't they nice people? No. All kidding aside, aren't they nice people? Costello, why don't you answer me?
Where do I stop spinning?
Well, come on, Costello. We've got to get down to the studio for our broadcast. By the way, where's our script for tonight?
I got it right here. And, hey, Abbott. Abbott!
What's the matter?
The script is gone.
Why, it was right here a minute ago. Hey, do you suppose they took it with the waste paper?
That's it, Abbott. They took it. We got to catch that dogwood bedspread or whatever the guy's name is. Out of my way, Abbott. I move very fast. Here I come.
Costello, you're supposed to open the door.
Now he tells me.
West of the Ivory Coast and the Gold Coast is the independent African nation of Liberia, now host to United States Army and Navy men. To Americans stationed in Liberia, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services, according to actual sales records. Whether Camel cigarettes go to West Africa or to you, they stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because Camels are packed to go around the world. Yes, you can be sure Camel cigarettes are fresh. Sure, too, that they have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. Freshness and more flavor are two reasons why more people want Camels today, both at home and overseas. If your store is sold out, remember, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. Camel cigarettes. Camel standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. And now, back to Abbot and Costello, who are still searching for their missing radio script.
Come on, Costello. We've got to find our radio script.
Abbott, are you sure this is Dagwood's home?
Certainly. And are they classy? Look, they've got their names painted in gold on the mailbox.
That's nothing. You should see my house. I got the Costello coat of arms painted on the front door.
What's the Costello coat of arms?
2 sheriffs jumping up and down on the second mortgage.
I'll go ahead. Knock on the door. Oh, it's Blondie's little boy, Alexander. Hello, Alexander.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen? Come right in. Pull up a chair and sit down.
Thank you, Alexander. We're Abbott and Costello.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd better open the window.
Oh, you're a cute kid, ain't you, kid? I must invite you over to the house to play with some of my old... It has to come out one way or another. Must come over and play with my old razor blade.
No, Costello, that's not nice. Look, Alexander, we're looking for your mother and father. They've got our radio script. Do you know where they are?
I ain't saying yes and I ain't saying no.
Well, what are you saying?
I ain't saying.
He ain't saying. How old are you, Alexander?
9.
You're going to reach 10 the hard way.
Say, Costello, look out the window. There's Dagwood and Blondie going into that house across the street. Come on, we've got to get that radio script.
Yes, step aside, Alexander. I move pretty fast.
Out of the way, Alexander. He's coming through.
I don't know how that Dagwood does it. He gets through every time.
Hurry up, Costello. We've got to get across the street while...
Okay.
Damn it!
Wait for me. Hey, you fat boy! Get back there in the curb! But, officer, look. Don't butt me. What do you think the traffic lights are for? Well, the red light is the signal for the pedestrians to cross the street. Oh, the red light is it? Then tell me, what's the green light for? That's the signal for the automobiles to cross the pedestrians.
Oh, a wise guy. Well, don't try to cross the street again until you get the green light and I blow me whistle twice. Or I'll give you a ticket for jaywalking.
Costello, will you please hurry over here?
Now go ahead.
Oh, so there you are, young man.
Look, lady, don't stop me now. I got the green light. You don't even know me.
Oh, yes, I do. Why, you're Mr. Squawky from Milwaukee.
Lady, look, I got to get my radio strip across the street.
Oh, of course, Mr. Squawky had a mustache and was bald-headed, but honestly, you could pass for brothers, and you were dressed exactly alike, only he was a streetcar conductor. I was the wrong streetcar conductor.
Lady, you're off your trolley. Now, will you let me get across the street? Hey, you! So you're crossing against the red light again. Again? I'd like to get over once. Costello, will you hurry up over here?
All right, now go ahead.
Pardon me, young man, but I'm from the recruiting office. How would you like to join the Navy? How would I like to join the Navy? Yes. I'd like to join Abbott. Ah, so the Navy's a great place for you. Think of it, you can cross the ocean. Cross the ocean? I can't even get across the street. Look, I'll see you later. Hey, Abbott, I'm coming. Aha, so it's you again. Aha, so it's you again. Oh, it's you again. It's you again. This is the third time you've crossed the street against the red light. Now come with me, I'm taking you to the police station. Where's the police station? Across the street. Good. I finally made it.
Listen, officer, we're Abbott and Costello. Our radio script is lost, and we only have a few minutes to get on the air.
Oh, so you're Abbott and Costello, eh? I never miss your program. You don't? No, I don't hear it, so I don't miss it. Now get along with you. Go peddle your corn.
Yeah, but I'm going to take a sock at quiet. Look, there's Blondie and Dagwood coming out of that building.
Oh, Blondie! Thief! Imposter!
What's the trouble, Mayor Abbott?
Well,
What's
Blondie,
wrong?
when you took that waste paper basket out of here, the house, you know, you must have taken our radio script, too. We're due on the air any second. Maybe our papers are on that truck.
Oh, no, that load was sent out on the train hours ago. Oh, see what you did, Dagwood. Now what are Abbott and Costello going to do on the air tonight?
Oh, gee, Blondie, maybe I can help them out, huh? My whole family was good at making jokes.
They certainly did all right with you.
Oh, just a minute, boys. I've got a great idea. I've got something here in my purse. It's a school play that little Alexander wrote. You can do it on the air. I'm sure Alexander would give you the rights.
I'd like to give Alexander the rights. And a couple of good lets.
All right. Wait a minute, Costello. This might be just what we need.
Oh, sure, it's a dandy play. All about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
And I know just the part I'm going to play.
Yeah, so do I. Come on, Dopey.
Here's little Connie Hayes to sing the novel new rhythmic hit, Take It Easy.
Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when a dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low? Take it easy, take it easy. We've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? Take your time, dance it with me. Take your time, slow if you please. It's a moment tender, now the cell is tense. Maybe you'd surrender, but you move too fast. Take it easy, take it easy. Yes, I know I'm not supposed to make a run, but jump. Take it easy, take it easy. If I don't feel that our romance will hit a bump, take it easy, take it easy. Yes, I know it's time for romance when the music's sweet. Take it easy, take it easy. I should really try to make my heart control my feet. Take your time, dance it with ease, dance it with ease. Take your time, slow if you please, slow if you please. Take your time. I've been talking about taking more time, but I've changed my mind, and baby, don't wanna take my time.
Well, come on, Costello. Let's get in the studio. We're due on the air in a few seconds. Where's Dagwood and Blondie?
Oh, here we are, Mr. Abbott, and I have the script of Snow White right with me. Now, if you'll all gather around, I'll assign each one his part. First, I will play the part of the Princess Snow White.
Oh, goody, and I will be the handsome prince, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Dogwood. I play the leading parts around here. I'm a real actor. I was born in the theater. And it cost my father 25 cents extra.
You were born? You were born in the theater and it cost your father 25 cents extra for what?
The stork dropped me in a load seat.
The stork that brought you should have been arrested for smuggling dope. Hey, that's a good one, Mrs. Niles.
Dagwood, you keep out of this. I think Mr. Costello is right, Mrs. Niles. This is his program, and he should have the leading part.
Oh, what does Costello know about acting? Now, me, I am part of the theater.
Your lower lip looks like the second balcony.
Costello? Yeah? Costello, you know that Mrs. Niles was a dramatic actress?
That's right, Miss Rabbit. Why, it's been only 5 years since I left the New York stage to poke my nose into Hollywood.
You didn't have to leave New York for that.
Costello, please. Will you cut that out and let Blondie assign the parts for the play?
Yeah, now, Blondie, please give me a good part. With Abbott and Costello's audience, I'll be able to reach 30 million people.
It's a good thing they can't reach you.
Oh, don't mind Dagwood, Mr. Costello. He's always wanted an acting career.
Yeah, that's right, fellas. Every time I get near you real actors, I get the smell of the grease paint in me nostrils.
The smell of the what in your who?
The smell of the grease paint in me nostrils.
Dagwood, the word is nostrils, not nostrils.
Well, what's the difference? Nostrils? He's got the smell.
Dagwood just doesn't know what to do about it.
The smell?
No, my career.
Dagwood, why don't you recite one of your poems for Mr. Costello? You know, like you do on our Monday night show. He might like to hear it.
You want a bit?
Now, come on, Costello. Give him a chance. Go ahead, Dagwood.
Go ahead, huh? Well, thank you, Mr. Abbott. You're a kind man. You remind me of my father.
But, Dagwood, Mr. Abbott only has one head.
Yeah.
What am I laughing at? Why don't I think of a joke like that?
Go ahead, Dagwood. Recite your poem.
Yeah, go ahead, huh? Very well. Now, this is called The Raven. The Raven. As I sat gently rocking on my chamber floor, came a knocking, gently knocking at my chamber door. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. There, how'd you like that, huh?
Don't look now, but the raven just laid an egg.
Costello, let's go on with the play. Ken Niles, will you please set the scene?
Okay, Bud. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the Waste Paper Players, starring Abbott and Costello and Dagwood and Blondie. We present tonight an episode from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, entitled The Seven Dwarfs Sat on the Wagon, or The Surrey with the Shrimps on Top. As the scene opens, the princess is calling to her prince.
Oh, Prince. Oh, Prince. Here, Prince. Come, Prince. Here, Prince. Come here, Prince.
Here I am, princess. I have come to save you from your cruel stepmother. I have just arrived by Greyhound.
What's that?
Oh, my dogs are tired. My lovely princess, let me smother you with kisses.
Oh, Prince.
Hey, Blondie. Hey, what's going on here? He's kissing you.
Oh, Dagwood, this is just a play.
Yeah, but he isn't playing.
Dagwood, you're not supposed to talk now. You represent the forest. You play the part of a tree.
What part?
The sap.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
So you're a tree.
Now, never mind.
And I'm Prince.
All right, never mind. Yeah. Just a minute. Now, Costello, please. Never mind that, Costello. Go on with the play. Come on. Go on with the play, Lou.
Okay. Now we go on with the play. Now, let me see. My lovely princess, please let me smother you with kisses.
Yeah, wait a minute. You just did that kissing scene, Mr. Costello.
Listen, isn't that deadwood a little too young for you, Blondie?
Dagwood, in this play, Mr. Costello is my brave, bold knight.
I thought knights were big, tall fellas.
This is spring, and the nights are getting shorter.
Costello, will you please read your next line?
Okay, my fair princess, what brings these tears to your lovely eyes?
My stepmother is so cruel to me. She makes me do all the drudgery all day long is wash and scrub, and at night she makes me sleep in the broom closet.
What do you hear from the mop?
Oh, woe is me. All I do is work. I work my fingers to the bone, and what have I got to show for it?
Bony fingers.
Hark! Princess, look, the queen. Your wicked stepmother approaches.
But how did he get across the moat?
She must have caught the guard with his bridges down.
Here comes the queen now.
The queen, she looks more like the three of clubs.
Good morning, my little princess. I have brought you a nice red apple.
Hey, Blondie, don't eat that apple. It's poison.
How do you know?
I'm reading on the next page. Ha, 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 ha.
Costello, don't let the princess eat the apple. You must save her. Here, Snow White, give me that apple. I'll make the ugly queen eat it herself. Open your mouth, queen.
Oh, you silly baboon. This is me over here. You're feeding the apple to my horse.
The teeth fooled me.
Oh, my brave prince. You have saved me from the poison apple. How can I ever repay you?
Come into my arms and let me smother you with kisses.
Hey, wait a minute. There's too much kissing going on here. Hey, Blondie. Hey. I don't like
I'm sunk, brother.
Hey, Blondie, I don't like this place. Come on.
I do.
Yeah.
I'll go on home, Dad, but I'll see you next Monday night.
Hey. Woo! Hey, come on, let's go home, Blondie. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, what a spot for the poison apple. Here, Deadwood. Open your mouth and I'll toss you the apple.
Oh, boy.
Brother, he was really hungry. Only 3 seeds hit the ground. Costello, will you stick to the play? Pardon me, everybody. Pardon me, I'm the NBC usher in this studio. Hold the door open, Costello. Stand back, everybody. They move very fast. Costello, what was that? What do you think it was? The audience! Oh, get out of here.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Second Lieutenant Paul M. Kerner of Pontiac, Illinois, who led 22 Americans in fall of our tanks against a German-held town on the casino front. After smashing a German self-propelled gun and a tank, Lieutenant Kerner and his men attacked fortified houses, taking 30 prisoners. Then, sending some men back with the prisoners, the young lieutenant and 10 other men, using tanks and bazookas, took the town, capturing about 50 more German prisoners, including a whole battalion staff. In honor of you and your men, Lieutenant Paul M. Kerner, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels set free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guests Alan Hale and Sally Eilers. Now here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Blondie and Dagwood, thanks very much for being with us tonight.
Hey, Dagwood, I listen to your program every Monday night, and I'd like to know how you get through those doors without crashing.
Oh, there's nothing to it, Mr. Costello. Dagwood, take his hand and show him.
Okay, here we go. Hold the door open, Blondie.
Okay.
We're moving fast.
Gee, they made it. I don't see them. Dagwood, Costello, where are you?
We're down here! Who left the cover off this manhole?
Good night, folks. Tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. With special guests, Mr. Alan Hale and Miss Sally Eilers. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Who can resist
Hey, guys, I got one!
an interesting twist? Like Kellogg's new Nutri-Grain Twist in 3 deliciously twisted new flavors.
Bye, he's too small. Go back.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Here we go again, Bing.
We are committed, Rosie.
Here we go again for General Electric light bulbs and Fells and Company.
Let's roll it.
Now, who rolls, me or you?
Me?
Good.
You make me feel so young. You make me feel so spring is sprung. And every time I see you grin, I'm such a happy individual. The moment that you speak, I wanna go play hide and seek. I wanna go and bounce the moon, just like a toy balloon. You and I are just like a couple of tots running across a meadow, picking up lots of forget-me-nots. You make me feel so young. You make me feel there are songs to be sung, bells to be rung, and a wonderful fling to be flung. And even when I'm old and gray, I'm gonna feel the way I do today, 'cause you make me feel so young. You make me feel so young. You make me feel there are songs to be sung, bells to be rung, and a wonderful fling to be flung. And even when I'm old and gray, I'm gonna feel the way I do today, 'cause you make me feel so young.
Say, Rosie, I have it on some rather good authority that a fellow named Jonathan Swift wrote about you in General Electric over 200 years ago.
Me and General Electric? I didn't know the General was that old. What'd he say?
Well, his little ditty went something like, the two noblest things, which are sweetness and light.
I'm sweetness?
Oh, you got to be, Rosemary, because nobody can deny that General Electric means light. Why, General Electric's been in the light business since it was only a gleam in Tom Edison's eye.
A commercial, Mr. Crosby?
A commercial, Miss Clooney.
Well, we have a right good announcer in Mr. Carpenter. What'll he say?
Oh, he might start off with, girls, if you want sweetness and light around your home, stock up on 4-packs of General Electric bulbs.
Oh, Ken, you'll be great.
Yeah, how am I doing?
And then he might add, get enough GE bulbs for all the empty sockets, plus a few extras of each size for the shelf, so you'll never be caught short.
Kenneth, you'll stop bulb snatchers cold.
Cold. And, of course, he'll tell him to get some of the new, smaller, brighter GE 100 watters. You know, they're the little rascals that fit where 100 watts could never squeeze in before.
Never.
And then he can tell how thrilled hubby will feel when he turns on his favorite lamp and finds the right size GE bulb is still there. Sort of like a new lease on light, eh, Rosie?
Well, let's say it's a chance for us girls to be all sweetness and light up our homes like new, like now.
How can you make announcing sound so easy?
Yeah, Bing, you and Rosie should try it sometime.
Great old standard by Richard Rodgers and Lawrence Hart. We'll have Manhattan, the Bronx, and Staten Island, too. It's lovely going through the zoo. It's very fancy on old Delancey Street, you know. The subway charms us all when balmy breezes blow to and fro. And tell me what street compares with Mott Street in July. Sweet push carts gently gliding by. The great big city's a wondrous toy, just made for a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy. We'll go to Greenwich, where modern men itch to be free. And Bowling Green you'll see with me. We'll go to Coney, we'll have bologna on a roll. In Central Park we'll stroll, where our first kiss we stole, soul to soul. I'd like to take a sail on Jamaica Bay with you, and fair Canarsis Lakes we'll view. The city's bustle cannot destroy the dreams of a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy.
How long does it take you to do your children's shoes? 10 minutes? Well, now you can spray on a 10-day shine in just 10 seconds with self-polishing Penny Shine. And you can spray a penny bright shine on black shoes, brown shoes, any color shoes with the same giant can of Penny Shine. Perfect for covering children's scuff marks, too. Giant can of Penny Shine lasts for months, only 98 cents. Remember, it's 1-2 shine your shoe with Penny Shine, a quality product by Turtle Wax. May I inquire as to your song, Rosemary?
It's an item called Always Together, a song of true togetherness which comes from Germany.
Always Together, a song of German origination, huh?
Mm-hmm. Always Together, you know, like sauerkraut and knockwurst.
Or like apple and strudel, huh?
Yeah, like Hasen and Pfeffer.
Und Sauer und Braten.
That's it. This is a very romantic number, folks, even though Ken and I got sidetracked in the food department.
Stay near to me, we're meant to be always together. Me loving you, you loving me, always together. Right from the start, you have my heart. Keep it forever. Please promise me we'll never part. I couldn't live without you for more than a moment. I need my arms about you with your lips on mine. Stay near to me, we're meant to be always together. Please promise me we'll never part. To be always together. Please promise me we'll never part. Please promise me we'll never part.
Look magazine, just out, is devoted to, what we shall call democracy's hometown, Washington, D.C. You know, there's lots of fascinating, interesting items on the nation's capital, complete with a big sightseer's pull-out color map. A very handy little item for tourists or for newly elected senators and congressmen. Also taxi drivers, possibly. Anyway, a point of absorbing interest to you ladies is a piece by Sue C. I wonder if it's Sans Sue C. Anyhow, she's a most attractive girl reporter who does some sharp word sketches of the leading presidential candidates. Actually, you know what she did? Sue went out and crashed quite a few of the parties in Washington. And I bring you now some of her cogent observations on the top presidential possibilities. She opens with John F. Kennedy, and she says, he still looks like a Harvard undergraduate, although he's done something different with his hair. Doesn't seem to fall down on his forehead any longer. Stuart Symington, she says he's a handsome man with a smile almost as nice as Eisenhower's. Had no idea he was so tall. He's elegantly slim, and I thought he looked lovely in a black tie. Stuart will be happy, I'm sure. Lyndon P. Johnson. He is wonderfully tall and slender like Symington, but not as gray. He had a stunning charcoal silk jacket with black satin lapels. She says, I like a man with the courage to deviate from the normal formal attire. I wonder if his wife helps him pick out his clothes. Reporter C, that's Sue C, she asked Vice President Nixon, Richard M. Nixon, whom he would like as his vice president. That's a big question for such a little girl, replied Nixon. She says Nixon has a disarming way that I like. He wears a vest, and I like a man who wears a vest. How about you girls listening? How do you stand on vests? Oh, and then she takes up Senator Hubert M. Humphrey, and she says, I was surprised to find the senator so young-looking, but I could tell that he powders his face after shaving. Very smooth. I noticed Mrs. Humphrey has bangs, just like Mamie Eisenhower's. There, then, you have them. A few personality notes from a girl reporter who crashed some parties in Washington, D.C. Now, I think I'll move in with Buddy and the boys for a song. This is a number that goes over pretty big at parties. I crash one occasionally, but not for long.
Do I want you? Oh, my, do I? Honey, indeed I do. Do I need you? Oh, my, do I? Honey, indeed I do. I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging round you. Do I love you? Oh, my, do I? Honey, indeed I do. Here now. I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Do I love you? Oh, do I? Honey, indeed I do. Yeah.
Bing, have you noticed what a wonderful mood everybody's in today?
Oh, yes, indeed. It is spring in the air that does it.
Spring. That means all us housewives will be spring cleaning and you men will be taken off for fishing trips.
Oh, no, now, wait a minute. Fishing camp, we have our chores, too.
And what is your specialty?
Dishwiper.
Dishwiper, huh? Then I'll let you in on a little secret.
What's that?
Gentle Fells. Wash your dishes with Gentle Fells dishwashing detergent and you won't have to wipe. With Gentle Fells, dishes and glasses dry sparkling clear. No spots, no streaks.
Gentle Fells, hmm?
That's right. Gentle F-E-L-S. Fells.
That sounds like my kind.
It's the greatest. One capful makes a sink full of rich suds. And it's the only dishwashing detergent with lanolin D.
Lanolin D?
You know, lanolin to protect your hands. The same lanolin used in costly creams and lotions is in Gentle Fells. It cushions your hands while it cleans your dishes.
And when you use Gentle Fells, you say dishes and glasses get that hand-polished look without having to wipe them?
That's Gentle Fells. Better stock up at your food store today.
Oh, yes, for a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
Gentle Fells for dishes.
And don't forget Instant Fells Naphtha for laundry. Rosemary, would you care to embark on something sentimental with old sentimental me?
I would love to, old sentimental you.
Well, let's just link arms and sing She'll Be So Nice to Come Home To.
That's a very nice idea.
You might just drop your head on my shoulder tomorrow.
You'd be so nice to come home to.
You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang a lullaby.
You'd be all that I could desire under stars chilled by the winter,
under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise to come home to and love. By the winter,
under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise to come home to and love.
Bye, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you.
Au revoir. Listen again now, won't you?
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Join us again tomorrow, won't you?
It looks different. It's because it is different. Unlike Camry and Accord, front and side airbags are standard equipment. It's protected by a steel safety cage. And its warranty is not only different, it's America's best. The all-new Hyundai Sonata. It's not different for the sake of being different. but different for the sake of being better.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, Pepsodent is proud to entertain the men and women in our armed forces. Tonight, Pepsodent brings to the personnel stationed at Camp Anza at Arlington, California, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from Camp Anza at Riverside, California, Hope, near Arlington, saying, use Pepsodent when you think about your teeth. You can be calm and sure, and not like Adolf getting too much patent on his roar. Well, here we are at Camp Anza. Camp Anza, that's an Army term, meaning the shots were okay, your arm was probably going to fall off anyway. The boys get their shots here, and it's really nothing. Before you cross the Pacific, they just pump half of it into your arm to see if you like the trip. I don't know how many shots these guys get, but I asked one of them his rating, and he said porcupine, first class. But I must explain this Camp Anza. When the guys leave their training camps, they accentuate the positive. When they get overseas, they minimize the negative. And this is the mess in between. Being here at Camp Anza is like a 7-day furlough. Try to go very far and you get laid low. But these boys are new arrivals in California, and they're highly trained. One guy saw an orange tree for the first time, and he yelled, "Stand back, men. Look at the hand grenades on that booby trap." And these fellas here practice landing maneuvers with a full pack. A full pack, that's a hardware store with straps. These boys have to practice climbing and landing that over a high wall. I won't say it's very high up. But the other day, one guy paused at the top, and an eagle came over and tried to hatch his helmet. But they caught one of the engineers cheating. When he climbed the net, he left all his cooking utensils out just to make room for his bulldozer. And the Army has special sensors here that tap the wires and listen in on all the calls the fellas make. What a sneaky way to get phone numbers. And those sensors are working all the time. One sergeant was having a Coke in the PX, and the sensor was sitting next to him tapping the straws. And you ought to see the lines outside of the telephone booth. One fellow wanted to call his bride. He just married in New York City. And by the time he got to the phone, his son was standing in line behind him.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. Past the car she'd walk, not a guy would talk.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. So folks don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
No matter how many toothpaste you've tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. Because it removes film, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's #1 with the armed forces. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. And in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how it uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat some smile.
Thank you.
Some smile.
Thank you.
So folks just be like Miriam, use Irium. Tomorrow's another day. Till then, sweet dreams, sweetheart. Good night, sleep tight. I'll see you along the way in dreams, sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams,
Thank you, Francis. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce a young lady who retired at the age of 12 with enough career behind her to last a lifetime, and now has made a comeback which promises to make her name shine brighter than ever before. One of the attractions of David Selznick's I'll Be Seeing You, one of Hollywood's youngest stars, Miss Shirley Temple. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for...
There's
What was
Section
that?
8 back there.
Thank you, fellas. Gee, Mr. Hope, what a wonderful reception. I'm bowled over.
You're bowled over?
Yes.
Volunteer pin boys will form on the right. Down, Bosco, down. Say, those are pretty curls you have there, Shirley. I've never noticed them before.
Why, you must have noticed them, Bob. My appointment at the hairdresser's comes right after yours.
Well, when you come in, I'm usually under the dryer. Say, Shirley, now that you've grown up, tell me, do you have any hobbies?
Well, I collect dolls.
You collect dolls.
Yes, it's lots of fun.
She's telling us.
No, Mr. Hope, you don't understand. The dolls I collect yell, Mama, when you squeeze them.
Is there any other kind? Well, do you go to school, Shirley?
Yes, I go to Westlake. It's a girls' school, Mr. Hope. No boys.
Just girls and no boys.
That's right.
Westlake. That's Anza spelled backwards. You know, Shirley, gee, I remember when I was going back to high school back in Ohio, good old Fairmont. I lived a mile from school, and I had to walk all the way by myself.
Oh, goodness, Mr. Hope. You must have been brave. Weren't you afraid of the Indians?
Who's afraid of the Cleveland Indians?
Oh, I'm very sorry I said that, Mr. Hope. You don't know what it means to be on your program with you. This may surprise you, but I've had a secret crush on you for years.
A crush on me? Well, why do you like me so much?
Well, gee, Mr. Hope, I guess it's because you're so sophisticated.
Me sophisticated? I'm just copying your reading, you know. Me sophisticated?
Yes, you're the only man I know who uses Tutti Frutti Sen.
Look, does your mother know how you feel about me, Shirley?
Yes, I told her yesterday.
Well, how did she react? Did she like the idea?
Well, I guess not, Mr. Hope. I can still taste the soap. But my grandmother, she understood how I felt.
Either way, it's all right. Your grandmother understood how you felt?
You don't type well.
I'll learn to type if you learn to read. You say your grandmother understood how I felt?
Yes. After all, when she was my age, she had a crush on you, too.
What do you think you're kidding with, Burl? Say, well, Shirley, this is ridiculous. What you feel for me is just puppy love.
Well, gee, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with puppy love.
Fellas, please, stop polishing your dog tags. But, Shirley, let's pretend that we're the same age, and just to make it really fantastic, I'll be your age. You be my girl around the corner, and I'll be the kid in the hops-up jalopy. Twin carbureting me a little overdrive music, Skin. Come on, boy. Well, here I am at Shirley's house. I guess her mom was expecting me. She's got the landmines in the porch swing again.
Hello, Robert. Gonna take me for a ride?
Yeah, and look, Shirley, I have brought you gardenia. It's a pretty expensive one, too.
Gee, was it really expensive?
It must have been. The guy chased me for 3 blocks. Hey, how do you like my hat, Shirley? Pretty zoot, huh? Ain't that wide brim a honey?
Well, yes, Robert, but wouldn't it be better if you got a regular top for the car?
Oh, well, hop in my Thunderbolt, Shirley, and we'll cruise.
Now, wait a minute, Robert. If I'm going to ride with you, you've got to use both arms.
Okay, but what'll I steer the car with? Okay, Shirley, get in.
Oh.
Now watch this thing go. I got it souped up.
You've got it souped up. What are you using the tank?
Soup. Think I should have strained the carrots out?
Oh, gee. Oh, really? This car runs pretty bumpy.
That's funny. I just had the rims retreaded. But, gee, you talk like this was a free car, Shirley. It's just like the ones all the other kids in school have. See, it's got 4 wheels, 3 on the right side and 1 on the left. Say, we better stop at this gas station. I need some oil. Hey, attendant, give me 2 quarts of Pennzoil, a thick kind.
Oh, Robert, don't stop for that now. Your hair's slicked down enough.
Hey, gee, babe, I'm thirsty. Let's go in the drugstore and have a Coke.
Oh, I'd rather not.
What's the matter? You broke?
Don't you ever have any money?
I never spend money on girls. It gives them ideas.
Well, what ideas?
But I got money. Well, here's the drugstore. I'll slow down.
Oh, be careful, Robert. Put your brakes on. Remember, that's not a drive-in.
What'd you say?
That's not a drive-in.
It is now. Thank you, Shirley Temple. We'll all be seeing you soon as Corliss Archer in that new Columbia picture, Kiss and Tell. I know you'll be great. Take it, Sid. Here comes Tony Romano, Jerry Colon, and yours truly in that Ovaltine song, My Dreams Are Getting Better All the Time.
Dreams, a dreams, a dreams, a dreams. I had a dream last night. Wait, well, what do you know? She smiled at me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. Poor Miriam. And what do you know? She looks at me in a different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. With Miriam. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago. And though it's a dream, I never dreamed she'd ever say hello. Maybe tonight I'll hold her tight and the moonbeam shine. My dreams are getting better all the time. Well, what do you know?
Yes, sir. My dreams are getting better all the time. Dreams, man, I can't even keep warm here at Camp Answer. I'm 6'2" and my blankets are 5'8". But you got a dream in this here Army, brother. It's the only bit of private life you get. Last night I dreamed I shipped out. Man, I thought I was sailing across the Pacific. And I woke up and found out I was just a leak in my hot water bottle. But my dreams are getting better. The other night I dreamed I was wearing 15 stripes on each sleeve, 7 gold stars on each shoulder, 5 eagles on my hat, and a platoon of generals is marching back and forth in front of me while I casually ignores the saluting. And then I walks up to the general and I says, son, take down an order. From here on and whereas the full pack, instead of weighing 90 pounds, is inflated up to 200 pounds, and on top of each one is going to be a big easy chair where the privates can ride while the sergeants is carrying them.
My dreams are getting better all the
Despite years of faithful brushing, despite any other toothpaste you've tried, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, Pepsodent toothpaste contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely, brings new brilliance to your teeth. So forget other brands you've tried, change to Pepsodent toothpaste, and in just 1 week, see the difference in the brightness of your teeth, the sparkle of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat, some smile,
Thank you.
some smile.
Thank you.
So folks, just be like Miriam, use Irium.
Here at Camp Anza, our boys are told how to act in emergencies, what to say and what not to say when captured, and in special lectures, they're instructed how to withhold information from the enemy. To see what it's like, let's accompany 2 GIs attending such a lecture.
Say, Skin, what branch you with here at Camp Anza?
Man, I'm in the cavalry.
You're in the cavalry? How'd they ever let you in the cavalry? Well, I guess they just didn't have enough real whips to go around. Gee, Bob, I wish I was a paratrooper like you. I'm not a paratrooper, Skin. I just got on loose suspenders, that's all. Hey, Bob. Yeah? There's the guy that's giving us that security lecture.
Men, first I want to warn you about talking to strange women in Riverside. Don't talk to any of them. Especially don't talk to any strange women in the Mission Inn. That's my territory. Remember, fellas, don't weaken, even if you're approached by a striptease queen from the burlesque show. Don't weaken. Hold out for the popcorn.
Now, wait a minute, Kelowna. Why are you always in the gutter?
Cigarette butts are longer there.
Professor, I don't see how you can be a security lecturer. You're the biggest blabbermouth in town. You even told the cops who stole the pennies off the PX newspaper stand this morning.
So what? Hope we're out on bail, ain't we? And now, if anybody wishes to use the phone, he will leave it quietly by the front entrance. Dismissed. Well, we can always buy a new building.
Well, I'll call up my girl. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello, Mabel. Say, I just called to say hello. I'm back from overseas.
You're back?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to see you.
sweetie.
I'm dying to see you. I've missed you so terribly.
Have you?
By the way, who is this talking?
Well, you know who this is, Mabel. Guess.
Fred, Roger, Ted, Tom, Jimmy, George, Jerry, Harold, Frank, Pete.
This is a bigger camp than I thought.
I know. It's either George or Tom. Oh, I'm glad you called, sweetheart.
George or Tom. Now I'm getting sore. I'm getting mad.
Listen to Mr. In-Between.
Kelowna, are you the telephone censor here, too?
Yes, and you guys make me sick. Always calling girls, girls. You should be calling your poor old mothers. What do you call them? No, you waste your time with girls. Honey, stop moving around. You fall off my lap. Now, say, Hope, 1 minute. Here's another call coming in.
Hello, operator. Los Angeles 7068.
This is going to be fun. What am I saying? That's my girl's number. Hey, get off the phone, you bum. This is Lieutenant Kelowna, see? And nobody goes out with my girl.
Well, this is Colonel Sorrows.
Well, have a good time.
Come on, Skin. We got to go over to the hospital and get our shots. Let's go in. What if they've got that modern equipment here?
Well, hello, boys.
They've got it. Well, so you're a nurse.
Yes, my specialty is treating burns.
You got a match?
So you're a replacement?
Yeah, when I get overseas, I'll replace a soldier, and the soldier will get to come home.
Gee, I bet she'll be glad to get back.
Never mind the cracks, and Skinny Ennis is here, too.
Oh, is that Skinny Ennis? I thought you brought along your own hypodermic needle. Well, here's the doctor, boys. Hello, Mr. Howe.
Well, it's Miss Vera Vey. Miss Vera Vey.
Yeah.
I expected a man.
Oh, then we're both surprised. So did I.
So you're a woman doctor, Miss Vey?
Yes, I am, Mr. Hope. You know, I'm trying to get up in the world.
Well, keep digging.
Oh, you dear boy, you. Oh, you be careful, Mr. Hope, or someday you'll lose your head.
I'll lose my head.
Yes, my dog has been begging me to bring him a bone.
Gee, so you're a doctor and Frances is your nurse.
Yes, that's right. I hold their hands and Francis gives them the shot.
But, Miss Vague, you're the doctor. Why don't you let Frances hold her hands and you give them the shot?
Silly boy.
I suppose you do minor surgery, Miss Vague.
Minor surgery, yes. When the older boys come along, I really begin to operate. Oh, these boys are so romantic, Mr. Hope. You know, one soldier kissed me 50 times this morning.
He kissed you 50 times, Miss Vague?
Yes, then he came out of the ether.
I wonder where... Say, Skinny, stop wrestling with that skeleton, will you, please?
Well, he started it. Say, Miss Vague. Miss Vague, I'm with the paratroopers. How about giving me my shot?
Oh, you're with the paratroopers.
Sure I am. I'll show you. I'll take off my shirt and show you the hair on my chest. There. What do you think of that?
Goodness, I've seen more fuzz on a blotter.
Well, come on, Miss Vague. Give me that shot.
All right.
What's the matter? Can't you find the vein?
Don't be silly. I'm still trying to find the arm.
It's right there behind his wristwatch.
Now, you come here. I'll examine you, Mr. Hope.
All right.
I'll just look in your eyes with this light. Mm-hmm. Now I'll look in your right ear.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Vague, what do you see?
Your left ear. You know, Mr. Hope, I'm really a great success as an army doctor. General Mark Clark even sent a special request to have me transferred to Italy.
Yes, I guess those mountains are pretty steep for the regular pack mules.
Bless your heart. Remind me to use one of the larger bayonets when I vaccinate you.
All right, men. All right, on the boat. Convoy is ready to shove off. Everybody up the gangplank.
Well, goodbye, Miss Vague. Goodbye, Francis.
Goodbye. Oh, Lieutenant Colonna, let me kiss you goodbye.
Egad, before the voyage starts, I run into a booby trap. Let's go, Hope. The boat is waiting.
Well, Professor, wait a minute. This can't be 60 miles from the ocean. How could you get a convoy of boats so far inland?
It was just luck, Hope. I just happened to hit all the stoplights. All right. All right, everybody up the gangplank. Come on, men. March up the gangplank. Everybody up the gangplank. In it. Up the gangplank.
Okay.
Hope. Up the gangplank. Silly me, should have had a boat at the end of it.
Thank you very much. Say, thanks for that. Thank you. Thanks to that sweet Selznick star, Shirley Temple, for being with us tonight. Thanks to Colonel J.K. Herbert, Colonel E.R. Sarles, and all you men for the wonderful reception given us tonight. You know, folks, 1 minute before we hit the air last week, I figured somebody was talking about us because my ears got red. Lucky I'm not Crosby, or I'd have come out looking like red sails in the sunset. You see, Fibber, Magee, and Molly signed off last Tuesday with some mighty friendly words about a little hobby of ours that's 4 years old tonight, doing our show for the armed services wherever they are. And I want to thank Fibber, Magee, and Molly for that orchid. Coming from real people like those two makes it all the nicer.
Say, Bob, may I read a telegram that was just received before you went on the air this evening? It's addressed to Bob Hope, care of the commanding officer, Camp Anza, California. War Department extends congratulations on beginning a 4th year of your entertaining troops. The applause of soldiers on all fighting fronts joins with that of Camp Anza tonight for the cheer that you have brought them. Signed, Major General A.D. Sturls, Director, Bureau of Public Relations, War Department, Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Major General Searles. Thank you, fellas. I can't say that in 4 years we've helped morale any, but we've sure toughened up a lot of men. In fact, after we played Camp Pendleton, the Marines went out and took Iwo Jima. Yes, sir, after they sit through our show, they can take anything. Seriously, though, it was from a neighboring camp, March Field, right here in Riverside, that we started playing exclusively to service audiences. And I want to thank the War Department and everybody who's helped give us the swell feeling you get from hitting the 4th straight year of playing camps at home and overseas. Here's the way all of us look at it. Each week, thousands of American boys are finishing their training at stations in the United States. And it's so long American, the next thing you know, they're out there digging foxholes, feeling out Japanese patrol, bulldozing a captured airstrip, or calling signals on a team of tanks. And as long as fellas like these have their jobs cut out for them, we like to feel that ours is cut out for us, too. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
I'm a little nervous.
It's your first day, Bleach Free.
Well, what happens now?
We'll both get stain fighters and then brighteners for colors.
Ooh.
But first, you get special enzymes instead of bleach, because you're bleach free.
Ooh, I like it.
Introducing new Bleach-Free Clorox 2, a bleach-free breakthrough that works with special enzymes to remove stains and keep colors bright.
Get ready, colors. Here I come.
Welcome to the family, Bleach Free.
New Bleach-Free Clorox 2.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. An elderly man is found dead in the living room of his home. There's a single bullet hole in his chest. On the surface, it appears the man took his own life, but the evidence points to the opposite. Your job? Investigate.
More and more smokers coast to coast are saying this about king-size Fatima every day.
They're different. Better.
They are different. So pleasing.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
You'll find Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Next time, buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, January 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 8:25 a.m. when I got to the police academy, the doctor's office. Morning.
Morning. Can I help you?
I'm checking in for my annual physical.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see here. Name?
Joe Friday.
Let's see. Friday, just like the day in the week?
Yeah, that's right.
Friday. Can't seem to find it. You sure you were notified?
Yeah, the teletype was posted in the office a couple of days ago. Annual physical exams. My name was right near the top of the list. Friday.
Huh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are. Joseph Friday.
That's it, yeah.
Well, all right, Friday. Let's get your name down here.
Okay.
Your age?
34.
Where do you work?
Central Homicide.
Serial number?
2288.
2288. Okay, Friday, you want to step this way?
All right.
Slip off your shoes, your coat, and shirt.
Okay. Well, they keeping you busy?
Oh, pretty busy, yeah. 4,500 men in the department. Everyone has to have an annual physical.
Mm-hmm.
Better get you weighed and send you along inside. Doc's probably ready for you by now.
Okay.
Over here. Oh, never fails. Dr. Vance's office. Who's that? Oh, yeah, just a minute. It's for you, Friday, your office.
Oh, thank you. Friday talking.
This is Ben. Joe, you about through over there?
No, not quite. I haven't seen Doc Vance yet. What's the matter?
Dead body call out by Westlake Park. Radio car's out there now.
No one else in homicide to handle it?
Not right now. They're pretty busy. No use you coming back to the office. Why don't you meet me out there? It's 9320 Laurel Lane.
All right, just a minute. Have that pad, Doc. Thank you. 9320 Laurel. I got it. What's the story?
Old man was found dead in his living room, bullet hole in his chest.
Hmm?
Men in the radio car said at first it looked like the old man had killed himself. They're not so sure now.
What do you mean?
They think he had some help.
8:45 a.m. I left the doctor's office at the police academy and drove to the Westlake area where I met Ben in front of the cottage where the dead body had been found. We went inside and checked with one of the men from the radio car who was standing by. The dead man was identified as Martin Latimer, age 68, a retired owner of a couple of neighborhood grocery stores in the city. He was lying sprawled on his side on the floor. There was a bullet hole in his chest just above the heart where the slug had entered the body. There was another larger wound in the back, through the left shoulder blade where the bullet had emerged. Approximately 8 feet across the room from the body was another chair. There was a Winchester rifle wired firmly to the top, its muzzle pointing directly above the spot where the body lay on the floor. A thick white string was found wound firmly around the trigger of the rifle. It ran through a metal ring on the stock of the gun and stretched across the room where it had been tied to the dead man's right index finger. At first glance, it seemed like an obvious suicide arrangement. Officer Harkness, one of the men in the radio car who had answered the call, took exception.
I don't know, Sergeant. Maybe I'm all wet. Just doesn't gel right for me.
Who discovered the body, Harkness?
Next door neighbor, Mrs. Donworth. My partner's with her now. You fellas call the crime lab?
Yeah, they're on their way out. Was the old man the only one who lived in the house here?
Yeah, that's what the neighbor told us. Sure like to see what the crime lab crew's going to think of it.
Well, what's the big question, Harkness?
Well, I know it's none of my business, Sergeant. You fellas are the detectives. I just couldn't help but notice, though.
What's that?
Well, come here. Now, over here, this rifle wired to the back of the chair.
Yeah.
Now, take a sight along the barrel of the rifle. See what you think.
Right through the sight, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Pointed right above the armchair over there, isn't it? It's in a straight line with the body.
Uh-huh.
Well, that much fits. The old man pulled the string tied to his index finger, and it set off the trigger. Took the slug through the chest, you know?
Yeah, that's what I figured. Now, here, take a look at the wall directly behind the old man.
Yeah?
The slug went clean through the body, we know that. Through the chest above the heart, then out through the shoulder blade.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Now, here, now, take a look at this wall here. Got a mark on it.
Yeah. One thing, sure, if the old man was shot in that position, the slug had to come this way.
Well?
Pass through his body right about this height here.
Uh-huh.
We ought to find the bullet hole in this wall. Right around here.
Yeah, it ought to be. Not a trace of a slug there. Not much chance it could have been deflected, do you think?
Well, that's what I thought. It's a 30-30 Winchester, enough power to go through a couple of plaster walls.
Well, we know the slug went through the body. It's got to be somewhere in one of these 4 walls.
Take a look over here and see what you think.
All right.
Down here near the corner of the wall.
Where?
Well, right here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Ben?
Well, something's out of kilter. The rifle never could have thrown the slug this far down on the wall. Not the way it's wired to the chair there.
And besides that, it's way out of line, at least 4 feet, the way I figured here.
Well, I know it's none of my business, Sergeant. I couldn't help but notice it, though. You want me to stand by outside?
Yeah, okay, if you will. Would you mind checking with your partner? See if we can have that neighbor lady brought over for questioning, would you?
Right, I'll check with him now.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to take another look at that rifle.
Well, it sure doesn't add up too well, does it? Even if the old man jerked the gun when he pulled the trigger with that string arrangement, the slug couldn't have passed through his chest, out his back, and then hit the wall where it did.
Well, stand just behind the body, will you, Joe? See if it's possible to line it up.
All right, what about here? That look about it to you?
Yeah, that's good. Let me see here. No, not a chance, Joe. It's way out of line.
Uh-huh.
That's the gun that killed him. The old man didn't pull the trigger. Not from there, anyway.
Well, there's one other chance.
Yeah?
Somebody pulled it for him. Lieutenant Lee Jones arrived with his crime lab crew and went to work. We put in a call to the coroner's office, and then the dead man's neighbor, Mrs. Elsie Donworth, was brought over for questioning. She was a chubby, matronly lady, about 45. She told us she'd been a neighbor to the aging Martin Latimer for more than 10 years.
I take it you knew Mr. Latimer pretty well, ma'am.
Yeah, I suppose. Didn't have any relatives, poor man. All alone. He was in the grocery business for years. He made some nice money, I guess. Retired about 8 years ago, sold both his stores. Had an income from a mortgage on one of them. $150 a month. Yeah, he was very comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't a penny pincher at all, but he was thrifty. It was the same way with my husband, Claude. He used to say, take care of the dimes and the dollars will take care of themselves.
Well, Mrs. Donworth, can you think of any reason why Latimer would want to take his own life?
Oh, I suppose. And poor old man is getting along in years. For a long time there, he was afraid he was going to die with cancer.
Is that so? Did Mr. Latimer have cancer, do you know?
Oh, no. He kept thinking he was going to die with it. Could you come next door to my place while I get some of my laundry out? We could talk there. It's just across the yard.
All right, ma'am. That'll be fine. Hey, do you want to tell Lee Jones will be next door, Ben? Guess you better let Harkness know, too.
Yeah, right. I'll tell him.
Thank you.
About that cancer business, officer, Mr. Latimer was always talking about it.
Yes, ma'am.
He finally went to a doctor about it. That was last week only. He came back and he told me the doctor said for him not to be so silly about it. He was a well man in good health.
When was the last time that you saw Latimer, ma'am?
Day before yesterday. Oh, we laughed and joked over the bad things.
Mm-hmm.
Poor old man. He had such a nice smile. Reminded me a good deal of Claude. That was my husband.
Well, I'd like to have your honest opinion, Miss Donworth. Do you think Mr. Latimer killed himself?
Well, I suppose that rifle in there, that terrible contraption.
Joe, I wonder if I could talk to you a minute.
Yeah, okay. Would you like to go on ahead over next door, ma'am? We'll be right with you.
All right, officer.
Thank you very much. We'll be right there, ma'am. Yeah.
Crime lab crew's having a field day. They say if the old man shot himself with that rig, it ought to make Ripley's call.
They find anything definite?
Dusted the rifle for fingerprints. Didn't find a warrant. How about that?
Yeah, it makes less sense than that slug buried in the corner of the wall, doesn't it?
Sure does. Checked the desk in the living room, found some correspondence Latimer was having with some woman through a Lonely Hearts Club.
Yeah? You find any reason why he'd want to die?
Pretty good reason why he'd want to live.
Huh?
Found a photograph. Beautiful girl. Looked to be about 24 or 5.
What about it?
She was going to marry him.
The crime lab crew continued their routine investigation of Martin Latimer's cottage. They removed a .30-30 slug from the corner of one wall. Ben and I went next door to question the neighbor, Mrs. Donworth. There didn't seem to be any common ground at all between the evidence in the house and the information that she had to offer. As we continued questioning her, Mrs. Donworth remembered that a month before, Latimer had told her that something might happen to him and he wanted to make out a will. He asked if she would witness the will. A few days later, Latimer's lawyer came to the house and Mrs. Donworth witnessed the signing. At that time, she said Latimer made the remark, "I don't feel like going on much longer anyway. If death means arrest, I think I deserve one." Mrs. Donworth kept busy with the laundry while we interviewed her.
Could you let me get by to the mangle, officer? I have to get some of this ironing done.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid there's one thing I don't remember you telling us, ma'am. Did you hear anything out of the ordinary going on next door or this morning or last night?
No, nothing I noticed anyway. Officer, did you see that knob on the washer, the one on the left?
Oh, you mean this over here?
Yeah, just lift it up and turn it around to off, please. It says off right there in the dial.
Yes, ma'am, I see. There you are.
Yeah, thanks. No, there was nothing I heard from next door to remark about. Of course, it's so noisy around here that time of morning you can't even hear yourself think anyway.
How's that, ma'am?
Trucks passing by up and down. Every morning. They're not small trucks either. They start in at 6 a.m. They rattle past for 2-3 hours, please.
The first good explanation we've had on this thing.
Could you give us the names of some of the other people on the street who knew Mr. Latimer pretty well, Mrs. Donworth?
Yeah, I suppose. I don't think any of them knew the poor old man as well as I did. Most of them are younger folks, parties and things. When you get up around 65 or past it, like Mr. Latimer, parties don't mean so much anymore.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Yeah. Just a nice, quiet home with a good heating system. Good books on the shelf. Good man around the house. Is that all you can ask for?
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you very much. We'll leave our card here in case you want to contact us for any reason.
All right, officer.
There's one more thing, Mrs. Donworth. We understand Latimer was corresponding with several women through a Lonely Hearts Club. Did he ever mention that to you?
No, he never did. I found out from the mailman. He's a regular gossip.
Uh-huh. And Latimer never mentioned any of the women that he corresponded with. Is that right?
Well, I pretended I didn't even know about it. He never brought it up. Don't understand why he wanted me to lady that way. All most of them are looking for is a man with money so they can quit work and lay around the house.
Well, thanks again, Mrs. Donworth. It's been very helpful.
Yeah. Poor old man. I wonder what made him write letters after silly women. Little good they'd have done him. He wrote letters all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
Getting tired of working myself. Could have saved the postage, too.
Beg your pardon?
I was right next door. Would have married him in a minute.
We left Mrs. Donworth's house a few minutes past noon, and we went back next door to Latimer's cottage. The crime lab crew had finished their investigation, and the deputy coroner arrived. He took the body downtown for autopsy. We talked over the crime lab findings with Lieutenant Lee Jones, and he felt the same way that Ben and I did. The theory that Latimer had shot himself to death was possible in many respects, but it was far from plausible. We checked through Latimer's correspondence with the women that he'd contacted by mail through the Lonely Hearts Club, especially the young girl he obviously intended to marry, judging from his letters to her. Her picture showed her to be a brunette, dark eyes, young, and very attractive. The inscription at the bottom read, "With love, Catherine." There was no return address on either the photo or the letter. Ben called to check with the Lonely Hearts Club.
Yes, ma'am. No, that's all right. We'll probably be dropping down to talk to you. Yes, Bri.
What'd they say?
Might be it, Joe. Club secretary says they've been having trouble with somebody who signs their pictures just like this one. With love, Catherine.
Uh-huh.
I described the picture, and the secretary says it's the same girl.
What's the angle?
The girl doesn't belong to the club, but somehow she got a list of the members and their addresses. She writes to them, usually old men, gets them set for marriage, and they send for her.
Uh-huh.
Her letters come from the east, from different cities. She writes and asks for a train fare out here. The men send her their money for clothes and train fare, and that's the last of it. She's gone.
Oh, it adds up all right. And this one letter here. This one. I hate to ask you, dear, but if you could send me the traveling money and just a little extra for some clothes, I will take the first train and be with you in a week to become your wife, awaiting that precious moment and so on.
Kind of pours it on thick. What's the date on there?
Well, let's see. December 30th. It's 12 days ago.
What do you think?
Well, it's possible. She could have showed up, tried to grab all the old man's money she could find. Maybe he caught her at it. She killed him, rigged up this phony setup to make it look like Latimer shot himself, huh?
And to hold more water if we could find out she really came here. Maybe we better start ringing a few doorbells. The other neighbors might come up with something. What do you say?
Well, let me see that girl's picture again, will you?
Yeah. No photographer's name.
Now, look in the back here, Ben.
Yeah?
No, down here in the corner. Right in the corner of the picture mounting.
Oh, yeah. XXX6Y3. Must be some kind of manufacturer's marking. Photography supply.
Uh-huh.
Guess it stands for the type of paper, huh? You know anything about the photo business?
No, I don't.
Neither do I.
Let's find somebody who does, huh? Before we drove back to the office, Ben and I covered the rest of the neighborhood and talked to everybody who knew the dead man, Martin Latimer, even remotely. They told us nothing that we didn't already know. There'd been no strangers seen visiting the old man. No one had noticed anything out of the ordinary in Latimer's daily routine. 3 o'clock that afternoon, we checked with the police photo lab. They told us that the symbols stamped on the cardboard frame of the photograph signed Catherine were symbols used by a photo supply company up in San Francisco. We went back to the office and got in touch with the San Francisco firm. We were told that the symbols indicated the style and the size of photographic mounting, and further, that this particular type of mounting was distributed only throughout 7 western states. They gave us a list of 18 photo studios in Los Angeles who kept that particular mount in stock. It was a long chance, but we started checking them out. Meantime, we'd run the girl through R&I and gotten out an APB, seeking information on her. 3 days later, Ben and I had checked out 10 of the 18 photo studios on our list. The 11th was the M&Y Family Portraits on Melrose.
Yes, sir. Can I help you? Police officers, would you mind taking a look at this photograph here, please? Let's see. Would you like an enlargement? Got a special price on enlargements this week?
No, sir. I'd just like to know if you can identify this girl, that's all.
Oh.
Well, do you recognize her at all, sir?
I know her. Sure you wouldn't like an enlargement?
You're in a cruiser car of a Metropolitan Police Department. You receive a routine radio call.
All units, attention all units. Pick up and hold for investigation the following vehicle. 1948 Ford, 2-door sedan, black white sidewall tires.
There are many cars that fit this description. You listen for more facts.
This car will have extensive damage to right front end. License number 9 Robert 9 707. In the 7 column, 9 Robert 9 707. KMA 367.
Now you can pin it down to one. It's the same with cigarettes. There are many king-size brands to choose from. But when you know all the facts, you'll make your choice Fatima.
Here are those facts. Fatimas are the same in length and circumference as any other king-size cigarette. 85 millimeters long, 1 1/64 inches around.
And Fatima filters the smoke exactly the same long distance.
But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Fatima gives you extra mildness, a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Remember, Fatima gives long cigarette smokers all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Next time, insist on the best. Buy Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes.
Saturday, January 13th, 1:35 p.m. We showed the photograph of the girl to the proprietor of the photo studio on Melrose Avenue, and he identified her as one of his customers. He told us her name was Doris Chambers. She was 22 years old and a postgraduate student in chemistry at the university. She came from a fairly well-to-do family, and her father was the president of a local neighborhood bank. She didn't even come close to the type of girl that we were looking for. We got the address from the photographer, drove out to the home, and interviewed the Chambers girl. She gave a younger appearance than she did in her picture. She couldn't recognize the handwriting on the photo, nor did she understand the inscription with Love, Catherine. After questioning her, it became apparent that she knew nothing at all about 68-year-old Martin Latimer.
I wonder if you'd mind taking another look at the handwriting on the picture, miss. Is it familiar at all?
No. No, I couldn't be sure either way. Seems like I've seen it, though.
Well, when did you say you had this picture made, miss?
About a year ago at graduation. My mother had extra copies made up. She liked it. I didn't care for it much.
Could you tell us how many people have prints of this picture?
Mama had 24 copies made up. She took 12, and I took 12.
Mm-hmm.
She sent them to relatives, friends of ours. Kept a few.
What'd you do with yours?
Sent them to friends, girls at school, a few of my boyfriends.
Can you remember if you autographed any of them?
Yeah, some of them. The ones from my girlfriend. Others I gave out plain.
Well, can you try and think who you gave those to, miss, the unsigned pictures?
One went to Carl, I know that. And Ray, and Fred and Don, and Warren. I think that's it.
I wonder if we could have their full names and addresses, please.
Yes, all right. I don't know what I'm saving all this junk for. Old letters and... Could I see that picture, please?
Yeah, here you are.
Look, it's the same writing. I thought I'd seen it before.
Ma'am?
This old letter from Warren. See the writing? Doesn't it look the same to you?
Looks close, Joe.
Yeah, we'll have Don Meyer in handwriting check it over. Who is this Warren, Miss Chambers?
Warren White. Here's his address right here.
Yeah, I'll copy it, Joe.
Fine.
Warren and I went to college together. We were engaged to be married for a while, and then I broke it off.
I see.
Warren's a serious boy. He was very thorough, a perfectionist. You know, Sergeant? He never does things halfway.
That's so?
Never known Warren to do anything in his life halfway, not once.
Well, he's going to have a perfect record if that handwriting matches.
What can they do to him?
I don't know, but they won't do it halfway. 2:55 p.m. We left the home of Doris Chambers and drove down Beverly Boulevard to 743 North Clairwood Avenue, an apartment house where the suspect was supposed to be living. We talked to the manager, and he told us that Warren White had moved without giving notice 3 days before, on January 10th, the same day 68-year-old Martin Latimer was found dead in his home. We got on the phone, talked to Doris Chambers again, and she gave us a lead on Warren White's married sister. 7:30 p.m. We met with the sister of the murder suspect, and she told us that her brother Warren had phoned that morning and asked for an emergency loan of $200, which she didn't have to give him. The sister gave us White's new address, and we checked it out. It was one of those run-down, futuristic-style apartment houses built in the mid-'30s. It was on a narrow road high above Sunset Boulevard overlooking most of Hollywood. White wasn't in, and the manager said he wasn't expected back till early the next morning. We had the manager let us in White's apartment. We waited. Midnight. 1 a.m. No sign of the suspect.
No denying it is sure a beautiful view from here.
It's the best in town. Be nice for single fellas up here, wouldn't it? Wouldn't work with the family, though.
Well, how about you, Joe? Why don't you get your mother looking around up here? It'd be a beautiful place for the two of you.
No, I don't think Ma'd ever leave the house. She's been there for 40 years. I guess she'll stay there till she dies. Would be nice up here, though, wouldn't it? What a view, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you try talking her into it? You got nothing to lose.
Yeah, I might do that. Why don't you slide up one of the windows? Get a little stuffy in here.
Yeah. Oh, smell that air, huh? That's great.
Yeah. What time you got?
1:45.
Oh, it's a long night.
We waited. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 4:30. It was cold. There was still no sign of the suspect wore in white. 5 a.m., 5:30, 6 a.m. The sky was getting light over in the east. 6:30, 7 a.m., 7:30. We kept waiting. No sign of the suspect. We called the office and arranged for a relief. 8 a.m. We could hear groups of youngsters passing by outside, trooping into the main yard of a grammar school just below the apartment house. We kept waiting. At 8:15 a.m., we heard a car pull up in front of the apartment house. Footsteps came down the driveway, up the path, and stopped outside the door. We heard a key turn in the lock.
What is it? What do you want? You wore in white?
Yes.
Police officer's got some questions we'd like to ask you.
It's all right, officers. Why don't you sit down? I'm not going to give you any trouble.
Huh?
I killed him. Maybe I'll never know why, but I killed him.
You want to tell us about it?
You must have had a reason for it, rigging it for a suicide. Do you have anything against him?
I hardly even knew him. He used that picture of Doris to fool. Made some good money doing it. I needed it.
You willing to give us a statement about the whole thing?
I haven't anything to hide, officer. The minute I killed him, I knew it was all over. Right there in that 1 minute. I knew you'd come and find me somehow. I didn't know when, but you'd come and find me.
Well, okay, Ben. We better head downtown.
Yeah. What?
It's a great sound, isn't it?
What's that?
The schoolyard.
Yeah.
The kids. Got a great sound to it. Good one.
You want to get your hat?
All right. How can anybody figure it? You start in the schoolyard like those kids down there, running around, yelling. I started the same.
Better get going.
I wonder what it is that happens. An 8-year-old red-hit kid. There must be one down there now. The other kids will grow up, get jobs, work, and die. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
The one kid will end up in an alley with a gun in his hand. How can anybody figure it?
I don't know.
A bunch of kids playing in a schoolyard. Someday one of them's a killer.
Yeah, let's go.
You tell me. What's the answer?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, it's come to my attention that some people have a misunderstanding about the cost of Fatimas. Well, I'd sure like to straighten that out for you right now. The cost of Fatima is the same as the cigarettes you're now smoking. Yes, that's right. Fatimas cost no more. But in Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy Fatima in the golden yellow package.
Warren Thomas White was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He received a sentence of life imprisonment. He is still serving his term in the state penitentiary, Folsom, California.
Ladies and gentlemen, to build our strength against aggression, we've got to equip our armed forces with weapons of war and at the same time produce plenty of civilian goods so that we can keep prices down. Remember, the better we produce, the stronger we grow.
Just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next over NBC.
Time Warner City Cable Advertising. May I help you?
A part of the city, etched in the landscape, connected to your customers. Deliver your message precisely on target. in exactly which borough you want, using any combination of cable networks.
New York 1 in Brooklyn only? Of course.
Advertise your business locally on cable television. Put yourself on the face of New York.
Time Warner City Cable Advertising. We can help you.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Wednesday night. So we take you now to Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Itana Toothpaste. Itana, the toothpaste the dentists prefer 2 to 1 over any other dentifrice for their own personal use, according to a nationwide survey.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you least meet the Archie the manager speaking? Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yep, tonight's the big night. It's Duffy's coming out party. Huh? Is it formal? No, Duffy, semi-formal. The dames come half-dressed. Yeah? It ought to be a terrific coming-out party. Yeah, great coming-out party, Duffy. It's got all the essentials. A rich father and an ugly daughter. Huh? You ain't rich. Well, I'm still batting 500. Well, what time are you coming down, Duffy? Good. And is the little one... is Mrs. Duffy coming down with you? Huh? She's getting a party dress fitted right now? You're helping the surveyors with the measurements. Well, hurry up and get down here, Duffy. Okay, see you later. Eddie. Eddie, I wish you would ascertain if everything has been taken care of by the Committee on Arrangements.
You mean the entire committee?
Yes.
Just a minute, I'll find out. Is everything okay, Eddie? Yep, everything okay. Mr. Arthur, the committee reports unanimously that everything has been ascertained.
Well, in order to be the biggest coming-out party of the season, Eddie, we have a very exclusive guest list.
Very exclusive.
Oh, yeah. By the way, did your invitations get out?
Oh, that's good. He's standing on the corner, hand them out right now.
Good. By the way, did you read them invitations I made up?
No.
Let's take a gander at them.
Let's see here. Monster coming out party. Admission $1. You are honored to be a guest at the coming out party and RSVP to be held at Duffy's Tavern in memoriam of Miss Duffy. Dearly beloved daughter of Honorable and Mrs. M.T. Members of Parliament?
Mom and Pop. Proceed ahead, Eddie.
P.S. Cuisine to start promptly at 9 o'clock and will continue until dinner.
Pretty good invitation, huh, Eddie? And you will notice I had that printing embossed.
Oh?
Yes, that raised lettering.
Oh, well, that should come in handy after the guests get blind. But by the way, any time you got dressed up for the party?
Oh, yeah, I guess it is. What do you think I ought to wear, Eddie? Me full dress suit?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, you ought to wear one and no, you ain't got one. Hey, who's all coming tonight?
Oh, you saw the guest list. Very swanky crowd. Mr. and Mrs. Plato McGonigal, Cavendish, the Undertaker, and Lady Cavendish, Atwater McGurk, Messrs. One-Eyed Goldfarb, and his charming daughter Cyclops, Light Finger Lynch, and his escort, Dame May Fagan, Second Story Jackson and his wife, Fourth Story. That's the second wife, you know. And it's Mr. and Mrs. Pharaoh Farouk. Very wealthy people, Eddie.
What does he do?
Oh, nothing. He's retired. Made a fortune building obelisks. Wait a minute. Hey, look who's here, the guest of honor. Good evening, Miss Duffy.
Hello, Archie. How do you like my new dress?
Strapless, huh? What keeps it up?
Mama, she sewed me into it. Archie, an opinion. Do you like the fringe tunic?
The fringe tunic? No, I don't quite see you in a fringe tunic. I see you more in a seersucker dangle. With velvet pleats across the bias. And crepe de chine bolero with an IJ box midriff.
You mean with a crisscross hemstitch?
Yes, that's it. And a very sheer midriff, you know, the kind with a flouncy bodice to set off the lines in your peplum. Of course, that's just one girl's opinion. You can get a guy with the bait you got on, more power to you. Incidentally, have you got a date tonight?
No.
Oh, that's so bad.
Maybe this is the night Mr. Wright will come along.
Oh, how would you know he's Mr. Wright?
Easy. He'll be the one that asked me to marry him.
Oh, that narrows down the field. Good luck to you, Miss Duffy.
Thank you, Archie. I'll see you in a little while.
Okay. Hey, Eddie. You know, I feel sorry for the dame coming out partying in those days. I'd like to help her, but who can you get for her, you know? You can't get him guy that's in his right mind. Hello, Finnegan.
Say, Arch, I hear there's a big party going on here tonight with a lot of society things.
Smattering. Why?
Well, Arch, would you introduce me to one of them young dowagers?
Finnegan. The dowagers ain't the young dames. The dowagers is the old men. And if you want me to get your girl, don't forget, this is a very high-class party, and I want you to act very refined. None of them usual show-off tricks of yours, you know, like putting your false teeth in the mashed potatoes.
Well, gee, Arch, I gotta have a little fun. Can't I even do me nutcracker trick?
What's that again?
Well, I asked the dame if she wants a nutcracker, see? And if she says yes, I crack her over the nut with a bottle.
I don't know, Finnegan. It sounds amusing. Try it once and see if it gets a laugh. But if it don't, see that you send the lady your apology.
Well, of course, Arch. Who's more of a stickler for form than me? Hey, look, Arch, could you get me a girl for the party?
Yep, I got just the girl for you. Who? Miss Duffy.
Oh, no, you're going on.
Just a second, Finnegan. Try to think of the bright side of Miss Duffy.
Well, that's pretty tough, Arch.
Finding the bright side?
I'm trying to think.
You can do it if you try. Go ahead, think of something nice about her.
Well, let's see. Maybe you better go first.
Let's see. She could be worried. Now it's your turn again.
Well, frankly, Arch, I think we've exhausted all the possibilities.
We ought to get her a guy. Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Give me that phone. Hello? Shopkins Escort Bureau? Mail order department, please. Yes, I want to order a mail. Mail order? I wonder if you could provide me with an escort for tonight. Look, Bud, how would you like a punch in the nose? It happens to be for a young lady. Huh? Is she single? Extremely. Would we take a Russian prince? Oh, sure. Sounds terrific. Yeah, we'll send him right over to Duffy's Tavern. Oh, boy, will Miss Duffy be happy. A real Russian prince. Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. I got terrific news. I got a Russian prince for Miss Duffy. No, Duffy, this is no phony. This is the real A-shot. Well, Duffy, we had to do the best we could. You know, the dame ain't getting no younger. been having these coming out parties now for 15 years. In fact, she's come out on the same day so often that in groundhog circles it's getting to be known as Miss Duffy's Day. Okay, well, hurry up and get down here.
Friends, listen. If you want to make your teeth brighter, your smile more sparkling, then listen to what we learned from dentists in a nationwide survey.
Dentists prefer Ipana toothpaste 2 to 1 over any other dentifrice for their own personal use.
So why don't you try Ipana and see for yourself why Ipana is so popular with dentists? See how Ipana can help your teeth to a brightness, your smile to a loveliness you never thought possible. And in such an easy way, too. Here's all you have to do.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana. Then with the fingertips, briefly and gently massage the gums along the line where they meet the teeth.
This gum line is most important because your smile needs healthy gums as well as bright teeth to stay radiant and sparkling. So between regular visits to your dentist, give your gums and teeth this special Ipana care. Why not start right now with Ipana? Ipana, for your smile is beauty.
Dear, Eddie, a real Russian prince coming down here. You know, it makes even me nervous. I ain't thought the world in so long, I'll probably kiss the wrong foot.
You know, why don't you throw protocol to the winds and just push it?
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Good evening, Jimmy Myers.
Oh, good evening, Officer Clancy. What's new?
Oh, nothing much. I just see by the papers we're due for a long, dry spell.
Yeah, huh?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Hot as a man's mouth just to think about it.
Uh-huh. Why don't you try thinking about something else, Clancy? Maybe you won't be so parchy.
Hey, here you're having a party here tonight.
That's right.
Have you got a singer?
Oh, Miss Duffy will probably sing.
No, I need some big opera star like that, what's his name again?
Melchior?
No.
Fibber?
No, I'm thinking of Nino,
Martini?
Thank you, and leave out the olive. Takes up entirely too much room.
Okay, Clancy, here's the Martini.
Well, here's good luck to the party. I hope the guests don't get obstreperous.
Obstreperous?
Stinking. Like they did last year. Remember how Callahan put away a whole pint, and then Tipkins and Dugan's wife and Dugan punched him in the nose?
Dugan got sore, huh?
Certainly, it was his pint. So then the wife turned around and walloped Dugan for hitting Callahan. And poor old Dugan wound up in the hospital with repercussion of the brain.
Repercussion?
He shocked him twice. Well, I'll see you later, Ozzy.
Oh, so long, Clancy. See you at the party. Oh, Eddie, look, when that Russian prince gets here, be sure to let me know, huh?
Well, how would I recognize him?
Well, it's easy to tell a prince, Eddie. They all got that aristocratic look, you know. Tall, charming, dashing, handsome.
How do you do?
Are you the Russian prince?
What do you expect of my books, Rasputin?
Anyhow, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. What do you think of the joint?
It reminds me of the Russian secret police.
The Russian secret police?
OGPU. I haven't seen anything like it since I left Minsk.
Oh, you lived in Minsk?
Also in Minsk.
How did you like it?
Minsk. What do you like? Beautiful. Hey, this is delicious.
You mean you like it?
Most of course. My compliments to the sheriff.
Hey, you hear that, Eddie?
Yes. Too bad the sheriff ain't coming. He could hear it, too.
Here, Prince, make yourself at home. Pull up a stuffed Cossack and, What's he doing? Tell me, when did you leave Russia?
I left during the revolution.
Oh. How?
Very quickly.
Well, why did they kick you out, Prince?
Too many princes and not enough blintzes.
Oh, is that?
At that time, you see,
yes.
I was living in the palace of my uncle, the Grand Duke Ivanovich, Alexandrovich, Petrovich,
What happened to him?
They catched him. Then an unfortunate incident occurred. They sent me to Siberia.
Oh, must have been pretty cold, wasn't it?
Oh, it's so cold in Siberia. The only thing that circulates is the propaganda.
Well, it must have been fun in Russia in the old days before the revolution, huh? Riding around in the snow on them camouflage, little bells tinkling, and making love to them pretty little drasties. That Russian music.
You like Russian music?
I love it. Rachmaninoff, Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, Paderewski.
Just a second. Paderewski was Polish.
In them days, so was Poland. Yeah, Prince, I think this party tonight will remind you of the old days.
I hope the party won't be too wild. I remember back in Russia, we had a party one night where we went swimming with all our clothes on in the
vulgar?
Disgusting. By the way, this girl I'm escorting tonight, describe her to me, please. Hair?
Yes.
What color?
The dame will make it any color you want.
I see. And the face?
What about it?
Smooth shaven.
Just like a pitch. You'll love her, Prince. By the way, on a job like yours, when you meet dames like this for the first time, what's your technique?
First I cruise to her similar Rudy Wally. Old Russian lullabies like June is bursting up all over. Or perhaps the Shostakovich song.
Shostakovich song.
Shostakovich small by a waterfall. Then I breathe moderately hot breath on her neck, like this. It didn't work. By this time, ecstasy has set in. My blue blood has reached the boiling point. I'm on fire. She's on fire. The room is filled with smoke. Then I put my arms around her, and suddenly the clock is striking 12 o'clock, midnight.
Then what?
That's beautiful. From now on, pay me time and a half.
But, Prince, making love for money, don't that make you feel kind of ashamed of yourself?
Only when I like to see. By the by, where's the young lady I'm expecting to extort? Listen, I can do this.
We'll have it in Russian dialogue the next time.
Wait, what's more?
Okay, I'll call you extort. Oh, Miss Duffy.
Yes?
Well, here she is, Prince.
This is a woman.
Yep. This is Miss Duffy. She's coming out tonight.
That wise?
Wait, Prince. Miss Duffy, I would like for you to meet a real Russian prince. This is Prince,
Allow me. The name is Prince Petrovich Alexandrovich. Just call me yesterday.
I'm sure.
The prince here, Miss Duffy, is going to escort you to the party tonight.
A prince? Oh, Archie, I can't believe it. It couldn't happen to me. I must be dreaming. I think I'll pinch myself.
Allow me.
Prince, come here. I'm all yours.
Just a minute. Miss Duffy, this place is too big for us, so I think I'll go.
But, Prince, you made a bargain.
But do I have to go down to the basement?
But what about the $5?
Forget about it.
Well, what will the escort bureau say?
Let him fire me.
But, Prince, Miss Duffy's father is a rich man.
How do you do? Let me look on you, my dear. Uh-huh. Your hair, your eyes, your ears, your lips.
What about them?
You have them all. Tonight I will make love to you. Tonight I will make love to you. Tonight I will make love to you.
Prince, your needle's stuck.
I'm trying to talk myself into it. Miss Duffy, you are beautiful. You are gorgeous. You are charming. Quick, some vodka. Miss Duffy, you are the most beautiful girl in the world. Be gone, my princess. And I shall join you at the castle register right there.
There it was, sweet prince.
I shall be dying every minute you are away from me.
And when I return...
I shall drop dead. Farewell! Farewell! Enough!
Farewell, my prince.
Well, Prince, now that you met Miss Duffy, is there any last request?
Yes. Yes. A cigarette, please. No blindfold. Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Clancy.
Hey, I forgot to tell you. Oh, hello, Archie. Good evening, Officer Clancy.
You still know each other?
They academy every night down at the Russian Kretschmer.
The Russian Crutchman?
Of course. Best doorman they ever had.
A doorman. And I told Duffy he was a prince.
Have no fear, my friend. From now on, I will be a prince. I will play the part to perfection.
Well, you better. You'll be one Russian who won't walk out.
Friends, you'll be delighted at what can happen to your smile when you use Ipana. For Ipana toothpaste can help your teeth to a brightness, your smile to a loveliness you never thought possible. And so easily, too. Listen, here's all you do.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana. Then with the fingertips, briefly and gently massage the gums along the line where they meet the teeth.
This line is the lifeline of your smile. For you need firm, healthy gums as well as bright, sparkling teeth to keep your smile lovely. So between regular visits to your dentist, guard your smile this special Ipana way. For remember, it's Ipana. Ipana toothpaste for your smile of beauty.
Big party, huh, Eddie? Everybody happy?
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. O'Shaw is talking to each other for the first time in 2 years.
That's nice.
Yeah, I just heard them with their 20th beer, and they don't recognize each other.
Well, that's well, Eddie. Hey, how about livening up the party with a Russian song, Eddie, in honor of our guest?
No, now, Mr. Hart.
Go ahead. The guest is all stiff. They won't mind. Hey, Clancy. Clancy, Eddie's going to sing a song. Rap on Moriarty's Skull for order while I make an announcement, huh?
Okay. And the rest of you stay quiet, too.
Okay, folks, we will now be rendered with a song by that great little singing waiter and vocalist, Eddie Green. Let's give him a little hand.
I use them vulgar boatmen is lifting them barges. Open them bells. Ah, them vulgar boatmen. Listen to them rocking that vulgar boat. Talking about that vulgar boatman. Got no hat, he ain't got no coat. He's higher and higher, higher and lower. Ah, them boatmen rocking on Leonard's ass. That's all.
Bravo, Brooklyn, bravo.
Austin, how about you singing my song now?
Okay, Miss Duffy. Folks, we will now hear... excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy, where are you? Huh? Mrs. Duffy was hit by a truck? Oh, that's terrible. Anything broken? The radiator and two fenders, huh? Wait a minute. What happened to Mrs. Duffy? Just bent the bumper, huh? Well, look, put her in the garage and hurry up over. The party's going on. Okay. As I was saying, folks, we will now hear a song by our guest of honor, Miss Duffy, accompanied by Clifton Finnegan and Prince Hitch.
But Austin, I'm supposed to sing the song all alone.
If you do, you will be. Well, folks, here they are. A lag, and a lack.
Otisanya.
national anthem of Russian Cafe Society. Permit me. With your money, California, here I come. Me or killing, this is silly. I read the dowry. How's your dowry? Well, Prince, how did you like Miss Duffy's voice? Beautiful. We horses lost the silver. Then you mean you'll propose to her? Why not? She's not so old. Maybe her voice will change. You mean you'll really marry her? It's either this or I go back to Siberia. Miss Duffy, my little Veronica, you are beautiful. All my life I dreamed of you. Some more vodka, please. You are my inspiration. Just being with you makes my blood tingle.
So you mean you like me?
Frankly, no. But you have touched the purse strings of my heart. Miss Duffy, I wish you to do me the honor of becoming... Wait! What is that thing? What? That horrible monster going through that door. Horrible monster? Prince, that's Duffy. Hello, Duffy. That's my father-in-law. To be? Yes. Wait a minute, Prince. Where are you going? Back to Siberia.
Mr. Wallington, do me a favor.
Why, of course.
Introduce me to that fellow over there, the smooth one who looks so good-natured.
Smooth shaven, smiling. That's Bob. He uses Ingram shaving cream for close, clean shaves that are cooling to his face and his temper. That rich Ingram lather helps condition his face for the razor. Yes, then, comfort means coolness. Coolness means Ingram. I-N-G-R-A-M. Ingram, the cooler shaving cream.
Keep smooth, yet keep smiling.
Use cool, comfortable Ingram. Time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. And let's be here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guests will be Harry Bonzell and Mr. Sidney N. Stokes, NBC Vice President. Until next Wednesday, then, this is Jimmy Wallington reminding you that Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste. Try Ipana for your style of beauty. Bristol Myers bring you the Alan Young Show on Friday night. And Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National...
You have to dig deep to find the source of Intrepid's solid feel. Reinforced door openings, strategically placed steel beams, and an isolated suspension cradle all contribute to Intrepid's supple ride. Take away that sturdy foundation and you have, well, nothing. Dodge Intrepid. We're changing everything. Again. Intrepid is one of Car and Driver's 10 best. Again.
Get ready for another exciting tale of escape coming up next.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. Escape, the designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. You are making your way, fearful and alone, through the dark Caribbean night. While ahead of you, arms held out to you, stands the most beautiful girl you've ever seen, and the most evil. Listen now as Escape brings you Herb Purdam's terrifying story, The Running Man.
It was hot in Taylor that night when it began. The little Honduran banana fort simmered and stewed in a sticky heat that made your bones soft and your skin wet. Even Chatto's casino wasn't much relief. The usual handful of chapines and Caribs crowded around Chatto's warped and tired roulette table, while above, the big ceiling fan slowly churned up the warm, smoky air.
All right, little boy. Stop anchoring that number 4. Numero 4, senores. Rojo. You win again, Captain Markham. Well,
You've got it, Markham, all of it.
my lucky night, man. Yours will come.
Not me. I don't have lucky nights. That's Tomas.
Es verdad, Senor Owen. Lo siento mucho.
Yeah. I'm sorry, too.
I was hoping you would not be coming to see me tonight, Owen.
It's a monotonous world, Shadow. Every night you sit there on your stool playing that mandolin and watching me lose money. Every night I lose it and come to you to borrow it back. It's a pretty dull circle.
For you? Que lástima.
I don't want pity, just money. 500 lempiras.
Ah, yes.
Well, come on, let's have it.
You're in a hurry, Owen. Always in a hurry.
I like to get places fast.
I know, but I think maybe you're running so fast you miss what you are passing.
Thanks for the philosophy, but I need the money more. What's the matter? My credit no good?
You owe me 4,000 already, Owen.
So? My plantation's worth 10 times that.
Plantations, I don't want. Just money.
Okay, forget it. I'll just have to sell some more bananas. Good night, Shadow.
Buenas noches, amigo.
Good evening, Owen. Hello, Mr. Loomis. Mind if I sit down? Hey, you lose again tonight, Owen? Shadow ought to oil this swing. We've been asking him to do that for 15 years. Yeah. Always the same answer. Mañana. Tomorrow he'll do it. He's a Carib. He's happy. And the swing still squeaks. Mm-hmm. Hey, look, Owen. The socks are nearly half finished. They'll be ready by Christmas. Christmas? That's slow work. You spend months knitting me a pair of socks you could buy for $5. I like to knit. Gives me time to meditate. Is that the same reason you stay in this hole? You've been a big man for the American Fruit Company 20 years. You must have enough to get out of Honduras. Yes, Owen, I have enough money to retire. More than enough, I guess. But it's not just a job. Taylor's my home, as it will become yours. Oh, no. Somehow I'm going to make enough money to pull out of here. You'll change your mind. You're young and you're patient with life. At least I get things done. It's true. In 3 years, you've built up a fine plantation. You work hard, Owen. But you also throw a great deal away on Chatto's wheel trying to get rich in a hurry. Well, if you don't mind, sir, no lectures tonight. When can I start shipping? Well, what's your deadline? I've got an order for 3,000 stems of Baltimore cut due there in 60 days. Company boat will be here in 3 weeks. I'll make space for your load. Thanks. Owen. You went broke inside? Yeah. Borrow? Yeah. You need some money to pay your field hands. Tell him to see my paymaster. He'll advance it. Mr. Loomis, I don't know what to say. It just seems You're always helping me. Well, it's my pleasure, Owen. Perhaps someday you'll take over my place with the company. That would make an old man very happy. It would make a young man happy, too. Good night, sir. One thing more. Yes? A word of advice, Owen, about Selena. Stay away from her. Why? Because of all the talk about her? She's a bad one, Owen. A devil. Even her own people are afraid of her. But I'm not a carib. And speaking of the devil, I've got a date with her down at the beach. Look, sir. You don't believe in voodoo, do you? Not exactly, but I respect it. But I don't, sir. And Selena's the prettiest girl around here. Yeah, she's beautiful, yes. But sooner or later you'll find out we really are speaking of the devil. When I got to the beach, it seemed empty except for a few sleeping gulls. Then I saw her coming towards me in the brilliant moonlight. Selena walked like a cat on parade, her body swaying in unconscious rhythm, her long black hair flowing loose and glistening over her bare shoulders. Swimming or talking or just lying quietly beside me on the warm white sand, Selena was a wonderful antidote for loneliness.
Boy, you are happy with me, yes?
Sure, Selena. Sure I am.
Then why you look at me so funny tonight?
I didn't realize I had.
That Senor Loomis, he tell you bad things about me, no?
Forget it.
You know I am not wicked, like they say.
Sure, I know. But others don't. I'm tired of defending you. You've just got to stop playing around with voodoo, Selena, that's all.
I understand. I will let nothing come between us, Owen. Nothing.
Selena.
Owen. Now you'll not pay attention to what stupid people say about me. Will you?
No, Selena. Of course not. Hello, the house. Anybody home? Here on the porch. Glad you came. I got a surprise for you. Surprise? How'd the loading go? Same as always. Ship's pulling out now. What's the surprise? My socks finished ahead of time? Oh, no. This is far more important than my knitting. Come inside. Well, you're certainly being mysterious about it. What is it? Oh.
You must be Owen. I'm Betty Stannard.
Betty's the daughter of a friend of mine, Owen. Yeah, and as a tourista, she'll need showing around the island.
Oh, but
Betty hardly needs some showing around, Owen. Well, of course she does, and I'm the one to do it. But you don't understand. She is... All right. We'll let her decide. How about it, Miss Stannard?
Well, you're rather impetuous, aren't you?
You should see him when he's gambling. Well, Miss Stannard, what's the verdict? Can I be your guide?
Well, since you insist that I need one, I'll be delighted.
Well, you've now traveled on Taylor's one railroad. 56 miles of it belongs to the American Fruit Company, but those last 4 miles are all ours.
Oh, and so impressive. Even from the maintenance car.
There's our house.
Your house? I'm only a turista, remember?
But if you stay, you'll be a chapine.
I think I'd rather be a turista.
What? Give up a chance at this wonderful life of tropical skies and red bananas?
And chiggers and scorpions and zopos and mosquitoes and sopalotes and paludismo.
Oh, wait. Stop.
Something wrong?
Plenty's wrong. I've spent 3 days showing you the sights of Taylor and the banana plantations, but I never said anything about black buzzards or malaria. Where'd you learn all that?
Here. I was raised in Taylor.
No.
Oh, good money carrying bananas for my boyfriend.
Boyfriend?
He was 12. I was 10. He cut the stems, and I'd carry them on my head.
Never mind. I know the procedure.
Well, Are you going to show me your house and the rest of your plantation?
So you can make more fun of me?
You were the one who insisted I needed a guide.
You and Lomas must have had quite a laugh.
Well, I admit it started out as a joke. But...
Yes?
Well, I've spent every day with you since I came here. That's a lot of time to waste on a joke.
Perhaps you mean it's a lot of time to waste on me.
It wasn't wasted, Owen.
Betty, I owe you an apology.
Owen...
With me, it started as a kind of a game, too, but now it's changed. In 3 days, it's changed.
Changed for me, too.
Then you...
Yes, Owen.
Oh, Betty. Betty.
No, wait. Before you say anything, Owen, there's one thing we must settle. You're gambling.
Oh? What about it?
You must quit, Owen, completely.
You're serious?
I've never been more so. Will you do it for me?
Well, with my bad luck, I guess it won't be too hard to quit.
Promise me, Owen.
All right, you have my word on it.
Good. And now go on about the tropical skies and red bananas.
Lumpopus and all?
Lumpopus and all. What was that?
I don't know. It came from those trees there, near my house.
Sounded vicious somehow.
Probably just a wild cat. I think I'd better take you home, Betty.
Owen, that wasn't a wildcat.
Let's not talk about it. There's nothing to worry about, Betty. Nothing. It was dark when I got back to my house and found the Carib servants gone. The reason was in the living room. In the flickering light of 7 small candles lay what was left of 3 white chickens, ripped apart in a fury of feathers and bones. But it was the blood that made the scene one of utter horror. Dark, glistening blood. And crouching in the candlelight was Selena. When she lifted her head, I saw her eyes. They were dark fires of hate now. And she was no longer beautiful, but something incredibly evil. Selena, why are you here? Why did you do this?
Porque gods and devils love and hate, but no one knows why. Why?
Get out, Selena. Get out and take this voodoo junk with you.
I will go. See. But you will come to me, Owen. You will come.
Never.
You will come, for you are cursed tonight. I have put the curse of fortune on you, Owen.
The what?
From now on, you will never be able to lose. My wedding gift, sweetheart.
We will return to Escape and tonight's story, The Running Man, in just a moment. Univac, the magic electronic computer that adds up figures faster than people can think, will be on the job election night along with CBS Radio's top newsmen. Don't miss the special election returns broadcast at 6:15 p.m. New York time. And make CBS Radio your election headquarters on election night starting at 8 p.m. New York time. And now, back to Escape.
You will never be able to lose a bet.
Believe it? No, of course I didn't believe it. A voodoo curse by a hysterical Carib girl? Who would? But I found myself thinking about it, wondering what it would be like never to lose a bet. And I kept thinking about it, about all the wealth it could bring, the freedom, the chance to get out of Taylor. And finally, I decided to test it. At least then I could forget the whole ridiculous business. Oh, my. This last batch of yarn is certainly inferior. This time today it's broken. Mr. Loomis, do you have a deck of cards here? Yes, I think I do. Where are they? Well, let's see. Oh, yes, in that drawer there. I don't see... Oh, yes, here they are. Oh, good. You going to play some rummy with Betty? I always like that game. Would you cut cards with me, sir? What's that? Oh, now, Owen, you know that I don't gamble. For a penny. That's all, just a penny. Go ahead. Oh, very well. There. Queen of clubs. Now, my turn. King. I win. Try again. 9. Jack. Again. Keep cutting. 6 of hearts. 8 of hearts. Again. Oh, and isn't this a little bit silly? No, please. All right. King. Yeah, try and beat that. Ace. Well, you are in luck today. I can't lose. Do you understand? I can't lose. The curse is working.
Curse? Oh, darling, that sounds like voodoo.
Voodoo? Maybe. I just don't know, but I just won 4 times in a row.
Owen, what are you talking about? Is something the matter?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out right now.
Owen!
Shadow, I've got to play the wheel.
Too early, amigo. Later.
Now, Shadow, now.
So much impatience, my friend. The croupier is not here. No one is here but me.
Well, then you run the wheel.
Me? But I'm the owner. It's not proper that I roll my
Proper? Who cares if it's proper?
I do. Much later and you can
You
play.
don't hear well. I want to play that wheel now, Primitivo.
Primitivo? You're giving me much insult, senor. An apology would save me the trouble of having to kill you.
I'm sorry, Shadow. That was a stupid thing for me to do. Here. I hope I didn't break it.
Well, it is all right.
I lost my head.
You lost a friend.
I said I was sorry.
See.
I'll come back later.
My casino is open to the public, senor.
Look, Shadow, I didn't mean that crack about Primitivo.
Adios, senor.
But I... Adios.
Owen?
Betty.
I followed you here, Owen.
What?
Aren't you forgetting something?
I don't understand, Betty.
A promise you made to me.
Oh, of course, but this won't be gambling, Betty.
No, then what will it be?
You don't understand. I've got a curse on me. I've got to find out if it works.
And if it does?
Then I'll be rich. I can't lose.
You can lose me, Owen. And if you break your promise about gambling, you will.
Betty, wait. Betty, please try and understand what... Oh, for the Lord.
Owen, you're a fool.
Captain Markham.
You're taking a big risk with that girl. She means what she says.
She'll get over it. She's just worried that I'll gamble away the plantation or something. She doesn't understand about
the voodoo curse of Selena?
How did you know about that?
If I told you all I know about Selena, it would turn your stomach inside out. She's pure evil, lad. I learned that 10 years ago. The curse will destroy you.
The curse of winning? That's a nice way to be destroyed.
There's no nice way to lose your soul.
Just what is it you know about Selena?
Nothing you'd believe now. But I know she wants you, and she may get you. And if that happens, may God have mercy on you, because she won't.
Well, I was warned. But it didn't matter then. All I could think about was the way I'd won cutting cards with Mr. Loomis. The curse seemed to be working. Maybe I was a man who couldn't lose. And that night in Chattel's Casino, I found out.
Numero 7, señores. Ojo. You win again, Senor Owen.
10 times. 20 times. I won. In half an hour, I had won nearly 4,000 lempiras.
Numero 16. You cannot lose tonight, Senor Owen.
Oh, not just tonight, Tomas. I can't lose, period. And to prove it, I'm going to break the bank right now. The whole works on number 1.
You're pressing your fortune, senor.
At 35 to 1, I'm pressing your fortune, Shadow. When that ball drops, I'll own this place. I've got Selena's curse on me, Shadow. I can't lose. Alto. Hey, what's the idea of stopping the wheel?
The game is close, senor.
But, well, you can't do that.
I've done it, senor.
Afraid it's Selena's curse?
You call me primitivo. That gives me the right to have a savage superstition.
Shadow, please. Please, give me a chance. This is the only place in Taylor to gamble. And I have...
Senor, you are unwelcome here. My game is close to you permanently. Leave the chips on the table and your bet to me is cancelled.
But... All right. All right, I'll get out of here. I'll get out of Taylor. There are plenty of places in the world where I can play, and not for lempiras either. So, Owen is gambling at the casino.
And winning. Selena has him bewitched right enough.
Isn't there a way we can stop this?
Well, lass, it depends on Owen. If he has the will to stop gambling, yes. But if he doesn't...
Owen.
Mr. Loomis, will you buy my plantation? Oh, and you don't mean that. You can have it at a bargain. It's worth $20,000. I'll sell it to you for $10,000.
No. Owen, you worked for 3 years.
Betty, I can run that $10,000 into millions. Don't you understand? But not here. I've got to go where the money is. Monte Carlo, Deauville.
No, I will not let you do this.
You won't? Well, you're taking a lot on yourself, Mr. Loomis.
Haven't I always, Owen? You're like my own son. You know that. I can't let you throw away your life on this crazy...
I'm tired of having everyone tell me what to do. All I want to know is what you'll give me for my plantation. Name your price.
Nothing.
Nothing? Betty, talk to him. This is our chance to be rich. I can make enough for all of us, but I need a stake.
You have enough money now, Owen. If you don't throw it away...
Throw it away? I'm going to turn it into a fortune. You call that throwing it away?
You don't get anything for nothing, Owen.
But I tell you, I can't lose. The curse works. I've tried it.
Even if it works and you can't lose, it's still a curse, lad. There's no happiness in it.
Shut up. I won't listen to any more of this sanctimonious drivel. Mr. Loomis, give me $5,000.
No, not 5 cents, Owen.
But you've got to. There's no one else.
All right, now, listen to me. I'll give you $20,000 for your plantation.
Well, that's more like it.
On the condition that you stay here in Taylor for 6 months to think it over.
6 months?
Yes. And if you still want to leave,
you're out of your mind. I'm leaving on the next boat, and you can't stop me.
I can. I'm a big man in Taylor, remember? Before you get your clearances from all the ministries and the national police, I can have you wrapped up in so much red tape you'll never get away.
It won't work.
It will work. And for your sake, I'm going to make arrangements tonight. Now.
No, you can't do this to me.
I'm doing it for you, Owen. That's the difference.
No, I won't let you do it.
Now, let me pass.
I said no, get back.
Mr. Loomis.
I'm sorry.
No.
Lass, what is it? Oh.
What's the matter? Is he hurt?
He's dead.
Just a little push, that's all. But when Markham lifted the old man, I could see he'd fallen on the needles with which he was knitting. The needles were buried in his back, and now blood was dripping from them onto the socks he'd been knitting for me.
You killed him. He was trying to help you, and you killed him.
No, it was an accident. I didn't mean...
Didn't you?
I only pushed him.
I think I'd better get the police.
Markham, wait. Betty, you know I didn't mean to hurt him. You know that, Betty.
Don't touch me.
But Please. Listen, I love you.
Get away from me. I don't want your love. Just leave me alone.
Won't you even let me explain?
Explain to the police, Alan.
Police? No. Markham, I've got to stop him. Markham, stop! Markham, please help me. They'll hang me.
They sure will.
But you know it was an accident. You can help me get away. Your boat.
My boat to get away? I'd scuttle her first.
Markham, I'll give you anything. Money.
Get it through your head, Owen. You killed one of the finest men that ever drew a breath.
But it wasn't my fault. It was a curse. Please, Markham. We're friends.
You don't have any friends. Not now. Except maybe Selena.
Selena? Yes, Selena. She could hide me in the jungle.
Aye, for the rest of your life. All right, Owen, go to her. She'll take you. I'll let you go. It'll be a worse punishment than hanging.
I was lost. One moment I was a man with friends, a sweetheart, a future, a man who couldn't lose. But now I was alone in a world of hate, with nothing to hope for, not even my life, unless... Yes. I turned and I saw her. Selena. She was standing at the edge of the jungle, smiling, evil. She was waiting for me.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Running Man by Herb Purdom, starring Vic Perrin. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett and Gene Bates, with Ralph Moody, Don Diamond, Barney Phillips, and Byron Kane. Editorial supervision is by John Meston, and the special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Lee Stevens. Next week.
You are standing at the entrance of a walled Arab town, while behind you, coming slowly through the night, are the shuffling footsteps of a blind beggar who will lead you into a harrowing world of darkness and terror.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Kathleen Height's strange tale of adventure in North Africa, The Return. Hear Herbert Marshall as Frankenstein on CBS Radio Suspense and Viva Zapata on Lux Radio Theater. Remember, Suspense and Lux Radio Theater tomorrow evening on most of these same CBS radio stations. Stay tuned now for Robert Trout with the news, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Peggy Green. Your vote counts. Hear the election results from the CBS Radio Network.
Today, we're going to discuss...
Let's be honest, tooth care has never been this exciting. Until now. Introducing new Trident Advantage with baking soda. Clinically proven to help whiten teeth and reduce unsightly plaque.
And next week, villain!
New Trident Advantage. As exciting as oral hygiene gets.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with There's a Great Day Coming Mañana. As a boy, I used to have a lot of fun with electric trains. Even now, whenever I see one spread out on a playroom floor, I can hardly resist the temptation to join the party. I guess that's one of the reasons why I always get a thrill when I see a modern, glittering streamliner whiz by. How would you like the job of washing one of those streamlined beauties, keeping it clean and sparkling? Some job, I should think. And yet, even there, wax can lend a hand, protect those shining surfaces against wear, and make cleaning a much easier job. Yes, sir, at the Johnson's Wax Laboratories, they have actually developed a special wax dressing which can be sprayed or brushed on the outside of these trains. A wax polish, if you please, that makes the job of washing a streamliner relatively easy. It's already being used successfully on the Milwaukee Road's famous Hiawatha. An interesting example of how far the makers of Johnson's Wax have gone in making their wax polishes useful to industry as well as to your home and mine. For your own protection, the next time you're shopping, be sure to get the genuine Johnson's Wax polish. Suppose you had gone to Hollywood and been co-starred in a moving picture, and then the picture was going to have its world premiere next week in your neighborhood theater in your hometown. Just imagine how you'd feel if the picture was Look Who's Laughing. The theater was the Bijou, the town was Wistful Vista, and you were Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Isn't it thrilling, Magee?
Yeah.
Imagine us in the movies and having the premiere right here in Wistful Vista.
Well, this town's been good to us, and they deserve it. I'll always remember Wistful Vista. Even when I get to be a big screen lover like Henry Fonda and Gary Cooper and Billy Burke.
No, Billy Burke is a woman.
He is? I mean, is she? Oh. Well, you know what I mean. I mean, when I get started playing romantic scenes with some of them glamour gals like Jean Hersholt and...
No. Jean Hersholt is a man.
Is she? Oh.
Maybe you better do westerns. Nobody will care whether your horse is a boy or a girl.
No, I'm more the romantic type. I'm the kind
Oh, now, take it easy, Magee. Huh? Take it easy. Remember, there's only one man who'll ever command respect by blowing his own horn.
Who?
Gabriel. Incidentally, did you call the Bijou Theater and reserve a block of seats?
Oh, say, I better do that. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Bijou Theater. Hey, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear. More dirt from Mert.
How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's say, Mert? Your sister. Broke her nose, eh?
Oh.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mert.
Oh, heavenly days, Magee. What's wonderful about that?
Her sister made a lot of dough on the stock market, but just how much? Only her broke her nose. What's say, Mert? Oh, okay, I'll call him later. Goodbye, Myrtle. The line's busy, Molly.
Well, we better get busy, too.
Huh?
If we're going to invite Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy to stay with us next week, we've got to straighten up this house. And anyway... Who's that?
I'll peek out and see. Uh-oh. It's Mrs. Uppington. And you ought to see her. She's got on one of them off-the-face hats.
Well, on her it should look good. She's got one of those off-the-hat faces. Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy. Well, you look in the pink of condition. Though I didn't know conditions were that bad.
Mr. McGee, you mischievous boy.
Yeah, I'm a rip.
Yes. I'm afraid you're always pulling my arm, as the saying goes.
It's a leg, as the saying really goes, Abigail.
Yeah.
I know, my dear, but I have always maintained that humor was not necessarily dependent on vulgarity.
No, but it sometimes helps. Hey, what you got there, Uppy? Been doing some Christmas shopping?
Christmas shopping? Oh, my, I almost forgot. Here, this is for you.
For us? Oh, Abigail, you shouldn't have done it.
How do you know she shouldn't have, Molly? What is it, Uppy?
You may unwrap it if you wish, Mr. McGee.
Oh, okay. Well, what?
Well, heavenly day.
Oh, a drinking fountain.
A new smoking stand.
Oh.
And streamlined. Why, it's beautiful, Abigail, but why?
Well, my dear, with all those important people coming for the premiere next week, I thought that... Oh, well, I did want your house to look nice. And the one bad note in this room, to me, has always been that ash receiver of Mr. McGee's. So I took the liberty
Oh, how thoughtful of you, Mrs. Uppington. I'm simply delighted.
Yeah.
And that old smoking stand of McGee's was beginning to smell horribly of cigars.
Well, it's getting hard to find cigars made of gardenias. Defense program, you know. But thanks, Uppy. Gee, it's really beautiful.
Well, the only thing is, it makes your Davenport look very shabby and tired.
Say, it does at that, McGee.
Huh?
Look at that velour. The nap looks like it just heard the alarm clock.
Well, you could get a new Davenport, you know.
Oh, we might at that, McGee. What do you say?
Well, I don't know, Molly.
Come to think of it, there's a clearance sale at the Bonton, isn't there, Abigail?
Oh, indeed there is, my dear. In fact, I just bought this hat there. Isn't it simply ducky?
It's ducky, all right. It's as foul a hat as I ever...
It's quite all right, Mrs. McGee. After all, one never expects a man to understand a woman's taste in hats.
Say, isn't it the truth, Abigail? And why should he talk? Did you ever see him in that little green Tyrolean hat of his with the yellow feather in the band?
Indeed, I have, my dear. He looks quite dashing.
Oh, dashing, eh?
Yes. Dashing home from a dogfight. Touche, Mr. McGee. Touche.
What do you mean, touche? I never wore a touche in my life. I've got as much hair now as I ever had, and what's more...
No, dearie. Not toupee. Touche.
Oh.
That's a French expression meaning, I got you that time, didn't I?
And you are quite right, my dear. Men should never criticize women's clothes.
I should say not. Look at all the silly pockets a man has in his clothes.
Huh?
At least 4 in his trousers, 4 in his vest, and 5 in his coat. 13 pockets.
Yes, and all on account of you women.
Why, what do you mean, Mr.
Well,
McGee?
look, take the 4 in the pants. In the left-hand hip pocket, a wallet to pay for them silly hats. In the right-hand hip for a card case.
Yeah.
So when you use up all our dough, we can identify ourselves and write a check. In the left front, small bills. All we ever have left. In the right hand, small change. On account of you never have 2 bits to tip the girl in the powder room.
Now, just a minute, McGee.
Now, let me get through. Next, the best. In the lower left hand, door keys on account of it takes a woman 15 minutes to find her own.
Yes, but...
In the lower right hand, watch so we can check up on how late you always are.
Oh.
Upper left hand, small flashlight to find the gloves you dropped in the movie. In the upper right hand, fountain pen to write the check when we've identified ourselves from the card case in the pants pocket.
Yes, but the coat, Mr. McGee...
I'm coming to the coat.
Oh.
First, the inside breast pocket. There's the gas bill you wanted us to mail because you forgot it until today. The outside breast pocket. Handkerchief for you to cry in at the movie where you dropped your gloves. On the lower left side, compact and lipstick where you ain't got room for 'em in on account of your purse. And the lower right side, empty, so you can tuck your hand in and get it warm on account of you lost your gloves in the movies. Ah, toupee, girls, toupee.
The King's Men sing Louisiana Hayride.
I'd like to be again a kid on the farm again, work until the sun goes down. Get out the wagon, pile in the hay, gather all the folks for miles around them. Get going, Louisiana Hayride. Get going, we all is ready. Get going, Louisiana Hayride. Get up and start to roll. Get going, Louisiana Hayride. Get going, we all is ready. Get going, Louisiana Hayride. Get up and start to roll. Oh, I like that sport, riding in the hay, loving it away. Oh, 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 the time is short. Crack your little whip and get your little ship to go. Get all aboard, take a little ride. Moon is shining bright. Pile in the hay, sing and play. We'll take a ride tonight. Giddy up, Nellie.
Henry, call the roll. Yes, sir. Maybelle, Emmeline.
We's here.
Sally, Isabel.
We's here.
Mortimer, Ferdinand.
We's here.
Jeremiah, Franklin.
We's here. Clementina, Carolina, Evelina, Dinah. We's all here in the evening by the moonlight. You can hear the darkies singing as we ride in the evening by the moonlight on the Louisiana Hayride. The night is bright, bright as day. By and by our heads will nod, silently back home we'll plod. Whoa, Nellie, whoa. How I'd love to be again, a boy to go and see again, the yellow moon to glow again, sing the gal and go again. Hey, riding in the hay.
Well, boys.
Well, how about it, Magee? Shall we go downtown and buy a new Davenport, or shan't we?
Oh, I suppose we better. Oh, we'll never get as good a one as this one has been.
Yeah, you'll never save that many cigar coupons again, either.
You said it, baby. I practically inhaled all the furniture in this room.
Well, I wish you'd have taken a few extra puffs and got a better-looking floor lamp.
What's the matter with the floor lamp?
Well, the cord's all frayed, for one thing. I've told you a dozen times to run the wire under the rug.
Doggone it, I tried to, and darn near smothered under there.
Well, never mind that. Now, get your hat and let's get going. With this clearance sale, we ought to get a nice Davenport.
Oh, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, little girl. I'm sorry I haven't got time to talk to you now. I got to go downtown.
Why?
Got to buy a new Davenport.
Why?
Well, because we're expecting some important guests next week.
Why?
Because they're holding the world premiere of our picture at the Bijou Theater next week, that's why. And stop asking why. I says stop. Oh. Sis, you're impossible.
I am not, I betcha.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I can't be impossible, I betcha.
Why?
Because impossible means it couldn't happen, and I happen.
Why?
And stop saying why.
Okay. All I can say, sis, is you've certainly got a gift for butting in here whenever we're ready to go someplace.
Gee, have I, mister? What is it?
What's what?
My gift.
I didn't say you had a gift.
You did, too. I heard you just as plain.
Well, I didn't mean it that way. I meant it.
Engine giver, engine giver, engine giver.
That's it, sis. Keep quiet. I'll give you a gift. I'll do anything. But quit yelling at me. Now, what do you want?
Tell me a story.
Gee. Sis, you mean to stand there with your first teeth making a last stand? And ask for a story when you know darn well we're in a hurry to get downtown?
Gee, mister, I guess you don't love little children.
Yes, I do, too, love little children. Don't you love big men?
Gee, sure I do, mister. Do you want me to tell you a story? Do you?
I'd much prefer that. Go ahead.
Okay. Once upon a time, there was a little Boston Bull Terrier, and some bad boys tried to tie a tin can on him, but they couldn't do it.
Well, go on with the story.
That's all. It was a very short tale.
Very likely tale. If that little twerp ever...
McGee, never mind that. We got to get down to the furniture store. It's getting late.
Oh, it is. Okay. Well, come on. Let's go.
Mrs. McGee, I assure you that this is definitely the Davenport for you.
All right, Mr. Twomley. Send it right out.
Very well. Now that you have this lovely new Davenport, don't you think the rest of your furniture might look just a teeny bit lousy?
Now, wait a minute, Twom. You can't stand there...
He's right, McGee. Absolutely right. With all our old stuff, that new Davenport will be as conspicuous as a cow in a canoe.
Indeed it will, madam. Whereas it should be as casual as a hug on a hayride.
Oh. Well, what are we going to do about it? Move everything out but the Davenport and just let the guests in 3 at a time?
No, but we've got to have new draperies and a couple of end tables, and that bookcase is pretty battered. And the floor lamp isn't much good.
What kind of a floor lamp is it?
Oh, it's one of them 3-way lights, Bud. It goes out if you bump it, touch it, or look at it. Well, maybe you're right, Molly.
Why, of course I'm right, McGee. Next week is one of the most important occasions in our lives. And with some new furniture, why, we...
Hello, Molly. Hello, Fibber.
Hello, Harlow.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Mr. Wilcox?
You look like someone that stripped the gears on your kitty car, Si.
Oh, it's nothing. Forget it. I just met Billy Mills down the piano department, and he offered me tickets to a football game, and I lost my temper, that's all.
Oh. Heavenly days, why?
Well, I just dislike football, that's all. I despise it. I hate football.
I don't understand, Mr. Wilcox. Why should you have such an aversion to the thrilling spectacle of 11 muscular gentlemen kicking the teeth out of 11 other muscular gentlemen?
Well, I'll tell you what my aversion is. How could I, a guy making his living selling genuine Johnson self-polishing glow coat, the finest no rubbing, no buffing floor polish, how could I ever enjoy a game that depends on substitutes? Always sending in substitutes. It burns me up.
Oh, but Mr. Wilcox, you could watch the practice games. Maybe a good scrub team would...
Listen to her. Scrub team. Don't say scrub to me. With Johnson's self-polishing glow coat making your kitchen linoleum so easy to keep clean and beautiful without old-fashioned scrub... Oh, I can't stand it. Let me out of here. Scrub team. Substitutes. Football. Oh!
Temperamental fellow, isn't he?
Oh, he takes his work very seriously, Mr. Twomley.
Yeah, he's almost too conscientious. That guy won't even send the home office a night letter unless it's a nice night. Well, what am I waiting for? Or what are we waiting for?
Where are the draperies, Mr. Twomley?
Oh, yes, the draperies. Right down the stairs. Over here, Mrs. McGee.
I think these draperies will do us very nicely, Mr. Twomley.
Yes, I think you've done us very nicely, too, Twombly.
Oh, thank you. And now for some of the smaller pieces, Mrs. McGee.
What do you mean, smaller pieces? Ain't we bought enough stuff?
Now, McGee, be reasonable.
Huh?
With the new Davenport and new draperies, we can't have that other tacky-looking furniture spoiling the effect.
You mean just because we get a new ashtray, we got to refurnish the whole house to go with it? Why don't I just give up smoking?
For good?
Well, why not?
You can't do it.
I can, too. I've done it a dozen times. Why, I remember that...
Oh, excuse me a moment. Some gentleman is trying to catch my attention. Was there something I could do for you, sir?
No, my dapper dispenser of domestic doodads. There's nothing you can do for me, but I'm about to do something for you. One of those charitable impulses to which I rarely become a victim.
Hey, Molly, it's Horatio K. Boomer. Hiya, Boomer.
Hello, Mr. Boomer. We haven't seen you for a long time.
Ah, there. Good day, my dear. A nasty November to you, soybean.
Where you been keeping yourself, Boomer?
Haven't been keeping myself, egg roll. I've been kept. Been detained for a few months upstate on a charge of loitering.
Oh, loitering. Why, they can't sentence you for several months just for loitering.
They can if you're loitering in the First National Bank after closing hours, my dear.
Well, what were you doing in there after hours?
Just trying to straighten out a check, stub.
But what was it you wished to see me about, sir?
Oh, yes. Thought you might like to know I saw a shoplifter upstairs.
Oh.
On the 4th floor in the West Wing. Suggest you investigate.
Heavenly days, a shoplifter. Are you sure, Mr. Boomer?
Certainly, certainly. I should know a shoplifter when I see one.
Oh, I'll say you should, Boomer. You've seen so much of the seamy side of life, you got lint in your outlook.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Boomer. I'll report the matter very shortly. We don't like shoplifters in here.
Glad to be of service, my boy. Remember, 4th floor, West Wing. Saw the fellow several times with my own eyes. Well, good day, my dear. A superficial so long to you, simp.
So long, Boomer.
Well, imagine Mr. Boomer meeting a shoplifter face to face.
Incidentally, what do they sell in the West Wing of the 4th floor, Bud?
Looking glasses and mirrors.
Oh.
Now, let's see. What other furnishings did you have in mind, Mrs. Magee? Perhaps...
Martha Tilton sings Blue Champagne.
Blue champagne, purple shadows and blue champagne, with the echoes that still remain. I keep a blue rendezvous. Bubbles rise like a fountain before my eyes, and they suddenly crystallize to form a vision of you. All the plans we started, all the songs we sang, each little dream we knew seems to overtake me like a boomerang. Blue is the sparkle, gone is the tang. Each old refrain keeps returning as I remain with my memories and blue champagne to toast the dream that was you. All the plans we started, all the songs we sang, each little dream we knew seems to overtake me like a boomerang. Blue is the sparkle, gone is the tang. Each old refrain keeps returning as I remain with my memories and blue champagne to toast the dream that was you.
Fine, boys, but please move that bookcase farther to the right there.
Careful, fellas. Don't scratch my new ashtray.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, lady.
Well, how does it look, Magee?
I gotta admit...
Everything in its place already.
Yeah, looks pretty good, Molly. Especially the ashtray. You know, if it hadn't been for Mrs. Uppington, we'd have never refurnished this room. Bless her heart. I wish she had to pay the bill, darn her hide.
Now, don't talk like that, dearie. This room is really livable now.
The only thing I don't like is this new rug, Molly.
It's a beautiful rug. A genuine Oriental.
The tag says it was made by the Weave a Million Rug Company in Hackensack, New Jersey.
Absolutely. I always say if you buy an Oriental rug, get one made by honest American labor. Come in.
Hello there, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee.
Oh, hi, Wimple, old man. Come in and curl your corpus up on our new Davenport.
Well, how are you today, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, just fine, Mrs. Magee. I saw the men moving your new furniture in, so I just sat right down on the curbstone and wrote you a poem.
Oh, how nice.
I'll reserve judgment till I hear your living room lyrics, Wimp.
I think it's one of my best pieces, Mr. Magee. I really do. The title is, The End Table Broke Its Leg and We Had to Shoot It Back to the Factory.
Well, read it in your well-modulated voice, Mr. Wimple.
All righty. It goes, Here's to the Magees in their well-furnished home. I hope they'll be happy, this princess and prince.
Prince don't rhyme, Wimple.
I know, Mr. Magee, but I don't like to call you a gnome. They have only one piece which the room could well lack. That new straight-back chair should be sent right straight back. Do you like it?
What, the chair or the poem?
I think it was very sweet of you, Mr. Wimple. Do you often sit down on curbstones and write poetry?
Oh, we poets must work wherever the mood strikes us, Mr. Magee. Some of my best work I do while I'm, well, almost anywhere in the house. Except in my wife's gymnasium. I can't work there.
See, your wife is very athletic, isn't she, Mr. Wimple?
Indeed she is, Mrs. Magee. She can put the shot 99 yards, you know.
Honest? You go in for any of that stuff, Wimple?
Only the 100-yard dash, Mr. Magee.
Well, hasn't Mrs. Wimple any feminine qualities, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Magee, of course. She's really a very feminine person. You should see men leap up to give her their seats on the streetcar.
Do they really?
Indeed they do. Or else. Well, I just dropped in to say hello, folks. So, goodbye.
Poor little Wimple. He sure has it tough, don't he?
I'll bet the worm will turn someday, Magee.
Yep. Just in time to see the hen's last peck. Oh, well, let's forget Wimple. Let's just sit here and enjoy my new ashtray and stuff.
Oh, isn't this room beautiful now?
Yeah, my new ashtray sure sets it off, don't it? Ah, good old Duffy.
Oh, and isn't this Davenport comfortable, though?
Yeah, I'll bet my hip will heal up now where that spring always dug into it.
I wouldn't be surprised. Just look how the pattern in those draperies harmonizes.
Oh, now who? Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington. Come in and see what you're responsible for.
What I'm responsible... Oh, my dear. Oh, it's lovely. All new furniture and draperies. And a rug. Oh, how lovely.
You like it, Uppy?
It's simply charming, Mr. Magee. If I had done it myself, I wouldn't change a thing. Not a single thing. Except possibly...
Except what?
That smoking stand. It's a little modernistic for the room, wouldn't you say?
The smoking stand?
But, Dad, Radit, the whole room was refurnished around that smoking stand, and I love it.
And you gave it to us.
Oh, yes, I know, but since you have redecorated, it is entirely out of key.
Oh.
Now, here, I'll show you.
No.
Let's throw it out.
No.
What? Yeah.
No. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh. There now. Isn't that better? Now the room is utterly charming. Oh, I don't know what gave you the idea to do it over, but it was a splendid idea. Good night.
Take it easy, dearie. Control yourself. Have a cigar.
I can't. There's no place to put the ashes.
Forget the ashes. Light up a cigar. And give me one, too.
The other day, I went shopping with my wife. As we wandered through the stores from one department to another, I was struck with one thing which seems to me to be quite important. Good taste is on the increase. Manufacturers of clothes, furniture, fabrics, floor coverings, all have been constantly improving the design of their merchandise. You don't have to have a lot of money now to have a beautiful, attractive home, and you don't need a lot of money to keep it beautiful either. You can do that so easily with genuine Johnson's wax, the wax polish that protects as well as beautifies your floors, furniture, woodwork, that saves you money and saves you work, that has over 100 extra labor-saving uses. There are, of course, imitations of Johnson's wax on the market. But if I were you, I'd play safe and insist on the genuine Johnson's wax, liquid, cream, or paste.
Magee, are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy really going to visit us next week?
Sure they are.
Positively?
Absolutely.
How can you be sure?
Because Charlie McCarthy promised me on bended knee.
Whose bended knee?
Bergen's.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
With Bell Atlantic Mobile, you can make important calls from just about everywhere, like the "What time's the meeting" call or the "I can't make it" call. That's because everything we do is for one reason. That moment when you make the "we're going to be a little late" call.
Beth. Mom? Are you all right? Yes. Your father's just taking one of his shortcuts.
Your call goes through. A cell phone is only as good as the network it's on. Choose Bell Atlantic Mobile.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tender Leaf Tea present The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Monty Woolley, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman, his orchestra, and Kenny Delwan. You'll be hanging up a new calendar this week, so start right from page 1. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet Margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy. Yes, Bluebonnet means real nutrition. No other spread for bread is richer in food energy, richer in vitamin A the whole year round. No wonder Bluebonnet is so good for growing youngsters, the whole family. So when you buy margarine, buy the best. Remember, Bluebonnet is the margarine that gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final program of 1947. For the last time this year, I'm about to say those immortal words, and I quote, "Here he is again, Fred Allen."
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Portland, tonight we close our books for the fiscal year. If you have any jokes left over from 1947, this will be your final chance to tell them.
According to my book, I have 3 jokes all told.
You mean all told that you haven't told? Well, what is your little sneaky one? What is your first rouser you have left over? I use the word rouser optimistically at this point.
In Poughkeepsie,
Yeah.
200 coal miners are out of work.
But there aren't any coal mines in Poughkeepsie.
That's why they're out of work.
Well, it certainly was clever of you not to have told that earlier in the year. You know, that could have spoiled the whole rest of the year, that one. What are your other 2 screamers?
As the waiter said when he served the horseradish, I hope this covers your beef.
And sure, we've got the doors bolted, you know. Nobody can get out. They're just going to sit here and take it, you know, regardless of... What, and your last one?
It's about a lady from Boston.
The lady from Boston?
She said to the pencil sharpener, "Don't you know it's rude to point?"
Well, I won't even bother waiting. Boston, I'm sorry you brought the whole thing up. Speaking of Boston, do you know in the Boston Public Library they keep one room empty?
One room empty?
It's for the books that are banned in Boston. That brings us up to date with our non-result getting lives. Now, what is in the news?
New York just had a snowstorm that was bigger than the famous blizzard of 1888.
Yes, I know. The paper said the snowfall was 25 inches.
Mama said if it snowed one more day, they'd have to make Admiral Byrd mayor of New York.
No kidding. You want to tell the Poughkeepsie joke again? That just... we could have kept on telling those same three jokes. It's not...
And the snow was so deep in Brooklyn that the mounted policemen had to stand on their horses.
Stand on their horses there to look over the drift. Well, I'll tell you, they had a big truck scooping up snow on Broadway. When they emptied the truck downtown, they had 20,000 tons of snow and 14 pickets.
All the kids in our street built a snowman.
A snowman? I passed the YW last night, and 4 old maids were outside building a snow woman. Rules, you know. And speaking of rules, I'd better start footing it for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, as the old year comes to its annual close, the newspapers always chronicle the outstanding sports and news events of the departed 12 months. And so our question tonight is, what, in your estimation, was the outstanding event or happening in 1947?
Shall we go?
As the 2 billiard balls said when they saw the cue stick coming, let's get rolling. Here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, the senator has a Christmas wreath nailed on his door. It's an old spare tire painted green with a red ribbon on it. Well, let's knock.
Who's jiggling my lamp? Oh, it's you, son.
Well, Senator Clegg.
Well, son, I've been busier than a nearsighted Mexican trying to pick up 2 pounds of jumping beans. You know, since Staffson demanded that list of grain traders, half of Washington's gone underground.
You mean the grain?
Politicians are flocking to chiropodist.
Chiropodist?
Yeah, they don't even want to be caught with a little corn in their shoes.
Well, confidentially, Senator, did you as man to man now, did you ever speculate in grain?
Son, on my honor, hope to die, hope the cattle spit in my eye. I ain't had nothing to do with grain since I sowed my wild oats.
Well, how are things around the White House, Senator?
Humming, son.
Really?
Margaret's back home, and this week somebody sent a puppy to the president. The puppy was a Democrat.
How could you tell that the little puppy was a Democrat?
He had his eyes open. Yeah, I can use that joke, son. I'm writing Harry's 1948 campaign speech.
Well, hope it goes better in the speech than it went tonight, Senator. Harry may give it something, you know. Tell me, what is the speech about?
Well, the president's going to stop people from cutting down trees.
Cutting down trees?
Yeah, he don't want the Republicans stumping the country. He don't want them stumping the country.
I had the misfortune to have heard you the first time. Tell me, what are the Republicans doing about 1948, Senator?
Well, they're calling in Ralph Edwards.
Ralph Edwards?
Yeah, he's putting on a big Republican contest.
Republican contest?
Who is Mr. Hush?
Well, confidentially, who is Mr. Hush?
Tom Dewey. So long, Tom. So long.
Say, in all the excitement, I forgot to ask the senator the question. Well, I'll ask Mr. Moody, I guess.
Howdy, Bob.
Say, Mr. Moody, you sound a little hoarse.
I know. I got a cold in the head.
You too, huh? Well, how could you catch a cold in the head?
I got a run in my stocking cap. Well, before I cut the cat's tail off, I was catching cold all the time.
You were catching cold on account of the cat's tail? How come?
Well, when the winter's freezing cold...
Yeah?
A short-tailed cat don't keep the door open so long coming into the house.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, what, in your estimation, was the outstanding event of 1947?
Why, the big wind on March 12th.
Well, how bad was the wind?
I'll tell you.
Oh, I wish you would.
My wife, Lobelia, was sitting in the yard milking.
Uh-huh.
The wind blew the cow clean out of my wife's hands.
You mean your wife?
My wife was left sitting there with her hands clenched over an empty pail. Yeah, and then the wind went downtown.
Did it do any damage down there?
Why, it blew two old ladies across the street before Boy Scouts could help them. And then the wind, it went into a sporting goods store.
Uh-huh.
It so happened that there was 40 moose calls laying on the counter.
40 moose calls, huh?
Yeah, and the wind blew them 40 moose calls all to once.
Uh-huh.
It was the biggest moose call ever heard in Hoosick Falls.
The biggest moose call, hey? Well, what happened?
Why, the Elks Clubhouse jumped off its foundation and come waddling down Main Street.
How long did the wind last?
Oh, kept blowing all night.
All night?
Yeah, about midnight, it blew all the knobs off the outside doors.
Yeah?
I run out. I was fuming.
Fuming, huh?
I was in my pajamas.
Did the wind rip off your pajamas?
No, just blew my top. So long, Buck.
This is too much for me. Let's see what can happen at this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you have your overshoes on.
I'm just coming back from the movie.
Oh, the movies, eh?
Radium City Music Hall.
Radium City? What was the picture?
Good news.
Good news, huh?
It is the life of Gabriel Heater.
Fine.
And on the stage is dancing girls, the Ricketts.
The Ricketts? Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, what to you was the biggest thing in 1947?
Without hesitating, I'm answering the new look.
The new look, eh?
But why they are calling it the new look, this to me is altogether confusing.
You mean with those long skirts?
Where is the look? There is nothing to see.
Well, have you personally attempted the new look?
When it is first coming out, I am surprising my husband Pierre.
Oh, good. What was your outfit?
With a long, ravishing camel's hair ballerina skirt.
Yes.
I am wearing a raccoon peasant blouse.
Yes.
Popping out with leg of mutton sleeves.
I see.
Over black seamless nylons.
Yes.
Is peeking out rhinestone pantalettes.
Peeking out.
With cinnamon-colored gaiters.
God.
With this, I'm wearing open-toed moccasins.
Yes.
And overall, a baggy weasel cape.
Yes.
Caught at the neck with a Tootsie Roll. The 10-cent size.
The 10-cent size.
And for a staff, I am carrying a buffalo leg.
A buffalo leg. What happened?
When I'm coming home, I'm saying, surprise, it is the new look.
Well, what did your husband say?
Pierre also is saying new look.
New look?
New look for another husband.
Well, that brings us to the little shanty on the simulated bog at the end of the alley. Let's arouse Mr. Cassidy.
Now, watch out, the horse has to my horse knocking on me. Oh, how do you do? How do you do?
Good evening. Good evening. Well, Mr. Cassidy, what do you think was the biggest thing that happened in 1947?
Oh, so many things happened in 1947, me boy. It's hard to decide.
Really? Well, what were some of the big events?
Well, now, there was that day in Rasputin Rooney's butcher shop.
Yes.
A 300-pound pig come to life on the butcher's block.
Yes.
The pig took the cleaver away from Rooney, chased him in the icebox, and hung Rooney up on a hook.
No, that wouldn't be the...
That wouldn't be it.
No.
Well, now, there was the night me Uncle Trilby Cassidy put the live wire in his pocket.
He put a live wire in his pocket? What happened?
Oh, sparks started shooting out of his derby and both of his legs lit up.
Well, that would hardly be the outstanding event of 1947.
Wait a minute. There was the day I went to work.
You,
Oh! People came from miles around. They couldn't believe their eyes. I had to take an oath it was me.
Well, Ajax,
Oh, wait a minute. I have it. Now, the outstanding event in 1947 was the Big Four meeting in London.
Well, that's more like it.
The Big Four. No wonder they couldn't agree.
Well, you think?
Oh, sitting around in them high-backed chairs, surrounded by diplomatic protocol.
But...
afraid to cross their legs for fear their stripy pants would get baggy in the knees.
Well, look.
Afraid to turn their heads for fear they'd cut their throats on them stiff wing collars. How could any four men agree?
Well, do you think you can help the Big Four?
Boy, I can have the Big Four throwing their arms around each other and seeing eye to eye in 20 minutes.
How?
Well, I take the Big Four into Kerrigan's cozy corner.
Yes?
I'd escort the Big Four into the back room.
Yes?
I'd sit the Big Four down at a table.
And?
I'd say to Kerrigan, give the Big Four a fifth. Goodbye, dear boy.
leave our rendezvous with the five DeMarco sisters. With the pompous Al Goodman atop his podium conducting, the DeMarcos sing Near You. Girls?
There's just one place for me near you. It's like heaven to be near you. 'Cause when we're apart, I just can't face my heart. Say you'll never stray more than just 2 lips away. If all of my hours could be spent near you, near you, near you, I'd be more than content. Near you, near you. And the rest of my days so very, very near. So very near to you, dear. Near you, I want to be near you. I'd be more than just content near you. Make my life worthwhile by telling me I'm going to spend the rest of my days right near you, close to you. My address will be permanently near you.
And now we pause briefly for sponsor identification.
All through this season of extra guests, you'll be enjoying more tea. Here's the way to enjoy tea more. Get Tenderleaf tea balls, first choice of the nation because they're better in every way. Yes, Tenderleaf tea balls are the best sellers everywhere. First of all, because they make superb tea. In your cup, the fragrance is more tempting, more delightful, and the flavor richer still. It's the flavor of the small, young top tea leaves, the choice leaves of the tea plant. On the growing plant, you'd see the difference between those top leaves and the old, coarse leaves lower down. In your cup, you can taste it. So get that finer flavor every time in Tenderleaf tea balls. They're made with tasteless filter paper, more convenient to handle, more gracious to serve. And they protect your tea from any unpleasant specks. There's nothing but pure enjoyment in your cup. Be sure you have plenty on hand for your New Year's callers. They're packed in boxes of 8, 16, 48, and 100. Stock up tomorrow. Ask for Tenderleaf brand tea ball.
We have just previewed a few bars of Serenade of the Bells through the courtesy of Maestro Al Goodman and 25 men who are playing New Year's Eve in the Catskills, where they will be known as the Sour Cream Serenaders. And now, ladies and say, Portland.
Yes?
Have you noticed sort of a used fragrance rampant in here?
Yes, it's me.
Well, how have you suddenly acquired this soiled pungent?
Mama gave me some perfume for Christmas.
Perfume? Oh.
It's like surrender.
Like surrender, and what is yours called?
Fight back.
Fight back. Well, it certainly is. You are exuding the aroma of a fawn's lair.
Did you get many presents this Christmas?
Oh, yes. All my friends in radio remembered me. Mary Margaret McBride sent me a wicker muffler with the names of all of her sponsors painted on it, 7 feet long. It has spats on the end of it. You can walk in it if you like. Jack Eigen sent me a big Toffanetti potato. Somebody sent me a cuckoo clock.
A cuckoo clock?
Yes, but it's broken. The cuckoo comes out backwards.
Can't you exchange it?
Well, I took it back to the store, and what a time I had.
What happened?
Well, last Friday afternoon, I put the cuckoo clock under my arm and started over to Gimbledale's department store. Well, this is Gimbledale's. I wonder where the clock department is. I'll ask at this information booth. Pardon me, miss.
I'm sorry, sir. This gentleman was first.
Oh.
Now, what is it you want?
I want you to show me how to get out of this inferno of humanity.
Monty Woolley. Monty, what are you up to? Lost in a department store?
I'm doing my Christmas shopping.
But Christmas was last Thursday.
I have to do my shopping after Christmas.
Well, why?
To avoid those nauseating incidents that occur at this season of the year due to my alleged resemblance to that mythical busybody, Santa Claus.
You are involved in nauseating incidents?
With depressing regularity. Just a few minutes ago, a vile little cherub kicked me in the fibia.
Yes.
He said, I told you I wanted a machine gun. What do you mean bringing me that umbrella?
No kidding.
Last Christmas, while I was shopping, some little brat climbed up on my back and said, what are you going to bring me for Christmas, Santa?
Yes.
I said, little boy, put your ear close to my mouth.
And when the little boy put his ear close to your mouth,
I bit him.
Monty, you bit the little boy?
Yes, and he tasted very sour. He must have had an acid condition.
But at Christmas time, Monty, everyone is supposed to be gay.
Gay? Fred, have you ever thought of Christmas from the viewpoint of a turkey?
Well, no.
At Christmas time, the turkey mortality rate is staggering.
But, Monty...
Fred, how would you like to be a turkey?
Well?
You're running around a barnyard in Maryland with your turkey wife and your little turkey children.
Yes?
Suddenly a cold hand is clamped over your wattle.
Over my wattle?
The next thing you know, your dog meat is being consumed by a total stranger in Lindy's.
But, Monty, Christmas...
Oh, Christmas, blah. The ridiculous gifts people send each other at Christmas.
Well, what did you get, Monty?
A cellophane smoking jacket with asbestos sleeves.
Yes.
A dozen handkerchiefs with the word Gesundheit embroidered in the corner.
Yes.
The complete works of Ilka Chase with ladyfinger bookmarks.
But ladyfinger bookmarks?
Well, if you get hungry while you're reading, you can eat the bookmark.
Oh, I see. Well, where did you spend Christmas, Monty?
I always spend the holidays up at my home in Saratoga.
Saratoga. Say, it must be wonderful.
Yes, Fred. I have a real old-fashioned Christmas.
A real old-fashioned Christmas.
Yes, Christmas morning, the minute I arise, I have 3 old-fashions.
Fine.
And then I sit down and turn on my radio.
You tune in a Yule program?
The annual broadcast of Dickens' Christmas Carol.
And you listen?
I spend an entire hour hissing Lionel Barrymore.
Monty, how can you be so bitter?
Well, it's my nature, Fred. As a boy, I took great delight in letting the air out of little girls' bicycle tires.
Oh, Monty, you're kidding. I saw you in your new picture, The Bishop's Wife. Why, the whole plot is about Christmas. You and Cary Grant are wonderful.
Well, that's why I came on from Hollywood, Fred. I made a personal appearance at the opening of The Bishop's Wife.
Oh, did Cary Grant come on, too?
No, but I think the audience was expecting it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when I walked out on the stage...
Yes?
Everyone shrieked, look, it isn't Grant, it's Lee.
Nice to have seen you. I've got to scoot along, Monty. I have to exchange this cuckoo clock.
Cuckoo clock? What's wrong with it?
Well, it keeps time all right, but when the clock strikes, the cuckoo flies out backwards.
Backwards?
Look, I'll show you. You see?
You say that clock came from this store, Gimbledale?
Yes.
I'll get this clock exchanged for you. I have a credit card here.
Good.
You won't have to stand in line. You'll be out in 10 minutes.
Well, don't bother, Monty.
No bother, Fred. I'm well known in this store.
Yes.
The exchange department's on the 3rd floor. Follow me.
Let's go, Monty.
Here we are, Fred. 3rd floor.
Here comes the floor walker.
Floor walker.
Yes, can I help you, gentlemen?
My name is Monty Woolley. I have a credit card here at Gimbledale.
Oh, yes, Mr. Woolley. What is your problem?
My friend here has a cuckoo clock.
Yes, it's broken. I'll show you.
There, you see?
Well, what's wrong with that? The cuckoo came out, didn't it?
Well, yes, but it came out backwards.
With all those feathers, how can you tell the front end of the cuckoo from the back end?
The front end of the cuckoo has a bill on it. Haven't you ever seen the front end of a duck?
But you're not returning a duck.
One more word from you, and I'll take that gardenia out of your buttonhole and thrash you to death with it.
Now, wait a minute. Monty, please, why argue? Monty, I just want to exchange the clock.
Oh, an exchange.
Yes.
You'll just step into that line.
Line? I have a credit card.
Oh, a credit card. Well, go to the complaint department next aisle over.
Now, come on, Fred. I'll have to get you out of here in 10 minutes.
Well, here's the complaint department right here.
Oh, yes, yes. Miss,
Yeah?
my friend here has a complaint.
A complaint. All I hear all day long is complaints. Just once I'd like to have somebody look through my lattice and say, Lauren, I ain't got no complaints. Everything's okay.
Miss, I am not interested in your sordid and ungrammatical soliloquies.
You father's nibleg.
Your grandmother wears sport shoes.
And your uncle's got no nostrils.
Your mother's left leg is a pogo stick.
Now, Monty, please.
I'm sorry, friend. I lost my head.
Miss, I have a defective cuckoo clock here.
Yes, my friend wants to change it.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Show her, Fred.
All right, now look, miss.
So what's wrong with that?
Well, the cuckoo comes out backwards.
Maybe he's bashful.
Oh, this is ridiculous. For your information, miss, my name is Monty Woolley. I have a credit card.
A credit card, why didn't you say so? Take the clock to the credit window down this aisle.
Now, look, Monty, I'll bring the clock back some other time.
Nonsense, Fred. I'll have you out of here in 10 minutes.
But, Monty...
Here's the credit window right here. Pardon me.
Right you are, gentlemen, at your service.
My name is Monty Woolley.
I know. I've seen you in pictures.
Oh, really?
Yes. I don't particularly care for your work.
That is beside the point.
My favorite actor is James Mason.
I don't care if your favorite actor is Buster Crabbe. I'm here on business.
I beg your pardon. You want a credit?
No, it's not. It's for me. I want to exchange a cuckoo clock.
The cuckoo is defective.
Yes, this is the clock right here. Look. See?
I say, the cuckoo has no sense of direction.
What the clock needs is a new cuckoo.
Have you tried the Audubon Society?
The Audubon Society. This molting, backfiring monstrosity was purchased in this store, Gimbal Ale.
Yes, it was given to me for Christmas.
Well, it teaches us a lesson, doesn't it?
A lesson?
Never look a gift horse in the mouth.
He is looking it in the mouth.
It comes out backwards.
That, I should say, is your problem.
Quit stalling now. My friend wants snacks.
Quiet, you. Remember, I've seen you in pictures.
I have an insane desire to take your toupee off and butter the inside of it.
Now, wait a minute. Monty, don't get excited.
Why shouldn't I get excited? I have a credit card.
A credit card. For your information, you're at the wrong window. Get about you at window 7.
Window 7, eh? Well, come on, Fred.
Now, look, Monty, I'll keep the clock.
No, Fred, my mind's made up. I'm seeing this thing through.
Well, I can't spend the whole day.
I'll have you out in 10 minutes. Here's window 7. Miss.
Oh, it's you two crumbs again.
I'm looking for window number 7.
This is number 7.
I thought you were in the complaint department.
Just after you left, I got promoted.
Well, look, miss.
I know, your cuckoo comes out backwards.
Now, wait.
Miss, I have had about enough of your moronic sarcasm.
Well, why don't you get in the clock and look out every hour, bristlehead? You're cuckoo.
This insubordination is reprehensible. I have a credit card. I demand to see the manager. Where's the manager's office?
Oh, Mr. Heatherwhite, that door behind the water cooler.
Now, come on, Fred.
No, Monty, I've got to go.
I'll have you out in 10 minutes.
Here's the manager's office. It says Mr. Hesselwhite.
Now, follow me. Yes? Mr. Hesselwhite?
Yes, but I can't see you without an appointment. If you insist on staying in here, I'll have to turn my head.
My name is Woolley. I have a credit card.
Yes, Mr. Woolley, is something wrong?
Wrong, Mr. Hesselwhite. My friend, Mr. Allen, has been trying to exchange a cuckoo clock for the last 3 hours.
Yes.
He has been insulted in every department but women's wear.
If this is true, Mr. Woolley, heads will roll. I'll get out a memo immediately in triplicate. How about this clock?
Well, it's this cuckoo clock I have here.
The cuckoo comes out backwards.
Yes. Watch this, Mr. Hesselwhite.
Yes, the missing clock.
Missing?
It was stolen 2 weeks ago.
Stolen?
Who gave you the clock, Fred?
Well, I don't know, Monty. It was under my Christmas tree. There was no tag on it.
A likely story. This clock was part of a $100,000 jewelry haul made by shoplifters.
Just a minute, Hesselwhite. I'm no shoplifter.
Allen, you'll get 20 years.
20 years? Monty.
Don't worry, Fred.
But 20 years?
I'll have you out in 10 minutes.
you. Before we remind you to remember Bluebonnet Margarine and tenderly see on your shopping days, I want to thank Monty Woolley for his visit tonight. Next week, our guest will be Mr. James Mason. Thank you, good night, and a Happy New Year. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We've been together for a while, and I've been thinking. I don't know. I'm missing something from our relationship. I think it's just best if we make a clean break.
Expect more from your credit card. Introducing Discover Platinum. With a new low rate and a cashback bonus award, it pays to discover. Platinum. Call 1-800-DISCOVER.
Check, please. Oh, you'll get this right.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Oh, you call this keeping the peace? Sitting around in the sun like a farmer on Sunday?
Hello, Doc.
Oh, I wish I was a U.S. Marshal. Get paid whether you're working or not.
What's the matter, Doc? Lose a couple of patients last night?
I'm thinking of moving to San Francisco, Matt.
What for? You got a monopoly here in Dodge. San Francisco's full of doctors.
Yes, and they're probably all rich, too. No, I'm serious, Matt.
Oh, forget it, Doc. You're some 20 years too late for the gold rush. And anyway, we need you here.
Dodge can find another doctor. I'm tired of working day and night and getting paid with promises.
Well, you need some money. I'll call a town meeting and shake it out of these people, Doc. But if you try to go to San Francisco, I'll throw you in jail and you can practice from there.
Oh, well, good. Then you'll have to feed me, too.
Gladly, Doc, gladly. If you can stand Chester's cooking.
Yeah, I take it all back, man. The last time I ate one of Chester's meals, I was groggy for 3 days. Chester.
Hello, Doc. Mr. Dillon.
Doc wants to know where you learned to cook, Chester.
Why, my Uncle Arthur taught me, Doc. I batched with him for a time when I was a boy. Poor old fella. He died soon after that.
I bet he did.
That stage is kind of late today, ain't it?
Well, the way Hank's driving, it shouldn't be, but I haven't got time to loaf around greeting stagecoaches. I'll see you men later.
Oh, say so long, Doc.
He's a motioning at us, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, there's something wrong, Chester.
Wait there, Marshal. I'll get right down. We run into a fight, Marshal.
Anybody hurt, Hank?
I killed a man ahead riding shotgun.
Huh?
He fell off, and I had to leave him there.
Well, I'll send somebody out for him. Where'd it happen?
Right where the trail crosses the South Fork of the Pawnee. There was 3 of them bandits, Marshal. But by heaven, we put slugs into 2 of them.
You mean you killed 2 of them?
No, they rode off, but I could see 2 of them was all hunkered up over their saddles like they was hurting pretty bad.
Did you recognize any of them?
Well, I'd hate to be wrong and get a man into trouble, Marshal, but I'd swear one of them was that young Howard Brandt. You know the fellow that moved out here with his wife a while back?
Yeah, I met him.
They got a place up near Turkey Creek, Mr. Dillon, but I ain't never seen it.
Now, let's ride up and see how they're making out, Chester.
All right, sir. I'll go get our horses.
met Howard Brandt when he first come out here, Mr. Dillon. He sure didn't seem like no bandit to me. Real gentle, easy-going fella.
That's like a horse that won't buck when you first get on him, Chester. He's waiting to come loose when you least expect it.
Yes, sir. Hey, there's Miss Brandt now. She must have seen us coming.
Yeah. All right, pull. Hello, Miss Brandt.
Howard ain't here.
It's important, ma'am. We'll just wait on the porch here. We won't bother you.
It's no use, Marshal. Howard won't be back till tomorrow.
Look down there, Chester, on the steps.
What? Hey, that's blood, Mr. Dillon.
Miss Brandt.
That's chicken blood. I just killed one.
I'm sorry, Miss Brandt, but I'm going to have to talk to Howard. Is he bad hurt?
He's dying, Marshal. Leave him alone.
You want to show me where he is?
Marshal, leave him die in peace. He ain't got long. You'll kill him asking him questions. I don't figure he'll live through the night as it is.
Howard and his friends held up the stage, Miss Brandt, and they killed a man.
Wait, Marshal.
Huh?
I'll tell you.
All right.
Jed Butler planned it all.
I never heard of no Jed Butler, Mr. Dillon.
Does this Butler live around here, Miss Brandt?
Howard knew him in Oklahoma Territory, Marshal. He and a man named Blake come by here one night a few weeks back. They didn't come into the house, so I can't tell you what they look like.
But they talked Howard into holding up the stage. Is that it?
I didn't know nothing about it, Marshal, till today. I was inside redding up the house, and I heard a shout. And I come out, and I found Howard laying in the dirt. They just dumped him there and rode off.
You think they forced Howard to go along?
No. He probably wanted to go. He disappointed me, Marshal. I thought Howard was an honest man. Maybe it's as well he's dying. I'm going into him now, Marshal.
You, want me to send Doc out?
No. It wouldn't do no good.
Well, if there's anything I can do for you, Miss Brandt, you let me know.
Thanks, Marshal. But I reckon it's too late now.
Chester, take this down to Mr. Hightower and have him print up some wanted notices from it, huh?
Yes,
I guess that's about all I can do about Jed Butler and his friend right now.
Oh, somebody will spot him and come tell you sooner or later.
And I hope so. It's already been 2 days.
Matt. Hello, Chester.
Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Oh, what's the trouble, Kitty?
I just went up to Doc's office to get some stuff for my throat. He isn't there.
Well, should he be? Was he expecting you?
He wasn't there this morning either. When'd you see him last, Matt?
I come to think of it, not since the day of the stage holdup. Why?
I was with him that night, Matt. He came into the Texas Trail real late.
Yeah?
We were sitting there talking, and some kid brought him a message. Doc didn't say it was from, but he left. And as far as I can find out, nobody's seen him since.
Hey, by golly, Mr. Dillon, she's right. I ain't seen Doc neither.
That was 2 days ago, Matt.
Well, sometimes Doc's out on a call longer than that.
You're trying to fool yourself, Matt.
Yeah, I guess I am.
I heard about 2 of those bandits being shot.
Well, it sure couldn't have been Miss Brandt who come for Doc.
No.
You mean one of those men was Howard Brandt?
They left him at his house. I didn't see him, but I believe Miss Brandt. And he probably died last night.
I feel sorrier for her than him.
I guess I do too, Kitty.
But what about Doc, Matt? What are you going to do?
Well, Kitty, if I knew where those men are, I'd have gone after him before now.
They're holding him. They might even kill him.
Look, Kitty, I can't go out and ride around on the prairie hoping to bump into him somewhere.
If anything happens to Doc, I'll go after those men myself, Matt.
Well, maybe they'll just turn him loose when he's through doctoring the men.
I wish I could believe that.
Yeah, so do I. waited. The rest of that day and through the night, but nothing happened. The next morning, however, I was walking down to the office when I saw Ms. Brandt drive by in a wagon. I waved, but she went on past me without a sign. And as she did, I noticed a figure lying in the back of the wagon, wrapped in a blanket. As I watched her drive down the street and on out of town, I realized she must be headed for Boot Hill. I got Chester, and we followed her out to the burying ground. She had stopped and was taking a shovel out of the wagon when we walked up to her.
I don't need no help, Marshal.
The ground's hard, Miss Brandt. We'll dig a hole for you.
Leave me be. He's my man, and I'll bury him myself. Right where he deserves. Among the rest of these murderers and outlaws. What are you looking at, Marshal?
Your face? What happened to you?
Shows, does it?
Yeah.
Jed Butler did that, Marshal. He came by yesterday. Knocked me around some.
He did? What for? Where is he?
I was going to come tell you. Once I got Howard buried.
Well, tell me now. He's got Doc with him. At least I think he has.
Doc was there all tied up sitting on a horse. He didn't say nothing. Butler said he'd shoot him if he did.
Why'd he beat you? What'd he want?
He wanted to know if you'd been around. And if we'd told you anything. Howard was still alive, Marshal. I don't know how he lived so long. But he died after Butler got to shaking him and slapping him.
What did you tell him?
Nothing. That's why he beat me.
Well, at least we know for sure he's got Doc with him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but we're no closer to finding him. You sure you won't let us help bury Howard, ma'am?
I kind of wish you would now, Marshal. I'm just about wore out.
Mr. Dillon, I just can't stand this waiting around doing nothing much longer. Couldn't you organize a posse or something?
Butler'd get scared if he got wind of a posse, Chester.
You mean he'd shoot Doc and try to get away?
Yeah, he might. It's a safer bet just to wait it up. Well, Tobile, but come on in.
How are you, Tobile?
Tobile always good, Chester.
Where you been the last month, anyway? Out scalping white men?
Tobile no scalp white man long time. Maybe too long.
Well, for a tame Indian, you sure got a wild look in your eye. What you doing here?
Tobile hunt antelope on prairie.
Huh?
Way off see two white men. One ride very funny. Tobile go very close. They no see, but Tobile see.
What did you see, Tobile?
White medicine man.
What, Doc?
Good man. Take bullet out of Tobile long time ago. No like him all tied in rope. Come quick, tell Marshal.
Do you know where they are? Can you track them?
White man easy to track, like buffalo herd. Always big fool.
When was this, Tobile?
Yesterday. Long ride from here.
All right. Chester, go get our horses and find a fresh one for Tobile. Maybe we won't be too late.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, a man just out of prison emerges to freedom packed with panic. Monday night on CBS Radio, Suspense stars Broderick Crawford in Parole to Panic, a spine-tingling production well calculated to keep you in suspense. It's entirely possible, under certain circumstances, that prison might be preferable to freedom. Hear Suspense Monday night on most of these stations, and you'll agree fully with that premise. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
It was 60 miles to where Tobeel had seen Doc and Jed Butler, but we rode hard and covered it in a very few hours. From there on, however, with Tobeel tracking, we had to slow down. It was growing dusk when the trail finally led to the edge of a small bluff, and then turned and dropped down around the side of it. We dismounted and followed it the rest of the way on foot to where we could see a small cabin hidden in a clump of box elder at the base of the cliff. And there we waited for the dark. When it came, we sneaked up to the cabin and stood close to the wall, listening.
How's he now, Doc?
I've told you before, Butler, the man's dying.
Listen, you, he's the only man I ever called friend. He'd better not die.
I'm a doctor, Butler. I'd do anything in my power to save a life, even that of a murderer.
You go on talking like that, I'll blow you open with this shotgun, Doc.
Shotgun. Why don't you carry a pistol, like ordinary men? Or are you too much of a coward?
Doc, you're either a fool or you're plumb crazy.
Oh, why? Because I'm not afraid to die?
Well, you're going to die, just as soon as he does. I ain't going to leave you around to spread no tales. I'm going to kill you and get out of here.
And it won't be very long, Butler. Blake'll go most any minute.
Maybe I ought to shoot you now. Just leave him here.
Well, I thought you said that he was your friend.
He is. And I'm getting a spooky feeling.
Chester, Tobeel,
Any more
let's get
talk
back.
out of you, Doc, and I won't wait.
You're going to kill him, Mr. Dillon.
Do something.
You better bust in there before it's too late.
No. He killed Doc. Sure we do that.
Yeah, Tobeel's right, Chester.
But we got to do something. Doc said himself that wounded man's going to die any minute.
Hell, I'm thinking, Chester.
If plenty time, could wait and shoot when come out in morning.
Yeah, but we got no time.
There might be a chink somewhere in that cabin that I could poke a gun through.
Man say him very spooky now. One little noise, shoot Doc fast.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't dare take the chance.
Tobeel know many trick, all kind. But here, nothing.
If Butler used a pistol, Doc might have a bare chance, but that cussed shotgun...
Wait a minute.
What, Mr. Dillon?
That shotgun. It's not a six-shooter, and it's not a repeating rifle.
What do you mean?
He can shoot it once, and then he's got to reload.
Once is all it takes.
To kill one man it is, Chester.
What are you doing, Mr. Dillon?
Here, take my gun belt, Chester.
What?
Here, take it.
Yes, sir, but what for?
I'm going in there. Unarmed.
What?
Now, when I get inside, you and Tobeel sneak up close. And you'll be ready to come through that door when you hear his shotgun go off.
Mr. Dillon, you can't do that.
Yes, I can.
He'll kill you, sure.
Maybe. But if you two don't get in there fast, if he does shoot, he'll club Doc to death.
But, Mr. Dillon...
All right, now, quiet.
Who's that? Get over by the door, Doc. Oh, don't open it yet. Doc Adams is standing by that door. I got a shotgun aimed at his back. Now, who is it?
I'm unarmed. Open the door. I'll come in with my hands in front of me.
All right. Open it, Doc. Any tricks? I'll shoot Doc. Go ahead, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
Matt? He's unarmed, Butler.
And get in here and close that door. Who are you?
Matt Dillon.
Dillon? Marshal?
That's right.
You got some men outside, huh? Well, it won't do no good, Marshal. I'll shoot you before they can get anywhere near me.
I got 2 men out there, Butler. And the second they hear a shot, they'll be in here.
That'll be too late, won't it, Marshal?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, Butler. Won't be too late to take you. That shotgun only shoots once.
Take me? You'll be dead.
Yeah?
Matt, you shouldn't have done this.
Why not, Doc?
Well, it's bad enough. Me getting killed.
He can only kill one of us, Doc. If he shoots me, Tabeel and Chester will get him. And if he shoots you, I'll kill him with my bare hands.
You got it all figured, ain't you, Marshal?
Yeah?
Well, I'd rather kill a U.S. Marshal than a doctor any day. You know that?
Matt, he's right. You should have stayed outside.
And stand there waiting for him to shoot you? No, I wouldn't like that much, Doc.
Well, maybe you'll shoot me anyway.
Maybe. But at least there's some kind of a chance now.
Shut up a minute, you two. Shut up. I don't quite figure this.
No?
No. You mean you come in here knowing I'll probably kill you rather than Doc? Is that right?
Yes, Butler, that's right. Yes, that's what he did.
Why?
Well, no reason, Butler. No reason at all, except we're friends, I guess. Just something like that.
What's being friends got to do with it?
You wouldn't understand, Butler. You no good, filthy, rotten scum.
He's willing to die for you, ain't he? I never heard of nothing like that. And him, Marshal, and everything, willing to die.
That's your friend, Butler. I better take a look at him. He's dead now. Well, make up your mind, Butler.
I just don't understand a man like that.
Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends.
What's that? You ain't saying that. That come from something. Scripture, huh? Is that what it is? Blake's the only friend I ever had.
Oh, and a while ago you were willing to leave him here to die. Alone. You don't know anything about friendship, Butler.
No, I guess I don't. Anyways, if I was in a spot like you, there ain't nobody in the world would have walked in here to do for me what the Marshal's willing to do for you.
Oh, and I feel sorry for you, Butler. Real sorry. If it'll still give you pleasure to shoot, well, go ahead.
No. I'd just get killed anyway.
All right, give me the gun, Butler.
Sure. I never knowed people like you in the dock before, Marshal. You sure you ain't crazy or something?
Maybe. Maybe we are, little Butler. Who knows?
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Joyce McCluskey, John Daner, Frank Gerstle, and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow afternoon, for its 11th feature report to America, the CBS Radio Department of Public Affairs tells the story of the wetbacks, the thousands of illegal immigrants who cross our southern border through America's big back door to look for work and wages. Hear Wetbacks, Sunday afternoon on most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you Colorful Mystery Tuesday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Playing music is like playing sports. It takes practice and determination. It takes coaching. It takes coordination and teamwork.
And it's fun.
Come play with us at www.playmusic.org.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with the title tune from the picture Something to Sing About. Back in the year 1904, Mr. H.W. Kircher of Kankakee, Illinois, happened to be visiting in Buffalo. He attended a pure food show and discovered a new product he had never heard of before. It was called Jell-O. He took a package home and gave it to his best girl, who made a dessert out of it. That was 33 years ago. And listen to what Mr. Kircher says today. Later, after we were married, we always served Jell-O, and we're still serving it. I just want you to know about one of your customers. I don't know how many packages I've purchased, but there have been thousands in my home anyway. Well, we call that real loyalty, and Jell-O must be good to hold its friends for over 30 years. Jell-O was a great treat 30 years ago, but it's an even greater treat now, for the only changes that have been made in Jell-O are those that have made it even better. Today, Jell-O brings you a new, delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, a full-bodied, real fruit goodness that's supremely satisfying. Order Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Something to Sing About, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that favorite of men, women, and children, especially men and children, Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was an awfully nice introduction, up to the word especially. You know, I don't do so bad with the ladies either.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Jack. I just feel that you're not as romantic as some of the other male stars in Hollywood, and I thought I'd point it out.
Well, it's not nice to point. But let's forget that, Don. I've got something to tell you that's much more important, a real surprise.
Oh, yes? What is it?
Well, for a long time, I've been intending to make a certain move. It's been on my mind for weeks, and yesterday I did it. I'm like a kid with a new toy.
Why? What did you do?
Well, I finally traded in my car. You know, my car. You know, the one I've been driving around all the time.
The Stanley steamer?
Yep, the old Stanley. Yep.
Well, it's about time you got rid of it.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I know I've had it for a long while, but that car was in very good condition, and I've never had one bit of trouble with it.
Well, then why did you trade it in?
Well, I'll tell you, Don. I thought it was a little bit too old-fashioned for a young fella like me. You know how it is, why the girls won't even look at you nowadays unless you put on a flash. So I traded it in.
Well, that's fine, Jack. What did you get?
A Maxwell. Oh, it's a honey.
A Maxwell? Why, they haven't made those in 10 years.
Oh, it isn't new, Don. It's been used, but it's in... Really, it's in swell shape. Wait till you see it.
Oh, I'd like to. What color is it?
Well, it's a sort of a plaid. It's been painted several times, you know. It's a coupe, you know.
Oh, a coupe. Is it convertible?
What's that, Don?
Is it convertible?
Oh, sure. I can get my money back on it anytime. Oh, yes.
No, Jack. Is it convertible? Does the top go up and down?
Oh, all the time, Don. All the time. But it's got a lot of pep, believe me.
Hey, Jack, what's this I hear about your new car?
Oh, yes, Phil. I got it right downstairs. You ought to see it.
So you finally got rid of that old tub, huh?
Yeah.
What did you get?
A Maxwell.
A Maxwell? What is it, a foreign car?
No, Phil, it's a Maxwell. It was made right here in this country.
Well, gee, they ought to advertise.
Well, to tell you the truth, Phil, they haven't made them for quite a while, but the one I've got is pretty modern. It's right up there with the best of them, you know.
Have you got a radio in it?
No, but there's a Victrola on the steering wheel. Of course, it only plays when I'm turning corners.
Oh.
Jack, I can't understand a guy like you buying a second-hand car. Why didn't you get one of the new ones, a 1938 model?
Oh, before you get delivery on them, you get tired waiting, you know. But with a second-hand car, it's different. There's no delay. You walk on the lot, pick the one you want, they tow it out, and there you are.
Well, all I can say is a car as old as that can't be very easy riding.
Oh, no? Well, ask Mary. She was out in it. Hey, Mary.
Yeah?
Come here a minute. You were out in my car, weren't you?
Uh-huh. Oh, you ought to see it, fellas. Jack and I drove all the way to Santa Barbara and back.
Yes, sir.
Boy, am I stiff.
Yeah, stiff. That car runs plenty smooth, and you know it.
Then why did you strap me in the seat?
Because I never knew what minute we were going to take off. Anyway, when a fella asks you for a ride, you don't have to be so critical.
I'm not critical, but gee, after a ride like that...
Yeah.
Were you badly shaken up, Mary?
I'll say. Now I know what a malted milk goes through.
Oh, it wasn't as bad as that, Mary. You know, we went clear to Santa Barbara and back without a bit of trouble.
Oh, yeah? What about that door that fell off?
Well, that was your fault. You leaned on it. And anyway, any car that can make a 90-mile trip without stopping for gas or oil must be okay.
How long did it take you, Jack?
Well...
We started Tuesday.
Quiet. It took us about 5 hours down, but we were bucking the wind. You know. Anyway, it was a very pleasant drive, whether Mary liked it or not.
I did like it, and I've got black and blue marks to prove it.
Well, you guys can laugh, but I'm satisfied with my little Maxie.
Hiya, fellows.
Hello. Hello, Kenny. Hello.
Oh, boy. You want to see what I saw downstairs?
What? Huh?
A car. Gee, you ought to see the crowd standing around it.
The crowd? Are they admiring the car, Kenny?
No, they're waiting to see the guy that would ride in it.
Oh, they are. Well, Kenny, for your information, that car belongs to me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, it does. If you don't happen to like it, you don't have to make any smart cracks.
Oh, excuse me, Jack. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I think your car is swell.
Well. Now, look here, Kenny. Control yourself. You're here to sing and nothing else, so go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Wait a minute. See who that is, Mary.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. What are you going to sing tonight, Kenny?
I'm going to sing That Old Feeling.
Oh, look, Jack. This wire's from a vaudeville agent in New York.
Well, what does it say?
Jack Benny Hollywood. Can offer your car 3 weeks at Paramount Theater.
Ah, you see? I knew that was a good investment. I know what I'm doing. Sing, Kenny. Mary, wire him that I go with the car, will you?
I saw you last night and got that old feeling night, I got that old feeling. The moment that you danced by, I felt a thrill. And when you caught my eye, my heart stood still. Once again, I seem to feel that old yearning, and I knew the spark of love was still burning. There'll be no new romance for me. It's foolish to start, for that old feeling is still in my heart. Last night I started out happily. Last night my heart was so gay. Then suddenly something had happened to me, and I found my heart beating oh so fast. I saw you there and got that old feeling. When you came in, I got that old feeling. The moment that you danced by, I felt a thrill. And when you caught my eye, my heart stood still. Again I seem to feel that old yearning. I knew the spark of love was still burning. There'll be no new romance for me. It's foolish to start, for that old feeling, that old feeling is still in my
That was that old feeling from Vogues of 1938, sung by Kenny Baker in his usual fine style. Kenny, your stock just went up 3 points.
Thanks, Jack.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present something of a more legitimate nature. Something... Kenny, I warned you.
Oh, boy, what a car.
Now, wait a minute, Kenny. I've stood for just about enough. And that goes for everybody in this company. I don't want to hear another word about my car, and that's final. Now, let's change the subject.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jell-O is not only inexpensive and easy to make, but it tastes twice as good as ever before. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Thank you, Don.
Oh, that's all right, Jack.
Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, tonight, we are going to present something of a more legitimate nature, something very unhokey. We are offering our version of 20th century's Fox's recent film success, Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. Please, Mr. Zanuck. Now, as you may remember, this picture starred Loretta Young, Warner Baxter, and Virginia Bruce. I will play Warner Baxter's part, the doctor.
And I'll be the nurse.
That's right, Mary. And I invited Loretta Young to play the part of my wife.
What did she say, Jack?
Oh, who needs her? You know. Say.
Oh, I don't know, Jack. You'd like to have Loretta Young play that part.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't be too sure. There are a lot of girls who are much more beautiful than Loretta Young.
Aw, Jack.
No, I don't mean you.
Well, name one. Go ahead. Name one.
Well, the scene of our little play is the office and clinic of Dr. Benny, the famous physician and surgeon. You know, folks, I can hardly wait till I play this part. It's right up my alley. Oh, Kenny.
Yes, Jack?
Run out and get me a mustache. I want to look like Warner Baxter.
Okay.
Get him a face, too.
Don't worry, I'll look all right. Hurry with that mustache, Kenny. I can't do a thing without it. Huh?
Well, Jack, if the part in our play tonight is so important, why didn't you grow a real one?
I did, Don. I did grow a mustache, but it looked like an eyebrow, and I kept winking my mouth. Oh, it was awful, huh?
Well, that must have been annoying.
Well, I didn't mind that, but when the doctor told me my teeth needed glasses, I thought that was too much. Anyway, this play will go on immediately after the next number. Oh, Phil, play something apropos, will you? You know, something that will put us in a medical mood.
Oh, we'll jangle your nerves, all right.
Well, you probably will, yeah. Gee, Phil, the way you run down your orchestra, goodness, isn't there one good man in your band?
Yes, the guitar player is swell.
The guitar player? Well, gee, he isn't so important.
He is, too. He marcels my hair.
You do? Well, I must make an appointment with him. My hair needs a wave, doesn't it, Mary?
Yeah, but you better do it quick.
No, I don't know. I got all the hair I need.
You have? Then what's that shiny spot in the back?
That's where he parks his car.
Oh.
It is not. That's where I used to worry. And, Mary, I told you to lay off my car. It's my property. I bought it, and I'm the one that has to make the payments.
Payments? I thought it came in a box of Cracker Jack.
Well, I suppose that doesn't cost money. Anyway, we're wasting a lot of time. Let's get in the mood for our sketch. Play something, Phil, while I get into my stethoscope. Mary, have you seen my white jacket any place? Played by Phil Harris and his MDs, musical demons. And now for our play, Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. The opening scene...
Hey, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
Here's the mustache you sent me for. Isn't it nice?
Let's see it. Oh, a pretty green one. Kenny, you're the only person in the world that would ever think of buying a green mustache.
Ain't it the truth?
Certainly is. Imagine putting a green mustache under my nose.
If I was your upper lip, I'd walk out.
Well, it'll have to do. And now for our play, folks. Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. The opening scene is the office of Dr. Benny, where we find his staff, his nurse, and some assorted patients. Curtain. Music.
Hello, Dr. Benny's office. Sorry, the doctor's out doing research work. He's down at Minsky's studying anatomy. Goodbye.
Minsky's.
Hello, Dr. Benny's office. What's that? Your husband swallowed a collar button? Well, that's not so serious. Oh, it was in a shirt. Well, I'll tell the doctor. Goodbye. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Miss Livingston. Is the patient in 503 showing any improvement?
Oh, he's much better. This morning he chased me all around the room.
Well, he always does that, doesn't he?
Yeah, but today he caught me.
Well, we'll have to discharge him.
Say, Doctor, are we operating on Mr. Wilson today?
Yes, Doctor, yes. But first we must take another X-ray. What does this chart read, Miss Livingston?
Here it is. He has a marked febrile reaction and a high leukocytosis.
Mm-hmm.
But the polynucleus cells and the lymphocytes show no toxic changes.
Oh, that's terrible. Terrible.
No, Doctor, that's good.
Oh, is it? Well, that's fine. Only 2 guesses, and I got the wrong one. What about Mrs. Smith in 218?
Well, Doctor, her scoliosis is impaired, but her opsonic index is below par. What do you think of that?
Nothing. You're not going to catch me again. I'll be in my office for the next hour. Call me when we're ready for Mr. Wilson.
I'll do that, Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Benny.
Yes, Dr. Baker.
I wish you'd give me something. I got an awful stomach ache.
Well, you're a doctor. Why don't you treat yourself?
Not me. I charge too much.
Well, dicker a little. You'll come down. I'll be in my office, Miss Livingston. Miss Livingston. Miss Livingston! What's the meaning of this?
What?
Who put pants on that skeleton?
I did. Doesn't he look cute?
Shoot, who ever heard of a skeleton with pants?
I saw it in Esquire.
Well, take 'em off.
Yes, sir. Oh, Doctor, I forgot to tell you, your wife is in the reception room.
My wife? Show her right in.
I can't. That's the part Loretta Young was supposed to play.
Well, get somebody else to play it. We've got to go on. Get anybody.
Oh, all right.
It's a fine how do you do.
This way, Mrs. Benny.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hello, darling.
It's a fine substitute. I'm so glad you dropped in, dear. Have you been shopping?
Yes, I bought the cutest pink rompers for Junior with little blue pockets.
Oh, for Junior. I can hardly wait till he puts them on.
If I'm Junior, I'll scream.
Get out of here. Well, darling, run along now. I'm very busy. I'll be home early.
Oh, you say that every night, and I keep waiting and waiting.
But this time I mean it. What are we having for dinner, honey?
Oh, chicken pot pie, and I made it with my own little hand.
Oh, goody. I'll bet it's lousy. Now, run along, dear. I'm very busy.
But first I gotta have some money. I want to buy some lingeroo.
Lingeroo?
Well, all right, underwear.
All right, here's $25. Now go.
Oh, wait a minute. Why don't you introduce me to your friend?
What friend? That's a skeleton.
Skeleton?
Yeah.
Well, it was his own fault for coming to you.
Now scram, dear. Get out of here. I got lots of work to do.
All righty. Goodbye.
It's a fine mix-up. I'm so mad I could operate on somebody. Yes?
Oh, Doctor, we're all ready for Mr. Wilson.
Fine. Get Dr. Baker and Dr. Harris immediately. First, we must have another X-ray to confirm the diagnosis. Prepare everything.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, here we are. Everything set?
Yes, Doctor.
We're all ready, Doctor.
Well, Mr. Wilson, are you nervous?
No, Doctor, not a bit.
Well, I am. Have you had any new symptoms?
No, Doctor. I still keep saying strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
And you still see those big red letters on the box?
Oh, all the time, all the time.
It's more serious than I thought. Well, we'll have to take another X-ray. Stand over there a little so you're in focus.
Is this all right?
Fine. Now, ready for the picture. Turn on the machine. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
Quiet. Quiet on the set. Camera.
We're turning.
Action. Dr. Baker, notice how high the right diaphragm is, and the epiglottis. All right, so I'm not a doctor. Dr. Baker, you notice how high the right diaphragm is, and the epiglottis seems to be a little swollen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Look, Doc, he seems to have hepatic hypertrophy.
What's that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes.
Oh, Doc, look, he's got coins in his pocket.
Don't grab. I saw him first. Wait, look at that abnormal shadow on the left side. We must remove it at once.
That's his heart.
Oh, then that wouldn't be cricket. But you notice he has that same
That same condition.
Right. Rush him to the surgery.
What's the matter with me, Doctor?
Absolutely. We must operate at once.
Oh, Doctor, we're all out of ether.
Out of ether? What do we do?
Squeeze Kenny.
That's it. Let's hurry. Last one in the operating room is a rotten egg.
Well, Doctor, how's Mr. Wilson getting along?
Fine, fine.
Was the operation a success?
It certainly was. Liberty Magazine gave it 4 stars. Darn it.
What are you mad about?
That's 2 more than they gave my picture. Well, I must dash home now. See you in the morning, Miss Livingston. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Doctor. Before you go, there's a patient been waiting all day to see you.
Very well. Send him in.
Step right in the office, sir.
Thank you, my little white pigeon. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Schleppo.
My, you got a fancy office with snappy furniture. I'll bet you're charging plenty.
No. My fees are reasonable. $5 for an office visit and $15 if I come to your house.
If you catch me home, I deserve it.
Schlepp, what seems to be the trouble with you?
I don't know, Ducky. 1 minute I'm hot, the next minute I'm cold, and then I'm wringing wet.
Well, those are alarming symptoms. When did you first notice them?
This morning when I took a shower.
Well, that's simple. Just give up bathing. You're perfectly all right.
No, Doc. I don't feel so good. I think you should give me some medicine.
But you don't need medicine. You're perfectly normal.
But I feel sick in the vertebrae.
But you're not sick, Schlepp. You're the picture of health.
I'm dying, and he's talking pictures.
Now, Schlepp, believe me, there's nothing wrong with you.
Why don't you be more of a salesman?
But look, Schlepp, I can't do it. I got prestige. I've got ethics.
Who cares what you got? I'm the patient.
But I don't want to take your money if there's nothing the matter with you.
Nothing the matter with me, he's talking. I got headaches, I got chills, I got pains in my back, I got rheumatism on my arms, and not only that, my feet hurt.
Oh, come, Schlepp. Why, that's impossible.
Impossible? Why?
Because you can't have everything. Be satisfied with the little you may have.
I must have everything. The way I suffer and the troubles that I have.
Live, Schlepp, your cares will be forgotten.
But I feel rotten. When you're down at Dixie, say hello to Trixie.
Poor man, rich man, beggar or king, you can't have everything. And thus, ladies and gentlemen, ends another one of our highly dramatic offerings. Wife, doctor, and nurse. Did you like it? Well, play, Phil.
Everybody likes the excitement of a thrilling new dessert. And that's what I'm going to tell you about right now. You'll find swell new recipes on every package of Jell-O. A tempting variety of suggestions for all kinds of desserts and salads that will give you many new ideas for planning your winter meals. Here's one delicious dessert called Macaroon Velvet, made with rich cherry red Jell-O, crushed macaroons, and toasted almonds. It's a grand company dish, but it's inexpensive. Here's another. Fruit Symphony, made with shimmering green lime Jell-O combined with grapefruit, orange, and canned pineapple. A year-round fruit dessert that's lovely to look at and even better to eat. There are lots of other recipe hints on the different Jell-O packages. They're all appetizing and easy, but you must be sure to get genuine Jell-O. For you'll find these recipes only on the Jell-O boxes, and only Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. All 6 flavors of Jell-O are crammed with luscious, real fruit goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So get the best. Insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 4th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I hope you all liked our little play, and that you will all... Answer the phone, Mary.
Hello? Yes? Oh, Jack, it's Loretta Young.
Well, tell her it's too late.
Not for what she has to say.
Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Son, we're preparing a will.
You don't have to say anything.
Actually, I think we do. Your sister's getting everything.
What?
You were a rotten kid. You drove your father crazy.
But I'm counting on that money to retire.
Hear that? Still greedy.
Never prepared himself.
Don't be caught unprepared. Ask your financial advisor about the funds of Alliance Capital, the investment professional's choice. Do it now, because later is sooner than you think.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Claudette Colbert in The Ex-Mrs. Bradford.
Lux presents Hollywood. Romance, laughter, and mystery are combined for your entertainment tonight in The Ex-Mrs. Bradford, starring Claudette Colbert and William Powell. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and between the acts, you'll meet the physician-criminologist, Dr. Ronald W. McCorkle. Mr. DeMille steps to our microphone in just a moment. Meanwhile, a brief reminder to all the ladies listening in. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. That certainly is significant. It means that the loveliest women in the world, the beautiful stars of the screen, to whom an attractive complexion is so necessary, use safe, gentle Lux toilet soap. I wonder if you found out what a luxurious, delightful aid to beauty this fine white soap is. And what a grand thing it is to make a daily beauty bath with this richly lathering white soap a regular part of your beauty ritual. You'll be sure of daintiness and sure of skin that's sweet. Lux toilet soap has active lather that carries away every trace of dust and dirt and perspiration, leaves the skin fresh and soft, perfumed with a delicate, clinging fragrance. And when you're tired, you'll find a beauty bath with this luxurious white soap just as relaxing, just as refreshing as a beauty nap. Try it, won't you? Ladies and gentlemen, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Cain and Abel were the principals in the first murder case recorded in history. In this country, the first murder mystery occurred in 1630. It was solved by the law and written off the books with a length of rope. The gentleman who paid the penalty was John Billington, who gained the dubious distinction of occupying the first hangman's noose in America. Since then, mystery has always had a particular attraction in this robust land, inspiring some of our greatest authors to write some of their greatest stories. Men like Washington Irving, Hawthorne, and Edgar Allan Poe. Tonight's play comes out of the school which they established, flavored with a modern touch of dry humor and sophisticated romance, and employs the distinguished talents of William Powell and Claudette Colbert. As Dr. Bradford, Mr. Powell repeats the part he played in the picture. And again, as Dr. Bradford, he has the sympathy of all patient and obedient husbands who crawl out of bed in the middle of the night to assure their wives that the noise they hear is nothing more deadly than the dripping of a faucet. Likewise, all those good women who at least once in their lives have been able to say, "I told you so," because it really was an intruder, will say it again with Claudette Colbert as Mrs. Bradford. Miss Colbert's latest picture is Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's It's a Wonderful World. Mr. Powell's detective experience certainly qualifies him for the role of the unwilling Sherlock tonight. He created Philo Vance on the screen, was the Nick Charles of the Thin Man, and he appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, where he's preparing another Thin Man picture. 2 feature players from the new RKO film Career also join our cast. John Archer as Nick Martell and Alice Eden as Mrs. Summers. And now, let's dust off our magnifying glass, put on our gum shoes, and raise the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater as we present The Ex-Mrs. Bradford, starring Claudette Colbert and William Powell. It's the living room in the home of Dr. Bradford. It's just before dinner, and the prominent surgeon, sitting at ease in his favorite chair before a comfortable fire, listens to the news reports on the radio. As the butler enters, the doctor holds up his hand for silence.
Yes, it was a strange tragedy that took the life of Eddie Sands today at the Imperial Racetrack. War Cloud and Luxury, with Eddie Sands up, were racing neck and neck down to the line of finish. Luxury was pulling away when suddenly Sands fell from the horse. The field doctors rushed to the jockey's side, but he was already dead. An examination disclosed that the famous little jockey had died of heart failure. News from Washington today is concerned mainly with the passage of a bill to regulate...
What is it, Stokes?
I beg your pardon, sir, but are you in?
In? Why, yes, I think so.
Oh, physically, of course, sir. But socially...
Stokes, you bring up a very interesting point. If it's anybody I don't want to see, obviously I'm not in.
Then, sir, you are not in. I shall tell her so at once.
Don't bother, Stokes. Hiya, Brad.
Paula.
Brad, darling, kiss me.
Paula,
Dr.
please.
Bradford is not in, ma'am.
Oh, I'm afraid it's too late, Stokes.
Sorry, sir.
Well, Paula, no one need ask how you are.
Oh, I feel grand. How are you, Brad? You look terrible.
Well, I was all right. I thought you were in China. I hope.
Oh, Brad, I almost forgot. I brought someone with me. Come in, please.
How are you?
Brad, this is Mr. Frankenstein.
Mr. Frankenstein, how do you do, sir?
Are you Dr. Bradford?
Yeah?
You're sure you're Dr. Bradford?
Well, I don't know. I am Dr. Bradford, Paula.
Yes, he's definitely Dr. Bradford.
Then, Dr. Bradford, I hereby serve you with a subpoena to answer a suit for non-payment of alimony brought by Paula Bradford. Here you are.
A subpoena? Well, for a minute, I was glad to see you, Paula. As for you, Mr. Frankenstein...
Oh, am I going to be thrown out again?
Stokes, show Mr. Frankenstein the door.
Come along, sir.
Now, Dr. Bradford, you're going to pay me my alimony, or aren't you?
A fair question, and it deserves a fair answer. In a word, no.
Oh, yes, you are. The judge said so.
Paula, I hate to introduce mundane matters into our idyllic relationship, but you already have about 2/3 of the money in California.
That has nothing to do with it. It's a matter of principle. You agreed to pay it, and I'm going to make you, if I have to spend all my own money doing it.
Well, Stokes?
Mr. Frankenstein has been thrown out. Dinner is served, sir.
Dinner? Oh, how nice of you, Brad.
Lay an extra place, Stokes.
Yes, sir.
And lock up the silver.
Oh, it's been lovely, Brad. I don't know when I've enjoyed anything more.
Very kind.
You know, Brad, I've reached a great decision. I'm going to marry you again.
Paula, that's the thing I love about you. You're so supple.
Oh, but you see, I'm doing it for your sake. Then you won't have to worry about the alimony.
No, Paula. I think you're the swellest girl in the world. If we could have made a go of it, I would never let you divorce me. But our life together was intolerable.
Oh, I thought it was fun.
Fun? You were making a nervous wreck of me. Almost had me convinced that the coffee always had poison in it. The scrambled eggs were always filled with ground glass. Why, there were murders going on all around me.
Oh, for an intelligent man, Brad, you have a very narrow mind. Now, I never have tried to interfere with your career as a surgeon. And you had no right to interfere with my career as a writer of mystery stories.
Your writing of mysteries never bothered me. It was your insisting on living them that got me down. You realize that the last 3 months we were married, you kept me so busy running down clues that I spent more time in the morgue than I did in my office. And none of them were my patients either. I beat you to that one.
Brad.
What?
Don't move.
I'm not moving. Hey, what are you...
Have you got a gun?
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
The wall behind you, in the living room. It's moving.
Oh, is that all? Control yourself, Paula. Stokes!
Yes, sir. All ready, sir.
Never mind, Stokes. No movies tonight.
No movies? Very well, sir.
Well, what is this?
All new since you've been here, Paula. That wall moves a few feet from the left. And that hole you see up there is our projection booth.
What have you done? Turned this place into a neighborhood movie?
Oh, it's just that Stokes and I don't like standing in line. We find this much simpler.
Oh. Say, Brad, speaking of murders...
Which we weren't.
Speaking of murders, that was a marvelous setup at the racetrack this afternoon.
No, you mean Eddie Sands?
Yes. Oh, what a melodrama,
An unfortunate accident, Paula, not melodrama.
Not melodrama? You're crazy. Well, think of it. The horses thundering down the stretch. Luxury the favorite, 12 lengths in the lead. Millions of dollars riding on his nose. The villain hidden behind the three-quarter pole with a rifle with a Maxim silencer. He shoots. The jockey falls.
My dear ex-wife, Luxury wasn't 12 lengths in the lead. There was no rifle fired. The jockey was not shot. The coroner said it was heart failure. Well, I don't quite see how...
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Stokes?
Mr. North is here, sir.
North? Well, this is a coincidence. Send him in.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Mike. Say, I'm awfully sorry about this afternoon. This is Mrs. Bradford.
Glad to know you. Oh, I didn't know you were married, Doc.
I'm not.
We're going to be.
Oh, no, we're not. Sit down, Mike. Paula, Mr. North is the trainer of Luxury. He's the man who taught Eddie Sands everything he knew.
Oh, well, we were just talking about the murder of that poor jockey this afternoon.
What? What do you know about it?
He was murdered, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
What?
You see, Brad, I told you.
But the report was heart failure, Mike.
Doc, you examined Eddie not 2 weeks ago. Did you ever see a finer boy? Was there anything the matter with his heart?
No. That's why I couldn't understand. Say, have you been to the police with this, Mike?
No. This is my job.
Mr. North, did Eddie have any enemies? Some organization of spies, possibly,
Paula,
that was...
will you shut up? What makes you so sure it was murder, Mike? Jockeys have fallen from horses before, you know.
Yeah, but Eddie was dead before he fell.
How do you know that?
The boy didn't have a bone broken, Doc. You don't fall limp and relax like that if you're conscious. Then I found this note in his locker after the race.
Oh, please, let me see. You do as I've told you. Keep your mouth shut. No one would take your word against mine.
Who wrote this, Mike?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. And you're going to help me. I want you to examine Eddie's body.
Oh, that won't be necessary. The coroner will perform an autopsy and...
I want you to examine it, Doc.
Oh, of course he'll do it, Mr. North.
Here we go again. Well, all right, Mike. I'll examine the boy if that'll make you any happier.
Thanks, Doc. You keep the note. I'm going to do a little scouring around on my own. I'll meet you back here later. So long, Doc.
About 10:30, Mike.
Right.
Oh, Brad, isn't it exciting? I'll go get my wrap.
Paula, we're not going to a party. In fact, we're not going anywhere. I'm going to the morgue.
Well, what a coincidence. That's where I'm going.
Right down this way, Doctor.
Thank you.
You know, Brad, this doesn't look at all like a morgue.
You know why? We're not in the morgue yet. Behind that door.
Oh.
Paula, will you please go home?
No.
Look, this is definitely no place for a woman.
All right. I'll make you a proposition. If I don't go in, will you marry me again?
No.
Then in we go. Open the door, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Paula. Paula? Joe.
Here?
My assistant has just resigned. Would you mind getting her out in the air?
Oh, sure. You know, my wife's the same way. Least little thing frightens her.
Find anything, Doc? I don't see anything out of line here. There's not a mark on the boy. He couldn't... Hey, wait a minute. Let me have a scalpel, will you?
Here you are.
Something on his back here. A little scraping. What do you make of that?
Could it be chewing gum?
It could be, but I'd be very much surprised. Let me have a tube with this scalpel, will you? I'll examine what's on it when I get home.
Good evening, Doctor.
Evening, Stokes. What's that package on the table?
It's for Mr. North, sir. Delivered an hour ago.
Mr. North? Why was it left here?
I don't know, sir.
All right, give it to me.
Yes, sir. Now, sir, I regret to tell you that...
I'll have to wait, Stokes.
Oh, but Dr. Bradford, I must tell you that...
Hello?
Hello, Doc. This is Mike North.
Oh, how are you, Mike? I say...
Say, Doc, did a package come for me?
Why, yes.
Okay, keep it for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I've got something very hot.
All right, Mike.
Dr. Bradford, I regret to tell you that...
Please, Stokes, not now.
But Dr. Bradford,
Later. I'm going to be busy.
Hello, darling.
What? What's saw this luggage in here.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
So, wait a minute. What is this, Paula? What are all these grips?
Oh, did I forget to tell you, dear? I'm moving in.
You... Oh, now, Paula. This is ridiculous. All that this means is that I'll have to move out.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You're my bread and butter, Brad, either by marriage or alimony. And the only way you're any good to me is alive. Now you've got yourself mixed up in a murder case. Against my advice, mind you. And it wouldn't surprise me if you got bumped off unless I look after you.
Paula, you're a menace to civilization.
I'm very serious, Brad. You've got to exercise every precaution. Don't eat anything unless you've had it tested. Don't open a door. And above all, never go anywhere alone. Not that you'll have much chance to.
Yeah, I can understand that. Hello?
Hello, Dr. Bradford?
Yes?
Well, this is Mike North, Doc.
Mike?
Yeah. Look, Doc, did a package arrive for me?
Why, you just...
Huh?
Yes. Yes, it came.
Okay, look. Look, I'm in a spot. I need help. Will you come right over to the cigar store at Wilshire and Weston? I'll wait here for you.
Yes. Yeah, sure, Mike.
And bring the package with you.
Okay, Mike. Goodbye, Mike.
Well, I guess that was Mike.
And that's where you're wrong, my sweet. That wasn't Mike. It was someone pretending to be Mike.
Oh, what did he say?
He wanted me to meet him with this package.
What's in it?
I don't know.
Let me see.
No. Don't do that.
Oh, now, Brad, let me alone.
Now, give me the package.
No, will you please let go? I want to see what's in it.
Listen, Paula, you should...
Oh, Brad, it's money.
Money?
Scads of it. Isn't it beautiful?
60, 70, 80, $100,000.
And you were just going to walk out with that and get clunked over the head by a phony Mike North. Well, it's a lucky thing I'm here, Dr. Bradford.
Yes, very. Now, listen carefully, Stokes. It was a scalpel, a little knife, and it had a little gummy substance on the blade, and I left it right here on my little desk last night. Now, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it?
I don't know, sir. It must have disappeared.
Well, all right, never mind. Has Mr. North called yet?
No, sir.
Did you try to reach him?
Yes, sir. His phone doesn't answer.
Try him again.
Yes, sir.
Did you call those other numbers I gave you?
Yes, sir. No one has seen Mr. North since early last evening. Hello? One moment, please.
I'll take it. Hello, Mike?
Yes?
Hello? Is this Mike North?
Yes, this is Mike North. Who's this?
Oh, Paula, what are you doing over there? Where's Mike?
I don't know, but don't worry. I've got clues. It'll probably take me all day, but I'll find him.
That's fine. When I see him, I'll tell him you're looking for him.
Well. Young Lochinvar home from the ward. Thus me, luck, old boy.
Consider yourself bust, Toots.
Oh, you look tired.
I am. 6 operations in one day.
Here, come on, put this on.
My smoking jacket. Say, where did that come from? Well, I've hunted everywhere.
Well, if you're going to dig into my girlish heart, that has been in Honolulu, Bali, China, and Points West. It went with me.
Well, confidentially, I've missed you both. Hey, we're on the verge of getting sentimental.
Not if we're not. How about some dinner?
Well, Stokes' day off. Now, if you were the right kind of an ex-wife, you'd have dinner ready at home. But as it is...
As it is, I am the right kind of an ex-wife, and I've got dinner ready at home.
Are you serious?
Anytime I fix dinner at home, it's serious. Look in there.
Oh, Paulie, you're swell. You know, it's little touches like this that make a man appreciate a woman about the house. Coming home tired, sitting down to a good dinner. This is... Hey, what is it?
What's the matter?
Everything looks like jelly.
No, darling, gelatin. Jellied consomme, aspic salad, chicken and jelly.
Don't go on. I get the idea. It's all gelatin.
Well, now stop complaining. Try some of that jellied consomme.
Did you find Mike?
No.
Well, neither did I.
Brad, please, let's not talk about detecting. Let's just have a nice, quiet evening for once. The ex-Bradford's at home. Now, how do you feel?
All right.
Funny, so do I. Here, try some of that chicken in aspic.
Thanks.
How do you like it?
All right.
Sleepy?
No, not particularly.
Well, neither am I. I'm not even dizzy.
Well, that's something. Paula, what are you doing?
I always rub gelatin on my arm. Here, put some on your face. It feels good. Do I look all right?
You look pretty silly to me.
Well, hold out your hand.
What for?
Hold it out.
All right, now what?
There. A little gelatin on the hand is good for you.
Oh, thank you, Paula. Thank you very much.
Now, hang on to it.
I can't. It oozes out.
Do you still feel all right?
Paula, I feel fine, except I'm getting mad.
Oh. Well, it's very funny. We ought to be dead.
What? What was in that stuff?
Just gelatin, but it should have killed us.
Paula, you're crazy. They feed that stuff to babies.
It may be all right for babies, but it killed Eddie Sands. That's what was on the scalpel.
The scalpel? What do you know about the scalpel?
Oh, I took it, didn't you know?
Oh, heaven give me strength.
Why, certainly. I took it over to the laboratory last night and had it analyzed. It was just gelatin.
Paula, you're sensational. For a while, you had me interested in this detecting business. If someone else had stolen the scalpel, but no, you took the scalpel, then proved that the poison was not poison, which very effectively ruins any help I could have been to Mike North, except finding him, and we are now going to let the police worry about that.
Oh, I think you're a sissy calling the cops.
There's something very strange about Mike. I want to know what's become of him. Who could that be? Wait here, Paula.
No. I want to see.
Go on, beat it now, will you? Beat it.
Wait, Brad.
What?
Listen to that bell.
Just a minute.
Brad, don't open the door. Just look out the peephole.
Paula, will you?
Oh, but you don't know who it might be. Please, look out the peephole.
All right, get away. Who is it?
Who's out? What do you see?
That's funny. The man has his back up against the door. He's leaning on it. Get away, Paula.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to open it.
Oh!
Get away.
Who is it? Oh, why did he lie there like that?
It's Mike North.
Mike?
He's been shot through the forehead.
Is he dead?
Yes.
Brad, there's a note on his sleeve. What does it say?
This guy wouldn't turn over the money either. That was Act One of The Ex-Mrs. Bradford. In a few moments, William Powell and Claudette Colbert will return for Act Two. Meanwhile, in this short intermission time, let's look in on a family scene.
Why, Sue, dear, what energy. Must you play the piano before you even take your hat and coat off?
Oh, I don't know, Mother. I just feel so good today.
Bet you I know why. It's because she's got a date with John Lane tonight.
Oh, Mother, make him stop it.
Oh, so that explains it.
Yes, Sue has a date tonight, and she's happy, as girls are when they're popular and sought after. Sue isn't beautiful, but she's lovely to look at because she has the charm of smooth, radiant skin. She's clever, too. She doesn't risk spoiling her good looks. She cares for her complexion the Hollywood way with gentle Lux toilet soap. It has active lather that removes dust, dirt, stale cosmetics thoroughly. It helps guard against choked pores, the choked pores that cause unattractive cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux toilet soap regularly, as 9 out of 10 lovely women of the screen do, as lovely women all over the country do. Use this gentle soap before you renew makeup during the day, always before you go to bed at night. Here's Mr. DeMille.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you the second act of The Ex-Mrs. Bradford, starring Claudette Colbert in the title role and William Powell as Dr. Bradford. A few minutes have passed. Just inside the door of Bradford's home, Mike North lies on the floor. Inspector Corrigan and his staff have arrived. Flashbulbs are exploding and fingerprints are being taken as the machinery of the law gets underway. Suddenly, the inspector turns to Bradford and eyes him coldly.
All right, Doc, why did you kill him?
Why did... Don't be ridiculous. What would I kill him for?
What? There you got me. But if you didn't, how did his body get here?
I don't know. I saw someone leaning against the door. I opened it, and his body fell into the room.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good man that can walk up to a door and ring the bell after he's dead.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Why would I kill Mike North?
Oh, I don't know. But look, Doc, you've been a mighty suspicious character these last 24 hours. Mighty suspicious. First of all, we got a report that you visited the morgue last night. You found something on Eddie Sands' body and took it away with you. Now, what was it?
Well, it turned out to be gelatin.
Well, that makes as much sense as the coroner's report. He performed an autopsy on the body and says the left ventricle was completely collapsed.
Left ventricle collapsed. Well, that's funny. That's symptomatic of drowning or strangulation.
Kind of cockeyed, ain't it? Drowning, strangulation, or gelatin? Why did you go down there, Doc?
Because of Mike North. He came to me.
Yeah, and that brings me to another interesting point. We just sent a man down to his hotel, and he found this. A woman's purse. You recognize it?
No.
That's funny.
It's your wife's. Now, look, Doc, there's no sense kidding you. You're in a tough spot.
I'm beginning to think you're right.
Yes, I'd say you were in a tough spot, Brad. You're now public suspect number one. You've got to find the murderer to clear yourself.
Which is exactly what I'm going to do.
You won't find him on the sports page.
Paula, I don't want to tell you your business. But in most murders, the motive is money. Now, who stood to make the most out of yesterday's race?
The owner of the winning horse?
Exactly. See here? 6th race, winner, War Cloud. Owner, Leroy Hutchins. Odds 4-1.
Hutchins? That's the man who called Mike last night.
What?
Yes, I found slips at Mike's place this morning. He had 3 calls last night. Hutchins, John Summers, and Nick Martell.
In case of fire, run. Do not walk to the nearest exit.
Where are you going?
Find out who killed Eddie Sands.
Brad, you're working on the wrong murder. It's Mike North they think you killed.
Paula, it should be obvious even to you that if Mike was killed, it was because he had confirmed his suspicions about yesterday's race and was coming close to the murderer. So if I can follow Mike's trail last night...
No, wait a minute. If you find out what he did, you may get bumped off, too.
Maybe. Tell Corrigan I'll be back soon.
Brad! Oh, Brad, come back. If you're going to be killed, I want to be there.
Now, Mr. Hutchins, I'm going to be very frank with you. I'm investigating yesterday's race.
I see.
Investigating for the track officials?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hutchins, but I can't tell you that. Tell me, Mr. Hutchins, what sort of a trainer is Mike North?
Well, one of the main reasons I wanted to buy the Summers stables was because Mike would go with it.
Oh, then the deal didn't go through?
No. Summers wanted $20,000 extra for luxury, and I couldn't see it.
It's very interesting.
Will you have one of these cakes, Doctor? They're very good.
Oh, yes, thank you. Well, is that what you called Mike about last night, Mr. Hutchins?
Oh, you're mistaken, Doctor. I didn't call him. I saw him at Summers' house.
I see. These cookies are good. What are they?
Oh, a little idea of my husband's. A gelatin filling.
Well, that's a very cute colt, Mr. Summers. I'll buy him from you right now.
Sorry, I never sold one of my horses in my life, sick or sound.
Oh, I thought you were considering selling your stables.
I? Of course not. I've told my trainer, Mike North, not even to bother me with any offers.
Really?
Won't you come into the house, Doctor?
Oh, no, I feel right at home here. You see, Mrs. Summers, I'm investigating yesterday's race.
You mean Eddie's death?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. John, you explain. Excuse me.
We were both very fond of Eddie, Doctor. His death was a terrible shock to us, but to her particularly.
Yes, I can understand that, of course. Now, I imagine Mike was upset, too.
Very.
Is that why he came here last night?
Last night? Oh, yes. And to pay me some money he owed me.
Suppose he made a killing at the track yesterday?
Oh, he couldn't have done that. Luxury lost.
But he might have bet on War Cloud.
Dr. Bradford, I resent that implication. My trainer is an honest man.
I'm sorry. Well, thanks for your help, Mr. Summers.
About time you got home. What did you find out there?
But I'm not a detective. I've dug up a lot of very promising suspects from whom I've gathered a very interesting array of complete misinformation. But which are lies and which aren't, I don't know.
Look, Brad, stop worrying. I've got an idea.
Which will probably mean I get in more trouble.
No, now don't be silly. We've overlooked our most important clue. The note.
Holy. You're right, Paula, the note. That threatening note that was sent to Eddie Sands.
So all we've got to do now is find which one of those men wrote it, and we've got the murderer. Who do you suppose that is?
There's only one way to find out.
How?
I'll open the door.
Oh, Mr. Bradford, I'm sorry to...
Well, hello again, Mrs. Summers. Won't you come in?
I hate to bother you, Doctor, but... Oh, I beg your pardon.
Well, not at all. Mrs. Summers, Mrs. Bradford.
How do you do, Mrs. Summers? How do you do? Dr. Bradford, could you... if I could see you alone?
Of course. In my office?
No, don't bother. I'll go.
Well, thank you, Paula. Well?
Doctor, where is Mike North?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't tell you.
But I've got to find him.
Mrs. Summers, you evidently want me to help you. How about your helping me?
How?
Did you talk to Mike North last night?
Yes, at my house.
What about?
About a threatening note Eddie received before the race. Mike told me he'd given it to you. And if you think Eddie was killed, you must think that the person who wrote that note...
Is the murderer.
Exactly. You see, I wrote it.
Well, is this a confession?
Oh, no. I promise you that note had nothing to do with it.
What did it mean, Mrs. Summers?
This isn't very easy to say, Doctor. But I've been a very stupid woman. My husband was suspicious. Eddie knew that there was someone else. Eddie loved my husband as he would a father, and out of loyalty to him, threatened to tell him. I wrote Eddie that note, and he died. And so, you see, the note must be destroyed. Please give it to me, I promise you.
Well...
Don't be a sap, Brad.
Paula, will you please...
Give me that note.
What do you want it for?
Now, don't argue. Just give it to me. Now, Mrs. Summers, will you please write?
Write what?
On this pad. Write, you do as I tell you and keep your mouth shut. Now, give me the pad. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's the same writing. Well, I just had to make sure you weren't protecting somebody else.
Good girl.
Here's your note, Mrs. Summers.
Bless you both. I'm so grateful.
Oh, don't mention it. Brad was glad to do it.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Summers. Well, that got us a long way. I can feel the noose around my neck right now.
Brad, what's the name of that bookie you used to know?
Bookie? Why?
Oh, Nick something.
Nick Martell?
That's it, Martell.
What's he got to do with it?
Oh, nothing, except that Mrs. Summers mentioned something about her husband being suspicious.
Well?
And this afternoon, I saw her and Martell together at the Hills Gate bar.
You did? She and Martell?
Mm-hmm, I'm sure of it. They sat right next to me, and Martell was yelling about losing a lot of money when War Cloud won.
Which means somebody placed a big bet with him. So long, Paula.
Well, wait a minute now. Where are you going now?
I'm going to call on Mr. Martell, and I hope he isn't home. I'd like to take a look at the records in his safe.
All right, fellow. Get away from that safe.
Oh. Hello, Nick. I didn't expect you.
Yeah, I hardly thought you would. Didn't know you went in for opening safes, Doc.
Oh, we surgeons open anything.
Very funny. Keep your hands up. Didn't think you'd find North in there, did you?
I found him, Nick. Not here. He's dead.
Well,
Murdered.
that figures. You start double-crossing it. Do they know who did it?
The police think I did.
No kidding. Huh. You're certainly behind the 8 ball. On the spot with the cops and with me.
Look, Nick. They hang people in this state for murder. And I have no intention of being hanged if I can avoid it. If the only way out, for me, is to pass the buck to someone else, I'm going to pass it.
Well, you can't get ruled off for trying.
I can do better than try, Nick. I have an appointment with Corrigan in the morning. I can tell him a lot of interesting things.
You kill me, Doc. Why, what makes you think you're going to see Corrigan in the morning? Or anybody else?
Yes, there's that to consider. Well, shall I answer it?
Get back over there.
Certainly.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, wait a minute. It's Corrigan. For you.
Corrigan? Well?
Tell him everything's all right, Bradford.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hello, Inspector.
Hello, Bradford. I've got everything under control here. How are you doing?
Thanks. Thanks, Inspector. Everything's fine. Yes. Yes, I'll be there. Bye.
All right, Doc. You win. For the time being.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. Thank your friend Corrigan. Now that you've seen my books, you understand how I felt about Mike North. He'll rest his soul in peace.
Oh, sure. So I'm still a little puzzled.
Can't you read? Look, Mike North. He bet $25,000 on War Cloud to win. Paid off at 4-1. And I'm stuck for $100,000, every cent I own.
That's what I don't understand. You knew Mike was betting on War Cloud. You must have known that Luxury couldn't win.
Mike didn't make the bet himself. He was too smart for that. Sent some guy to place the bet.
Who was he?
Search me, some little guy with a scar on his face. He was going to call me after the race and tell me where to send the winning.
And did he?
Sure. He said to send it to Mike North, apartment K, 717, Kosciuszko Street.
But Mike lived at the Hotel Merton.
I know that. He was using this other address as a blind. But I wanted to tell Mike myself what I thought of him. So I phoned his hotel and he came over here.
What did he say?
What do you suppose? Tried to bluff me. Said he never made the bet.
Why would he do that?
Search me. But when I told him about the little guy with the scar, he came through quick enough. Took the dough and beat it.
Western Union, please. Where were you supposed to send the money?
Apartment K, 717, Kosciuszko Street.
Hello? I want to send a telegram, please. This is Beacon 7942. The message is to Dr. Lawrence Bradford, 614 Harlan Drive, City. Meet me in my apartment, 717 Kosciuszko Street. Signed, Mike North.
What's the idea of that?
Oh, just in case I'm not around in the morning. I want Corrigan to know where I am.
Is that you, Brad? Come on in.
Paula, what are you doing here?
Oh, I read that phony telegram you sent yourself. I knew you wouldn't let me come down here, so I sealed it up again and came anyway.
How did you get in?
If you're going to keep on housebreaking, Doctor, you should never be without a hairpin. Now, what did we come down here for?
A quick look around, and then you're going to get out. I don't like the looks of this place.
Well, it's very cozy. Now, here's all I've been able to find, a box of pills.
Capsules.
They're so big, I don't see how a person could swallow one.
Mike didn't give medicine to people, Paula. And horses have very big throats.
But Mike never lived here.
How do you know?
Well, I asked the janitor. He said the fellow that had this room had a scar on his face.
A scar?
Mm-hmm. He said
Paula, I've got it.
Got what?
Look. Martell claims that Mike North made a bet on War Cloud, but he didn't. And he didn't rent this apartment either. It was the little fellow with a scar pretending to be Mike. He had it all worked out. Martell was supposed to send the winnings to this address. And the little fellow would have got them. But Martell gummed it up by calling Mike, the real Mike, and giving the money to him. That's how Mike found out about this place. And... Paula, move.
For heaven's sake, what is it?
Spider. Just over your head.
Oh, thanks. Well, then, it was the little fellow that was pretending to be Mike that killed him and called you. It's obvious.
Paula, it must be obvious if you got it. Now, all we've got to do is to find him, and we've got the murderer.
Oh. Well, there's no use staying down here. I've looked all over the place. Still, you know, there's one thing very funny about it.
What?
There isn't any bed. Can you imagine renting a room without a bed?
My dear protected Paula, have you ever heard of a wall bed?
Oh, that's right. Well, where is it?
Right in the wall, there.
Take it down,
What for?
I want to look under it.
Very well, my sweet. Now you can look your heart's content.
Brad, it's a man.
Look out!
Who is it?
I don't know. Judging from that scar on his face, he's our murderer.
But Brad, he's dead.
Not a mark on him as far as I can see. Paula, run down to the corner and phone Corrigan to get here just as fast as he can. Well, go on. What are you standing there for?
Brad, behind you. The window's open. There's a hand there with a gun.
Now listen, Paula.
But don't get down, Brad. Please.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. William Powell and Claudette Colbert continue shortly in The Ex-Mrs. Bradford. Our brief pause between the acts tonight brings you an unusually interesting intermission guest. But before he appears, I'd like to say just a word or two to you ladies. May I tell you something frankly? If you neglect your skin, if you go to bed at night with stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt not thoroughly removed, you're running the risk of seeing your skin grow dull, unattractive. But if you use Lux toilet soap regularly, you are helping your complexion to stay smooth and radiant, lovely to look at, and soft to touch. So use Lux toilet soap before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed at night. Don't risk spoiling the natural soft beauty of your skin. It needs the thorough, gentle cleansing Lux toilet soap's active lather gives. Begin tonight to use the soap the screen stars use. Then use it regularly. You'll discover very soon what a really fine complexion soap can do for your skin, for your charm, for you. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Our special guest is a practicing physician in Hollywood, who, like Dr. Bradford, is also a detective. Dr. Ronald W. McCorkle is a family doctor who also spends many thrilling hours looking through a microscope to see whether two bullets match, or tensely watching a test tube while a blood precipitant test is underway. For 20 years, the police have consulted him in major criminal cases. And we'd like to know, Dr. McCorkle, how a physician like you became a criminologist.
It was mostly a hobby in the beginning, Mr. DeMille. I became interested in criminology just as someone else might take up skeet shooting or stamp collecting. Now it's part of my profession.
Well, the layman respects the criminologist's positive identification of bullets or fingerprints, but he always has a suspicion in the back of his mind that you may be wrong. What are the chances of your being wrong?
It would be practically impossible to be wrong on a fact like a bullet or a fingerprint identification, although, of course, anyone can make wrong deductions from a fact. Take a concrete example. Suppose when the third act of this play begins, we find Dr. Bradford on the floor with a bullet in his body. Suppose the police find a man running away from the house with a gun in his pocket.
Well, how would you prove that the bullet in Bradford's body came from that man's gun?
We fire another bullet from the gun, then compare this bullet with the one removed from Dr. Bradford's body under a comparison microscope, one through which one can look at two objects at once. The chances of such an examination giving the wrong answer are roughly 1 in a trillion or so.
And does a scientific criminologist go to the scene of the crime, or does he usually stick to his laboratory?
Both. In fact, certain police departments now use traveling laboratories for immediate investigation.
When he arrives, I suppose the traditional thing is for him to pick up the gun with his handkerchief and put it in his pocket?
Mr. DeMille, I'm looking for a movie or a mystery story where the detective does not pick up the gun with his handkerchief. Actually, that would erase fingerprints, almost as effectively as wiping the gun. The proper way is to pick up the gun by placing a pencil through the trigger guard where the criminal would not have left his prints. Better yet, tie an identification tag to the trigger guard and pick up the gun by the string. However, I don't recall a major case in many years which has been solved by means of fingerprints on a gun. They're usually wiped off or smudged. The fingerprints that catch criminals are the ones he leaves on furniture or glass and forgets about.
Well, doesn't scientific criminology also play a part in the defense of persons accused of crime?
Yes, that's becoming more important. 20 years ago, I was unable to establish the innocence of 2 boys accused of murder. A blood-stained knife found near a man who had been stabbed to death was traced to these boys. They said they had been hunting and had used the knife for dressing birds. There weren't any feathers on the blade, so their story seemed doubtful. I used a new test just then being developed and established that it was the blood of a bird and not of a human. A few months later, a man confessed to the crime.
Tell me, Doctor, have you got a case under consultation now?
Yes, there's one I expect to solve very shortly.
A murder case?
Quite the contrary. I expect to pay a visit with a stork any moment now. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Don't forget the fingerprint of baby. Claudette Colbert and William Powell in Act 3 of the Ex-Mrs. Bradford. Miraculously escaping the assassin's bullets, the 2 amateur sleuths made their way safely home from the apartment. It's morning. Dr. Bradford, suffering only from a slight graze along the side of his head, lies asleep on the couch. Paula, in a traveling dress, bends over him and speaks sadly.
Goodbye, Brad.
What's the matter? What's going on?
I just came in to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Oh, Brad, I'm so sorry.
Well, it's fine. Sorry for what?
Well, this. It's all my fault. I got you into it. I thought it was going to be fun, but when you got hurt... Well, I'm wrong, that's all. I'm getting out. You won't be bothered with me anymore.
Not even the alimony?
Oh, Brad, that was just a gag to get near you again.
Well, it worked. Will you marry me again, Paula?
What? Oh, lie down, dear. You've got a fever. Getting shot, even grazed, often makes people delirious.
I'm all right. I mean it, Paula. I've been a chump. I found that out as soon as I let you go. Then when you came back, well, there it is. I want you to stay. So what do you say? Will you marry me?
Dr. Bradford, in a word, yes.
What in the world are you doing?
Packing for our wedding trip.
What's all this junk on the floor?
Oh, just some things I figured on using for murder mysteries. This was the crowbar mystery.
Nothing more mysterious than a crowbar.
This was the life preserver mystery.
Oh, yes. That ought to drown a man very nicely. What are these?
Oh, that was the cutest idea I ever had. A mystery for children. Murder with toys. I still think if it had worked, it would have been a great idea.
Oh, what's this?
A toy spider. It's in the wrong box. That was another story I had.
Give me that.
Well, don't lose it. I may use it yet.
Look, I killed a spider at Kosciuszko Street last night. What else did we find there?
A wall bed.
Wall bed. Oh, that's not good. I've got it. Capsules. Capsules are gelatin. Paul, I've been blind. front of me all the time, and I couldn't see it. Paula, get me those capsules.
Right away.
Inspector Corrigan is here, sir.
Good morning, Doc. Well, you're looking pretty lively for a man who's almost dead.
How are you, Inspector? Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, this is Mr. Curtis, president of the Jockey Club.
How do you do, Miss Curtis?
How do you do?
Here you are, Brad. The capsule. Oh, hello, Inspector.
Good morning, Mrs. Bradford. Well, Doc, we performed an autopsy on Lou Pender. That's a little fellow with a scar. Exactly the same symptoms as Eddie Sands. Left ventricle collapsed. As soon as I saw there was some connection between his death and Eddie's, I notified Mr. Curtis here.
This has been a terrific shock to me, Doctor. Horse racing is a clean sport, and we intend to keep it so.
I'm sure you will, Mr. Curtis. Now, I've something really interesting to show you and the Inspector. What does that look like?
Why, a toy spider in a capsule.
Something much more dangerous than that. Now, I light a match. Place it under the capsule. The capsule melts. Now, what do you see?
A toy out of a capsule.
No, you don't. That is a weapon. The weapon with which Eddie Sands and Lou Pender were murdered.
What?
That's a black widow spider, Inspector. The murderer put the spider in a capsule, which was then placed on the victim's body. I've used a match so as not to waste time, but body heat, particularly at a time of excitement, would melt the capsule, leaving the spider free to bite.
A black widow spider?
It explains everything, Inspector. The collapse of the left ventricle, the symptoms of strangulation or drowning.
Well, that's a new one on me.
Now all you've got to do is to catch this spider breeder the next time he goes to work.
The next time? Say, wait a minute. Is this going to be an epidemic?
Well, he has to commit at least one more murder.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but I don't understand.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought the inspector would have explained everything to you. You see, Mr. Curtis, the murderer was working to get money. That's why he bet on Warcloud, an outside chance.
And then murdered the favorite's jockey, Eddie Sands.
Thank you, Paula. Mike North was suspicious of the whole affair. Started investigating.
And he got too close for comfort, so the murderer killed him.
Thank you, Paula. Then Lou Pender, who was working in cahoots with him, knew too much.
So he polished Lou off just as he did Eddie Sands.
Thank you, Paula. Go on, dear.
That's as far as I can go.
Oh. Well, anyhow, Inspector, the only fly in his ointment is that he still needs money. Not only has he not won his bet, but he's lost the $25,000 he put up the day before yesterday.
So the murderer must strike again,
Inspector, the case in a capsule.
Then that means the same thing is likely to happen at the track at any time.
But that's what we've been explaining to you.
Inspector, you've got to stop this thing. It might happen again today. The Barton Handicap, Luxury, and Warcloud are entered.
Well, there you are, gentlemen. Get going, Inspector.
Yeah, but where? Where would you suggest?
You'll have to catch the murderer. I've got other work to do.
I should say he has. We're going to get married.
Huh? Oh, that'll have to wait, Paula.
What?
I've got to save that jockey's life.
Believe me, Doctor, you can be assured of my full cooperation. Anything that I can do to help you...
Thank you. I'll need your help. Number one, I want 8 or 10 motion picture cameras to be placed at my disposal at the track.
Yes.
Number 2, I want to inoculate the jockey who rides Luxury against Black Widow poison.
All right.
And number 3, this is for you, Inspector. I'd like the following ladies and gentlemen in my living room this evening. Mr. and Mrs. Hutchins, Mr. and Mrs. Summers, and Nick Martell. Agreed?
They'll be here.
Good. Now I've got to run.
Oh, Brad, our wedding.
Goodbye, Paula.
Oh, Brad, this will make a very interesting lawsuit. Non-payment of alimony plus breach of promise.
Hi, sweet.
Did you inoculate Luxury's jockey?
Yes, with a little difficulty.
I always thought you used a hypodermic. Well, what do we do now?
Nothing. I've done everything I can. The boy will not be killed.
You think Corrigan will catch the murderer?
I know darn well he won't.
And there they go.
They're off, Paula.
Brad, roll up your sleeve.
Luxury's running 6th. What?
Roll up your sleeve.
What for?
I'm going to inoculate you.
Paula, what?
Now, use your head, Brad. There have been 2 attempts on your life already. What's going to happen when the murderer discovers you wrecked his plans today?
I hadn't thought of that.
I don't want you killed, Brad. And believe me, when somebody until somebody catches that murderer, you're not going to have 1 minute free from danger.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it now. I brought only 1 dose of antitoxin. I gave that to the jockey.
Oh. Well, in that case, let's enjoy the race.
Coming down the line of finish now, it's Warcloud and Luxury, Warcloud and Luxury. They're running neck and neck, and now Luxury is pulling away. It's Luxury and Warcloud, and Luxury is the winner by a head.
Well, Doc, there's your race. Nothing happened. Everything on the up and up.
It's a moral victory for you, Inspector.
And to the victor belongs... Oh, look out there!
Holy smoke, it's Luxury. He's running away.
The jockey's off. He's lying out on the track.
Come on, Inspector, quick.
Right with you. All right, stand back there. Get back. Give the doctor room to work. Get back, I say.
Get his shirt open.
Oh, there it is!
The Black Widow on his chest.
Look out. Get it off him. Up. Well, there's your murderer, Inspector. Black Widow Spider. I gave Spike an antitoxin before. This is an antidote. Spike, you'll be all right. Tomorrow, you'll never know this happened.
Oh, I apologize, Doc. I'd give a month's pay to know who put that on him.
That won't be hard to find out. Wait till tonight.
Leroy Hutchins?
Present.
Mrs. Hutchins? Yes. Nick Martell?
I'm here.
Paula Bradford? Oh, that's me. Here. Mr. Summers?
Right here.
And Mrs. Summers? Here.
Now, if you don't mind, Inspector, Dr. Bradford, I'd like very much to know why we are here.
Well, the doc here had an idea. We figured out that you're all suspects, so we invited you all here. The one that didn't show up was our man. Oh, a woman.
But unfortunately, you all showed up.
Mm-hmm. So that lets the police out of the party. Sorry to trouble you folks. Good night.
Well, I guess we can all go now.
Yes, if you wish.
Oh, please don't go. We're such a nice, cozy little group.
Say, I'll tell you what. I've got something that might interest you. How'd you like to see some pictures, movies?
Right here in the house?
I think you might be interested. You're all racing people, and I've got some fine track scenes. I think you'll enjoy this.
Sit down, everyone, won't you? Make yourself comfortable.
All right. Stokes, turn on the machine.
Why, that's today's race. In the paddock. There's Luxury.
And there's Warcloud.
Exactly. Which is what you're really here to see. I still believe one of you to be guilty. Today, one of you planned another coup. Again, one of you tried to murder Luxury's jockey. We've proven that Eddie Sands was murdered. The same method was tried on Spike Salisbury this afternoon. The murder was committed by placing a capsule on the jockey's body containing a Black Widow spider. The heat of his body melted the capsule. The spider was released to bite the jockey, and the murder was completed. And in just a moment, you'll see the murderer himself. Just before the race, putting the capsule on the jockey's back. That's you up there, Hutchins, leaning against the wall.
Yes, I went in for a moment.
But he's nowhere near Spike, is he? Oh, look, there's Mr. Martell. He's close, all right. He's putting his hand on Spike's shoulder.
Now, wait a minute. Don't try to pin anything on me. Mrs. Summers is patting Spike on the shoulder now.
I didn't put anything on him. You can see.
Look at
Yes,
Summers.
we saw Mrs. Summers. It's all right.
Why is he fixing Spike's shirt in the back?
Lights.
Well, his chair's empty.
I'm over here, Doctor. I was leaving, but I noticed your friends are still outside. Now, if you'll all just move down to that end of the room, please. I've got you covered. That's fine. Congratulations, Doctor. Very clever of you. But you slipped up on one point, the motive. I wanted to ruin you, Martell, because I knew what you'd done to me. You took away from me the only thing in the world I cared for. I'd fix every race there was until you lost every cent you own.
But that's all over, I swear.
I'm going to kill you, Martell. And you, too, my dear wife. And you, Dr. Bradford, for your inquisitiveness.
I don't think you're going to kill anybody with that gun. It's loaded with blanks.
Yes? Well, we'll see. I hope that statue over there isn't valuable.
Get the gun, Nick!
Hold it, Brad!
Grab Summers, boys. You got him, boss. Where's the doc? Hey, Doc! Doc! Where's the doc?
He's here. He's unconscious.
Good. Well, what happened to him?
I went to hit Summers with that buzz and I made a mistake. Oh, Brad Dutt. Oh, look at his bump. You look awfully cute, Brad. I like your bandage.
Thanks.
The bow looks wonderful.
What bow?
On the bandage. It was all my idea.
Yes, I imagine it was.
No.
No one else would bother with it.
Well,
Well,
now what about us getting married?
Paula, I wouldn't walk across this room. Any other time I'd be glad to, but tonight I wouldn't walk across this room to marry you.
Well, would you walk halfway across?
Now you're quibbling.
Yes or no, would you? Halfway, huh?
Well, all right. Just to prove that the age of gallantry isn't dead. Yeah, I'll walk halfway.
All right, come on.
There. I walked halfway. That lets me out.
Not yet. Stokes, start the movies.
Very good, ma'am.
That's another idea of mine. See? Talkies. That fellow's a real justice of the peace.
Huh?
My friends,
We are gathered here to join together this man and this woman in the state of matrimony. Do you, Paula Bradford, take this man to be your husband?
I do.
And do you, Lawrence Bradford, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do. And may heaven have mercy on my soul.
Casting off their detective disguises, William Powell and Claudette Colbert return for a curtain call. Bill, as a forgotten man, how do you...
Pardon me, C.B. That shadow over there in the corner, it looks like a man.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Claudette. I'll do no more detecting tonight.
Oh, but it may be a dangerous prowler of some kind.
Where's the shadow, Claudette?
Oh, there, by the curtain. Doesn't it look like a man?
Oh, it does. He works here.
Oh.
Well, you can't be right all the time, but, Claudette, I think you have a suspicious nature.
No, not in most things. But among the things I don't like are strange shadows on the wall or strange soaps. That's why I've used Lux soap for years. I know I can depend on it. Now, but what was that I interrupted a while back, C.B.? You were saying something about Bill as a forgotten man.
I was about to ask him how he liked working for me in a picture.
Working for you, Cecil? I've worked with just about every director in Hollywood except you.
You have a scene in my last picture.
Did Bill play one of the Indians?
No, Bill plays a tramp who lives in the city dump, a very charming tramp.
Oh, yes, that was my man Godfrey. Only you didn't direct that, Cecil.
No, but I used a scene from it in Land of Liberty. The picture which will be Hollywood's contribution to the New York World's Fair and the Golden Gate International Exposition in San Francisco.
What else is in the picture, C.B.?
Well, it's made of scenes dramatizing American history, taken from 124 pictures dating back as far as 1910, and a good deal of modern history as seen through the eye of the newsreel camera. Land of Liberty will not be shown anywhere for profit, and for the present only at the two fairs.
A picture like that should be a pretty valuable document, C.B., even if I am in it.
And I think it'll still be more interesting 20 years from now. I hope I can see it at one of the fairs. Well, good night, C.B.
Good night, Cecil.
You'll hear from us again the moment we need a couple of good detectives.
Mr. DeMille returns in just a moment with news about next week's stars in play. Heard in The Ex-Mrs. Bradford were John Archer as Nick Martell, Alice Eden as Mrs. Summers, Norman Field as Mr. Summers, Colin Campbell as Stokes, Ray Appleby as Mike North, Ross Forrester as Mr. Frankenstein, Frank Nelson as morgue attendant, John Fee as Mr. Hutchins, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Hutchins, David Kerman as Mr. Pender, Lou Merrill as Inspector Corrigan, and Bob Burleson as Mr. Curtis. Tonight's play was filmed by RKO Studio, producers of the new picture, Career. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music there for Susanna of the Mounties. Be sure to listen to the Lux Daytime Radio program. It tells you the enthralling story of the love and problems of a young, attractive woman doctor. Look in your newspapers for the time and station every afternoon, Monday through Friday. The life and love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Mr. DeMille.
On the eve of her wedding, a girl makes a wish that she may never grow old. From that day on, she watches time leave its mark on all that she loves, while she herself never changes. This is the theme of the play you'll hear next Monday night, a play called Mrs. Moonlight, with two splendid artists in the starring roles, Janet Gaynor and George Brent. Since the beginning of time, men and women have searched for the secret of eternal youth. Listen next Monday and learn of one who finds that secret and of how she uses it. We have just been advised that the readers of Radio Guide magazine have selected the Lux Radio Theater as the best dramatic program on the air. We are grateful to all who participated in this poll, and to Radio Guide magazine for the medal symbolizing the honor. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and George Brent in Mrs. Moonlight. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hang him. Hanging an innocent man was their first mistake, and their last. Seek vengeance with Clint Eastwood in Hang 'em High, Friday night at 8 on TNT.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Ranger Bill. I guess you know me by now, but in case you don't, then we can get acquainted while I tell you a story of the Old West, brought up to date in a new and strange way. A way that took a lot of figuring out. I suppose that most of us, when somebody mentions the West, well, we think of cowboys and cattle rustlers. Rustle is an old American slang word that meant to borrow something that wasn't yours, usually late at night. And it also meant that when you borrowed it, you had no intention of returning it. Of course, cattle rustling hasn't really gone on for many years now. Modern systems of communication sort of automatically put a stop to it. But even so, we found ourselves confronted with that very thing. It all happened just a little while ago in the story I call The Cattle Rustlers of Coconino.
You over there, Doc?
Been here half an hour.
I had some trouble with a couple of strays. Rough work, one man riding herd on this many cattle.
Well, get on with it. We ain't got all night.
I'll get them centered in a minute or two. You got everything ready?
Sure.
All right. Steady now. Here they come.
Yo!
Hey! See anything of them over there? No, not a sign, Joe. I simply can't understand it. I can't understand it. We've rid up and down and backwards and forwards across this whole section of the range all day long, and nary a sign of them cattle. It's hard to figure out, Joe. Maybe they ran off. Run off to where? Cattle ain't gonna run away from water. Even steers got that much sense. Coconino Creek is the only water for 40 miles in any direction. You know, there's a couple of sloughs here and there. At this time of the year, every last slough has been dried up for weeks, and you know it. Well, maybe they're around somewhere. Where? Answer me that. This isn't the year 1840, Jack. This is now. I've had every rancher alerted by ranch radio communications. The Cattlemen's Protective Association is on the lookout. Nobody has seen hide nor hair of them cattle. Why, if this was 100 years ago or even 50 years ago, I'd say them cattle been took by rustlers. There ain't no more cattle rustlers, we know that. But what we also know is them cattle is gone.
Hey, let's pull up for a while, huh? Give the horses a breather.
Sure enough.
Yeah, fast gallop like that does a horse good, though. Why, I'll say, I'm glad Bill brought us along on this trip. How's your cold coming along, Stumpy?
Well, this drying weather is helping some.
Hey, have you ever been here before?
Yep, this here's some of the best, wildest cattle country left in the whole West.
Do you mean wild cattle or wild country?
Yeah, both. This here is Coconino County. About 1 million square miles is nothing.
1 million?
Well, don't pin me down. It's mighty big anyways. Way back when I was a young'un, this used to be called cattle rustlers' haven.
Whatever for?
Oh, the herds was bigger then. No law enforcement around to bother the rustlers. Not much, anyway.
No radio, no jeeps, and no telephones.
That's right. Man, rustlers just about had it own way. Naturally, things are different now. Rustlers is things of the past.
Yeah. With modern methods of communication and everything, why, a cattle rustler, he wouldn't stand a chance. Hey, look, a whirlybird.
What? Oh,
yeah. Over there.
Yeah, one of them egg beaters.
What's it doing out here?
That there, Henry, right there before your very eyes is modern-day ranching at its best.
Oh, what do you mean?
That there helicopter belongs to the Jackson brothers. They're twins, they be. Identical twins. All this land hereabouts, far as you can see in any direction, and then some is their ranch, the Big J.
Big J?
Yep. See their names, Joe and Jack Jackson, 3 J's. So their brand is just a Big J. Get it?
Sure, it's easy to make and it's easy to see. Yeah, I can even see some from here. Boy, those steers are a long way off. Left rear flank, the Big J.
That egg beater's coming over this way. He must have spotted us.
Yeah. Look at those steers run when that helicopter flies near them.
Yes, sir. That there beats any system of herding cattle I ever seen. Feller could run a herd in any direction he wanted, any place he wanted. Never get near the cattle. Do it quicker and faster and better. Look at that feller. Waving.
Hey, look, yeah, he waved at us. Hi!
Yeah, checking up on things, I guess. Yeah, that's Jack. Them 2 twins can check on water and where the herds is gathered and sort of oversee the whole ranch and do in a day what used to take weeks.
Well, don't they use the helicopter to herd cattle with?
Nope. It'd run them ragged.
Just the same, it looks just exactly as though he was herding that one bunch of cattle. He's herding them over there toward that clump of cottonwoods.
Impossible, Henry. Can't be did. Come on, I'll race you back.
There. Got him in there. Say, you was early tonight. I didn't hardly get here in time.
I had all them little dogies all herded up real nice. Bunched up real good just over the rise there. Just standing around and waiting for their friend, Mr. Dark.
How come you could have them waiting in one spot?
Well, that's for me to know and for you to find out.
Well, when you'll be back?
I don't know. We'd better wait a while. I don't want to overdo it. And besides, the full moon is coming. Better wait until the nights get dark again.
Yeah. If you're gonna do business with dark, it's gotta be dark.
Jack, this thing is getting me down. I'm getting gray hairs over it. Little by little, maybe 20 or 30 at a time, our steers are disappearing. And yet nobody has any idea where they are, where they're going, or where they're gone. Yeah, it sure is a mystery. We do have some mighty big herds, but at this rate, if that keeps up... If it was those rustlers, we'd have some clue, that's for sure. Yeah. Say... What? I have an idea. That forest ranger fella is here in these parts. I've heard tell of him. Carries a reputation of being a mighty smart outdoorsman. Bill something or other his name is. Why don't we go to see him? Now, what for? What good would that do, Joe? There's no sense dragging him into all this. Nope. My mind is made up. We're gonna go pay a call on that forest ranger. We'd like to introduce ourselves. We're the Jackson brothers. I'm Joe, and this here's my twin brother, Jack.
Hi, fellas. I'm glad to meet you. I've heard about you. How do you tell which is which?
No way, I guess. Jack here is left-handed and I'm right-handed, but otherwise we look and act exactly alike.
I see. Well, what's on your minds, gentlemen?
We have trouble on our minds. It's like this. I still don't see no reason to bother the ranger with all
Oh, no trouble at all. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
And we have the biggest ranch in Coconino County. Never any bellyaches. But lately, well, I can hardly believe it when I say it. Lately, we've been losing cattle.
Losing cattle?
That's it. Every week or so, some will be gone. We keep a pretty regular count, you know. Our riders report in. And lately cattle have just been, well, they've just been disappearing.
Running away?
Nope. We'd have got reports from other ranchers. These cattle have just vanished.
And no clue of any sort?
No, nothing. Sounds like rustlers at work. But the day of the rustler is gone. Why, there just ain't no way to rustle cattle nowadays without getting caught. Ain't that right, Jack? Yeah, right. So we come over here to see if maybe you could help us out.
Well, I'd be happy to be of service, but offhand I'd say this was something I'd have to investigate. Mind if I pay a few visits to your ranch, ask a few questions?
It's a big ranch. It's hard to find people to ask.
I'll manage. Well, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Jackson, I'll be visiting you one of these days. And until then, I suggest both of you keep a sharp eye out. And that's the story, Ralph. What do you make of it?
Well, no tracks on the ground, that's for sure. Ground's too hard, and the wind must have covered them over. How about the brand?
Well, they use a simple one, just a capital J.
Hot iron brand or chemical?
Chemical. Sort of painted on and then...
Yeah, I know. It's easy to change a chemical brand to make it look like something else.
Yeah, but no strange cattle and no off-brand cattle have been reported.
Well, they were probably shipped out of state and checked at the state line.
Sure, and the shipping records show nothing.
Yeah.
Something funny about this. Ralph, those cattle are still somewhere in this state. But where and why and how and what for?
Well, that's what we've got to find out.
Nice of you to show me around, Mr. Jackson.
Just call me Joe.
Okay. Bill was coming out to your ranch today, so I asked if I could come along.
Anytime. Ain't that a pretty sight, though? Them red steers and way off them purple mountains.
Yeah.
Nice fat steers, too. Hey, let's walk over toward that bunch right over there.
Okay.
A fella don't enjoy looking at a herd of white faces, just don't appreciate what's downright pretty. Just look at them steers. Red hides are shining in the sunlight. Why, it's a picture no artist could paint.
Hey, Joe, that steer, he's coming right for us.
Yeah, I reckon he is at that.
Oh, well, hadn't we better run?
Nah, that's Ferdinand, Henry. Good old Ferdinand. Found him out on the range one bitter cold spring night. He lost his mama. He had, so I raised him up on a bottle till he got big enough to shift for himself. He never forgot it, though.
Well, he is walking right up to you.
Sure, he knows me and I know him. I'd recognize him in 100 steers. Hi, Ferdinand. Wanted to have your head scratched, huh? That's it. Good fella. Any a dandy?
Well, he looks pretty big. Close up like that. Maybe I better scratch his head, too, just so he knows that, I like him, too. Huh? Here, Ferdinand. Nice, Ferdinand.
Dark, is it okay to talk?
Huh, so it's you. What's on your mind?
Well, how about tomorrow night?
Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday. Same time, same place?
All right, but listen.
What?
Tomorrow night's got to be the last night. I can't keep shoving them cattle around forever, you know. When you going to get on with the second part of your plan?
Soon, Dark. Soon.
Huh. Tomorrow night, then. So long.
Yeah, so long. Well, the old clock on the wall says it's about bedtime. I'm going to hit the sack. You too, Jack? I'm going range riding. Tonight? Sure. I thought I'd ride around for a couple hours. Maybe I can spot something wrong. Find out what's happened to our cattle. But you've been out night after night, Jack, and ain't found nothing. Hey, want me to come along and keep you company? No, you stay here right at the ranch. Well, maybe you're right at that.
Come in.
Sounds like the ranger. Come in.
Hi. Hope you don't mind such a late caller.
Always glad to see you, Bill. What can we do you for?
I was out riding around, just looking. Saw your light, stopped in.
Looking? For what?
Oh, don't know for sure. Like you, I'm doing all I can to solve the mystery of where your cattle have gone.
Jack here was just this minute ready to get on his horse and go out range riding to see if he could spot trouble.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then, when do we ride together? It's a dark night, no moon, a good night for cattle to vanish.
Now, who said any cattle was going to vanish tonight?
Why, nobody.
Jack would be delighted to have you along. Ain't that so, Jack? Jack? No, I don't like to take the ranger's time. Besides, it's real late. He'd be glad to have you along, Bill.
Well, let's get started then. Dark.
What? What'd you say?
I said it was dark. Dark night.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Now, let's ride down toward that big swale up ahead. Swale is where cattle like to bunch up at night.
No, no use going down there. I've been down there night after night. There's no cattle down there.
Grass is always better in a swale. Ground's lower. Let's take a canter down there just for fun.
I tell you, there's no cattle down there.
Well, after all, it is your ranch. You ought to know where... Hey, Jack. There is something down there in that swale. I just saw a flicker of light. Looked like somebody lighting a match. Out on these flatlands, in a dark night like this one, you can see the flare of a match for nearly a mile. That light was a long way off, but it was down in that swale. Come on, let's hurry over there.
No, I didn't see no light. A firefly, most likely. I've been watching over this way, anyways. Hey! Over this way, Bill! Not toward the swale, away from the swale! Rustlers! Cattle rustlers! I'll fire on them! Over this way, Bill! Come on, over this way! Rustlers! Cattle thieves! Look out! Here we come! Here comes the forest ranger! We got ya! Hurry! Well, nothing here. They must have got clean away.
Yeah.
I seen shapes, and I heard voices. Right over in this direction. Well, that's why I didn't want to go chasing no fireflies.
Mm-hmm.
It must have been them rustlers, but they got away. I reckon we scared them so much they'll never won't be back.
Yeah.
Yep. And them rustlers done got chased away by us. And that was too quick for us. Say, Bill, just to set your mind at rest, we might as well take a jog down there at that swale you was so interested in. Of course, I know there won't be nothing there, but just to put your mind at rest, I think...
No luck, huh, Bill? Ride all night and didn't find out anything.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know? What kind of talk is that?
Ralph, I'm sure I saw somebody light a match down in that dark swale. It was a long, long way off, but...
But Jack Jackson made a lot of noise right then. Hollered and shot his gun and got you to run in the other direction after something that wasn't there. Is that it?
Just about. But how did you know
That's an old Indian trick, Bill. Setting a false trail.
Well, afterwards, after we spent nearly an hour chasing around with him yelling at the top of his lungs, then he insisted we ride down through the swale.
Oh, sure. Of course there was nothing there then. Well...
Ralph, this whole thing doesn't look good.
What are you going to do, Bill?
I wish I knew. You see, Ralph, what a man thinks is one thing, but what he can prove is another.
But what?
We'll follow this trail no matter what we find at the end of it.
Yeah, and so we gotta hurry. Now, that ranger stuck to me like a burr last night.
Yeah, when I heard all that hollering and shooting, I caught on and beat it.
We gotta finish this deal and quick.
Can't make it too soon for me.
You got the papers, invoices, bills of sale, and all that?
Sure. Everything we need. And you can't tell them from the real thing, neither.
No, I hope not. Now, I'll fix up the final details and phone you from downtown like before. And we better not meet again. The brand's okay?
Oh, sure. Me and my men done a good job. They all had time to set, too.
The Circle Dash, eh?
Yeah.
The Circle Dash. Circle Dash. Hey, let's go right there. Oh, I sure wish they'd hurry. There, they ought to be here any minute. You said that Mr. Dark phoned from town a couple hours ago. That means him and his cowpuncher should have the herd driven up here right along about now. Yeah. Real lucky this fellow just happened to have this herd for sale.
I don't understand, fellas.
Well, Bill, you know we've been losing our cattle, and it's got so bad we ain't even got enough left to make a profit on. So Jack here, he just happened to run into this fella Dark over to town, and they got to talking, and it turned out this fella wanted to quit the cattle business and was willing to sell his whole herd to us.
So
pretty
you're,
cheap, too.
You're going to buy this man's cattle?
Yep. That's right, Ralph. Done took all my life savings and cash money to do it. But they're good cattle, Jack says. We need to have them to save the ranch. They're white-faced heifers, same as we already got.
What's this man's mark? How does he brand his cattle?
The Circle Dash. Yeah, here they come. Get ready, boys. We'll run them all into them pens and keep them there overnight till they settle down. Then tomorrow we can let them out on the range. Come on, Jack. Let's go meet your friend, Mr. Dark, and get this deal finished up.
The Circle Dash.
I know, Ralph, I know.
The Circle
I looked
Dash.
it up in my brand registry book. There's no Circle Dash brand listed there.
You know, Bill, it's pretty easy to take the J brand, mark it from the curve of the J on up around the top and down again, and make a circle that way.
Mm-hmm. Put a dash clear through the circle to cover up the old ends of the J.
And end up with the Circle Dash.
Right.
What? A brother stealing cattle from his own brother, changing the brand and then selling the same cattle back to his brother. What are we going to do now, Bill?
The first thing, Ralph, we've got to be sure we're right. We know part, but not all. And until we do...
Here comes Joe Jackson.
Well, they're all here. Jack and the boys will run them into the pens, then I'll go over and sign the papers with Mr. Dark, and we'll be...
What's the matter?
That one steer there. The one that's cut himself out of the herd. The one that's coming this way.
He's looking right at you, Joe. Maybe he doesn't like you.
Maybe he does like me. Why, sure. That's Ferdinand.
What?
Ferdinand. A steer I bottle raised. Make a regular pet of him, and ever since then he's
Get back there! No! No, get back!
Well, Jack's turned him in. I can see his brand mark now. Circle Dash. He's one of Dark's herd. Huh. Man's eyes will sure play tricks on him. Could have sworn that was old Ferdinand. Hey, trouble over to the pens. They must have a bad critter on their hands, a troublemaker.
Sure looks like it. Ralph and I'll ride over and see if we can lend a hand. See what's up anyway.
Thanks. Wish you would. It's getting so dusty with all these doggies milling around, you can't hardly see anything. Clear. Besides, look like Mr. Dark's riding this way. I can sign them final papers and pay him his money.
We'll check the corrals. Come on, Ralph. Looks like they got a real rough one on their hands.
Yeah, let's go. One bad steer can make plenty of trouble in the pen. Make all the other steers go wild and crazy. Come on.
Help Jack calm them critters down. Well, here comes Mr. Dark. Wants his money, I suppose. Still can't get it out of my head that steer I seen was Ferdinand. Of course, it couldn't be, I guess. It couldn't be. Howdy, Mr. Dark.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Dark.
Mister, huh? We're mighty formal today, ain't we? Yeah. Them critters sure stirs up the dust. Can't hardly see nohow.
Yes. Well, I guess you want your money.
Yeah, we might as well settle up, Jack. And don't
Jack.
forget our deal.
Why, Mr. Dark,
You pay me half, and you pocket the other half, and that dumb brother of yours will never know the difference.
But I'm...
All you gotta do is sign these fake papers so it'll look legal and proper. Just sign on the dotted line so I can clear out. Well, come on, Jack. Put your moniker on these here papers.
All right, Dark. I'll sign. It's all the evidence I need.
Quit yakking, just sign.
Yeah, give me the invoices. What's the matter, Mr. Dark?
Why, you signed that there paper with your right hand. And Jack is left-handed. You ain't Jack.
No, I'm not. I'm his dumb brother, and thanks to your mistake, I found out the saddest thing in my life.
What are you gonna do?
What I have to do.
Joe, we need your help. That big steer's gone plumb loco. He's tearing the chutes apart. We can't get him stopped.
My own brother.
Look out, Jack. He's coming your way.
Jack's in danger.
Those cattle will stampede if that steer smashes down the fence. Look out, there they go. Run, Jack. Run for your life. He's gonna be trampled to death.
Jack, watch out. I'm coming, Jack. Jack, I'm coming.
What are we going to do now, Bill?
Stay put, I guess. No human being can stop those cattle when they're on the rampage.
Yeah, they run one way, then the other.
They've gone crazy with fear.
One bad steer started the whole thing. Broke down the fence, and then they all followed.
Yeah. Well, we're safe here on this loading platform. Nothing to do but wait and... Ralph.
What is it?
Look over there, through the dust. Isn't that Jack?
Looks like him. Oh, no, he's on the ground. He must have been hurt when the steers broke through the corral.
Right by the gate when they broke through, but I thought he got out of the way.
Oh, looks like he didn't quite make it.
He must be hurt. He's trying to get up, but he falls back down.
Oh, he's hurt bad, Bill.
We've got to get over there
It's
and
too
help him.
late. It's too late, Bill. The cattle are returning now. The whole herd's heading straight for Jack.
There's his brother. There's Joe
no.
in front of the herd, and between them and Jack.
The cattle are coming
Joe's
fast.
reached his brother's side now. He's reached the brother.
Yeah. Here comes the whole herd of cattle. They're stampeding straight for the two brothers. Here they come. Here they come.
Did you talk to the doctor?
Yes, Jack. He's doing all he can. We know that.
Waiting here in the hospital, while he's in that room there. And you know that when he saw I couldn't get out of the way of that stampede, he ran and threw himself on top of me.
Yeah, we saw it happen, Jack.
Oh, he could have gotten away, but he was willing to risk his own life to try to save mine. Oh, after what I'd done to him. Oh, when will a doctor let us know?
Joe's hurt pretty bad.
I thought I'd be smart. I'd chase those cattle with a copter and wear them out so they'd stay put. Then I'd herd them all by myself at night to where Dark was waiting for me.
Yeah, what did Dark do?
Yeah, he had a big furniture van with a ramp. And we'd drive the cattle in, and he'd move them to a part of the ranch where only him and I knew. Well, there's moving vans going through here in the state highway all the time, so nobody had...
But Joe...
Well, Joe, he trusted me, of course. I'd always tell him I'd search that corner of the ranch, so, well, he never went out there.
And all that time, Joe's cattle, your cattle, never left your own ranch?
No. And then we changed the brands, and well, now Joe's laying in that room, and well, here I am.
Oh, there's the doctor, Jack. He says you can go in now.
Joe? Hi. Joe, are you... I'll make it. Joe, can you ever, I'm really sorry for what I did. Now, Jack, you're my brother, aren't you? Well, yes. I suppose I am. Well, right now, I don't deserve to be. Joe, there was always one thing that was different about us since we've growed up. Remember when we was young'uns, Joe? How we used to go together down the lane? Yeah, sure, I remember. Well, every Sunday. And you remember where we went? Yeah, of course I do. Well, that's where I ain't been going. Joe, get well quick, will you? Well, we got to start visiting that place, that church, again, together.
And that's how one cattle rustler rustled himself into a place where God could speak to him. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Are you giving up using Pine Sol for one of these cleaners with a lighter pine scent? Honey, have I got news. Introducing new light pine scent Pine Sol. You can have it all. The cleaning power of Pine Sol with a light pine scent. And what it leaves behind is a light, fresh scent throughout your house. Don't give up anything, honey. You can have it all. New light pine scent Pine Sol. The cleaning power of Pine Sol with a light pine scent.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns Williams and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
The makers of Grape Nuts bring you George Burns and Gracie Allen with Tony Martin, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and yours truly, John Connie. All right, Ray. 1, 2. The vital food energy everyone must have to carry through till noontime feeling swell. Why, an average serving of Grape Nuts, that's 2 tablespoonfuls with whole milk or cream and fruit, contains more varied nourishment than many a hearty meal. And so remember that in the case of children who aren't hungry in the morning, or adults who prefer a light breakfast, Grape Nuts make even a light breakfast a safe breakfast. A breakfast that's packed with food energy. So start off the day right with Grape Nuts. Your grocer has them in the yellow and blue pack. Roses are red, violets are blue. Almonds are nuts, and so are George and Gracie. And here they are, those 2 Grape Nuts.
Thank you. Oh, Gracie?
George, you better be careful with me tonight.
I better be careful.
And that goes for you too, George.
I say.
You better not stop on my toes tonight, or I'll tell you a thing or a couple.
A thing or a couple?
Yeah.
You mean a something or two. That's what you mean. Gracie, you don't sound very happy.
Oh, I'm happy. It's my uncle who saw.
Gracie, say hello.
Hello.
Well, that's better. Now, what's your uncle saw about?
Well, when he went to bed last night, he hung his underwear on the bench, and somebody in the park stole it.
Your uncle sleeps in the park?
Well, certainly. What do you think he's got, insomnia?
Suppose he sleeps in the park and then he dreams that he's staying at the Ambassador Hotel.
No, their rates are too high.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. You see, Unky is trying to cut down expenses, so he just dreams that he has a small room at the Biltmore.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
If your Unky keeps on sleeping on a park bench, he'll be known as rent-free of the mountain.
That's very funny, George.
That's my own stuff.
Oh, dear. I think you've got a great future in humor.
You mean humor, comedy?
No, Yuma, Arizona.
Quiet.
George, old boy.
Yes, sir, Ray.
Well, I say, didn't you notice anything?
No.
Well, how do you like this suit I'm wearing?
Oh, it's beautiful. Is it new?
No, it's 6 years old.
6 years old?
Yes, this is the first time I've worn it.
Well, why didn't you wear it when you first bought it?
Well, I was very stout in those days, you see. And then when I went for a fitting, I couldn't get it on.
Ray, if you get any thinner, you'll look like an umbrella standing in the corner.
Yeah, and if Ray had a corner, he could open a cigar store.
I know.
If he had my uncle, he could open a safe.
Oh, quiet with your uncle. Your uncle is silly. It's a silly uncle.
Would you believe it, George? I lost 10 pounds since I bought this dress.
What did you do, diet?
Yeah, it's always in this color.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
George, I'm still at the microphone.
So what?
Well, haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes, they went that way.
Thankfully.
Yes. Ray, why don't you go back to sleep in the park with Gracie's uncle?
The park?
Yes.
Sounds like a charming place. Is it exclusive?
Oh, definitely. They only allow one bum on a bench.
Say, George.
Yeah, yes, Tony.
I saw your picture down from the Stress last night at the Pantages Theater, and it was swell.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Tony.
Gracie and John Connie were sitting with me, and you know me, George. I'm a pretty tough critic.
Well, Tony, coming from you...
You might not have been awfully good in this picture, but I still think it's the best picture you ever made.
Oh, thanks, Tony, and don't think I'll forget this when your option is due for renewal.
Don't listen to Tony, George. If you'd have been any better, you'd have been pretty fair.
Call that a pretty nice compliment.
Sure, it's better than you can get from anybody else.
Well, then I'll take a case. Yeah.
George, remember the part in the picture where you tell that joke to Fred Astaire?
Yeah, that was quite funny. I enjoyed that
Tony
part.
was in hysterics.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Oh, I'm telling you, Tony laughed his head off.
Really?
Oh, well, he was laughing so hard that the usher had to come down and take the funny paper away from him.
I say, while I was telling a joke, Tony was reading a funny paper.
Yes.
Well, Tony, you certainly surprised me.
Yeah, and he surprised me, too. I didn't know he could read.
Well, I didn't either.
I say, George, if you're writing jokes for a funny paper, here's one I made up. Who is it that lives at the Biltmore and sleeps on a bench?
You sure you made that up? Oh, yeah. Lives at the Biltmore and sleeps on a bench. Judge Sam Tralifax.
No, Gracie's uncle.
Oh, go away.
Oh, why don't you all stop ribbing George about his picture?
That's all right, Johnny. They don't worry me.
Well, they shouldn't, George. I saw the picture, and you can't be as bad as everyone says you are.
Oh, he could, too.
Yeah, well, wait till you see me in our new Paramount picture, College Swing.
You love George, Johnny. Why, I do a scene with George where Edward Everett Horton is sensational.
Well, I'm sure I like Horton, Gracie.
Gracie, what about me?
Oh, then you like Horton, too, George.
Well, it's quite encouraging.
By the way, Tony, isn't your picture going into the Grauman's Chinese Theater?
Sure, John, and don't miss it. It's a beauty.
I'll say it's a beauty, John. It's one of the prettiest theaters in Hollywood.
Oh, is it? Really? Where is it, George?
Where is it? Don't you know Grauman's Chinese?
No, but I know my laundryman is.
Look, it's very hard for me to stand here and talk with an empty head.
George, you're just self-conscious.
Yes, on your mother's side.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, Gracie, who's in this picture, College Swing, with you?
Well, there's Edward Everett Horton, and Betty Grable, and Jackie Coogan, and Ben Blue, and Florence George, and John Kane, and Cecil Cunningham.
Oh, Gracie, haven't you forgotten somebody?
Let me see. Martha Ray.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Gracie, you're still forgetting somebody. Now, I'll give you a little hint. He's medium build, and he's quite good looking.
Well, sort of pretty, but...
And he wears clothes well.
Yes, and baby blue eyes.
Oh, now wait. And he tells jokes well, and he has a nice personality, and he's on the radio, and his name starts with a B?
That's right.
Bob Hope.
You guessed it, Tony the song.
I can see you and I as we were in days gone by when the mighty organ played, oh, promise me. I was yours, you were mine, it was orange blossom time when the mighty organ played, oh, promise me. The day I place that ring upon your finger will forever linger in my night through Loveland we'd wander, sweetheart, telling love stories anew. Out of the blue sky a dark cloud came rolling, breaking my heart in two. Don't leave me alone, I love only you. You're the one rose that's left in my heart.
That was Tony Martin, 20th Century Fox star, singing When the Organ Played, Oh Promise Me, and the One Rose. You know, Tony, there are lots of singers on the air, but your voice has got something that's a little bit different.
Thank you, George.
Yes, Tony's voice is delicious.
Yes, it's adorable.
Oh, it's crisp, it's crunchy.
Yes, and with sugar and cream, it makes a safe breakfast.
Said it.
Yeah. Gracie, that happens to be what John Conley says about grape nuts.
Well, if it's good enough for grape nuts, and grape nuts are good enough for millions of people, then it certainly ought to be good enough for Tony, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean. I have an idea. Gracie, did you have to study nights to become an imbecile?
No, I was smarter than the rest of the kids. I didn't have to study.
You must have been a pretty bright imbecile.
I was. When I went to school, I studied art and sewing.
Art and sewing. And did you learn anything about art?
Yes, I found out he was married, so I gave him up.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
And what about sewing?
I'm sewing him now for breach of promise.
Well, I sewing that coming, and I didn't duck in. Oh, yes.
I think so.
Stop me. I just go on forever.
George, old boy.
Yes, Ray. Yes.
How do you like my tie?
I know. It's brand new, and you got it 4 years ago.
Oh, no. I got it from Mrs. Noble for Christmas.
Well, it's very pretty, Ray.
It can also be used as an umbrella cover.
Oh, go away. Go play with your ball.
It took me about 3 hours to put it on this morning. You see, I forgot to take the umbrella out. Makes it awful.
Ray, this talk of yours is driving me silly.
Yeah, me too. George, let's talk about my sister.
I'm not interested in your sister.
Neither is Mr. Phillips.
Oh, Mr. Phillips?
Yeah.
Who is Mr. Phillips?
Oh, he's the fellow she was supposed to elope with.
Oh, I see.
And she was engaged to him for 5 years, but it wasn't long enough.
The engagement wasn't long enough.
No, the ladder.
Oh, the ladder. The ladder wasn't long enough.
No, you see, it wouldn't reach to her third floor window.
So what?
So what? So he eloped with the girl on the second floor.
Call that quite a twist.
Yes,
Some
but
switch.
she married the fellow on the fourth floor, and they're living happily on the fifth floor.
I see. Gracie, you forgot to mention the 6th floor.
Well, that's another story.
Oh, it is.
But it isn't as good as my mystery story. Now, my
You
mystery
see,
story...
Tony, all I did was try to compliment you on your song, and look what I started.
Well, if that one mention caused all this talk, I wonder what would happen if I told Gracie I hired a secretary just to answer my fan mail.
You're kidding. Got yourself a secretary just to answer your fan mail?
Sure. Sometimes I get a whole stack of mail.
Oh, then he has to answer your bills, too, huh?
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I killed that guy. I did that with my own little hatchet.
Say, Johnny.
Yes, Johnny.
Will you call my secretary, Godfrey? He's out in the hall.
Right.
Oh, Godfrey.
Wise guy, eh? I'll prove you I get about 500 fan letters a week.
This way, Godfrey. Tony, here's your secretary.
Yes, sir? Godfrey, this is Mr. Burns, Miss Allen, Mr. Noble, and Mr. Conti.
All right, Mr. Martin. I'll read it back to you. Mr. Burns, Miss Allen, Mr. Noble, Mr. Conti, gentlemen. Continue, Mr. Martin.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
No, Godfrey. I just brought you in to prove something. How many fan letters did I get today?
Just a postcard from Alice Faye, sir.
And it probably came collect.
Say, Godfrey, you look familiar to me. Do you buy your clothes at Bullock's?
No, miss.
At the Pig and Whistle?
Pig and Whistle?
Yes.
Gracie, you don't buy clothes at the Pig and Whistle. That's a restaurant.
My brother got a coat there.
Oh, quiet. So, Tony, fan mail is a postcard from your wife, huh?
Oh, yeah? Godfrey, how many fan letters did you answer Saturday?
600 letters, sir.
600 fan letters?
You see, Saturdays I work for Bing Crosby, sir.
Oh, you do, huh?
Godfrey, do you answer any fan mail for Clark Gable?
Yes, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Well, and how do you like my handwriting?
Beautiful, miss.
Oh, lovely. What do you do on Tuesdays and Saturdays? Sundays?
I work for Robert Taylor and John Barrymore.
Don't you get a day off?
For sure, on Monday, when he answers Tony's fan mail.
Yeah, that's the day I'll take off, too. Don't mind her, Tony. She doesn't know what time it is.
Mr. Burns, maybe you'd like to buy her a watch. I can get you one 10% above wholesale.
You also sell watches?
Yeah, I'm out to make $1.
Oh, I can see that.
Godfrey, you certainly look familiar. You don't buy your clothes at Bullock's, huh? Do you ride horseback?
No, miss.
Do you play tennis?
No, miss.
Do you dance?
Yes, miss.
Oh, good. Then let's dance.
Oh, quiet. This whole thing is giving me a headache.
Mr. Burns, would you like to buy some aspirin?
Tony, what is this secretary of yours? At a department store?
Why, George?
I bet he sold you the suit you're wearing.
I think, Godfrey, why don't you sell George the suit he's wearing?
Why doesn't he sell me the suit I'm wearing?
Yes, it'll certainly fit better than the one you've got on, old chap.
Look, Ray, will you go away and take Godfrey with you?
Hold on, Godfrey.
Now, George, you can't talk that way to Tony's secretary, and I think you ought to apologize to him.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Allen. No hard feelings, Mr. Burns. You smoke?
Why, yes, Doctor.
Good. Will you buy your cigars from me?
you like a guy like that? He sells aspirin, cigars, watches, suits, and he's also a secretary.
Oh, Godfrey, I just still can't place you.
Can't place him.
You're sure you don't buy your clothes at Bullock's? Huh?
No, miss. He said no.
Were you at Lady Cameron's party Sunday?
No, miss.
No. Weren't you in the upper box at the opening of the Metropolitan Grand Opera season?
No, miss.
No.
Look, Gracie, this can go
Now,
on.
wait a minute, George, wait. Oh, wasn't your picture in the newspaper watching the coronation in England?
No, miss.
No. Oh, I got it. You're the doorman at the Trocadero.
That's right. That's all I want to know, right? You know, Ray, I played some of your records at a party last night, and the guests ate them up.
No, did they really, George? Are they cheaper than sandwiches?
I wouldn't know, Ray. I never played a sandwich.
Oh, you should try one sometime.
I will.
George, do you know what this conversation of yours and Ray's is doing to our listeners?
No. What?
Well, it's keeping them from hearing about my mystery.
Oh, yeah. You're writing another mystery.
Well, yes, it's a murder mystery, and it takes place in an expensive nightclub, and the title is Slay It With Music.
Slay it with music?
Yes, or Death Begins at $8.40.
Well, it's a nice title.
Do you want to hear about it?
No.
You don't want to hear about the mysterious murder that was committed in the nightclub right under the head waiter's nose?
No, Gracie, I don't.
You're not interested in knowing why the pearls were stolen and how the detectives had to eat 500 oysters before they found the pearls?
No, Gracie, I'm not.
Oh, well, then you wouldn't like to know how the busboy tracked down the murder by identifying the waiter's fingerprints in the suit.
No, Gracie, I wouldn't.
All right, then, listen.
Oh, nuts.
The play starts with a wealthy diner eating some ham and eggs in the nightclub.
In other words, the scene is laid in a nightclub.
Well, yes, but the eggs were laid in the hen house.
Gracie, I don't want to hear any more about this mystery of yours.
Well, I was coming to that, George. Johnny Conti.
Yes, Gracie.
Now, you play the part of the wealthy diner.
The wealthy diner who's eating ham and eggs.
Mm-hmm. But your feminine companion, an exotic, exciting, exquisite, exhilarating creature, is eating lobster.
Why is this exotic, exciting, exquisite, exhilarating creature eating lobster?
I tell him I don't like ham and eggs.
I see what you mean. Gracie, do you have to tell me about this mystery play?
Well, no, but I will.
I say.
Tony!
I'm waiting, Gracie. What part do I play?
Well, you play a suspicious-looking character in a checkered coat.
Checkered coat?
A checkered coat.
Where will I get a checkered coat?
In the check room.
I suppose Tony finds a loud vest in the vestibule.
Yeah, and a pair of pants in the back.
In the back there. Well, all right, Tony. You're a suspicious character, and Johnny Conti is a wealthy diner.
Oh, yes. And just as Johnny finishes his ham and eggs, somebody hollers murder, and they find the orchestra leader dead.
The orchestra leader is dead.
Well, everybody thinks he's dead, but they discover that it's only Ray Noble.
Well, that's a natural mistake, don't you think so?
Yes, I think so.
I do, too.
George, old boy, did I hear somebody say that I was dead?
No, Ray. There's a mistake. The people just think you're dead.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, old man, because if I'm dead, I ought to stop paying my life insurance.
Pay it, Ray. If they ever get a look at you, you'll be able to collect it.
Now, please, Bob. Well, anywho, the police finally rushed to the nightclub, and while they're there, the proprietor robs them. That's you, George.
I'm the proprietor of the nightclub, and I robbed the police.
Well, sure, you charged them $3.50 for a steak sandwich.
I do, huh?
Yes.
Mm. And how did the police take it?
Without salt, pepper, or ketchup.
Without salt, pepper, or ketchup?
Well, yeah, you see, Judge, we're not allowed to use any spicy stuff on the radio.
I think I get what you mean, yeah.
And now, the plot really thickens.
You mean sickened?
That's what I mean.
That's what I thought you meant.
So, one of the cops grabs Tony, snaps the handcuffs on him, and he's charged with murder.
Who have I murdered, Gracie?
Well, you haven't murdered anybody, but you admit the murder and show the police the body just to throw them off the trail.
Well, that's a quick piece of thinking.
Well, Tony didn't think of it. I thought of it.
Well, that explains it, yeah.
You know, there's one thing that just puzzles me, George.
There usually is, Ray.
Oh, quiet. When I go down to collect my life insurance, do I get somebody to swear that I'm dead, or will they take my word for it?
Well, if they doubt your word, Ray, just send them to me.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you.
Oh, don't make it.
Gracie, don't I do anything else in this mystery but sit and eat ham and eggs?
Oh, sure you do, Johnny. When the murderer fires the first shot from his six-shooter, you get so excited you kiss me.
You just kiss her,
And
Johnny.
when he fires the third shot, you kiss me 3 times.
But you lucky fellow, yeah.
When you hear the 6th shot, you kiss me 6 times.
All you do is kiss her, Johnny.
And when you hear the 12th shot, you kiss me 12 times.
Wait a minute,
And
wait
when
a
you-
minute. 12 shot? I thought the murderer only had a 6-shooter.
Yeah, but I carry a gun, too.
Oh, I forgot. You wrote this play. I can Come in.
Oh, it's Miss Eggnog. Sit right down, Miss Eggnog. I'll be right with you. So,
Miss,
the police...
Miss Eggnog?
Yes. So the police...
Who is Miss Eggnog?
Well, she's the lady who's going to do the screaming in my mystery. She's a professional screamer, you know. So the police offer her a
professional
reward.
screamer?
Oh, yes, she's one of the best screamers on the radio. Miss Eggnog, will you scream for George, please? How do you like it?
Well, I think she's positively wonderful.
I wouldn't hire her until I gave her a scream test.
A scream test? Well. I bet she gets plenty of sugar, too.
Well, sure. There's only one thing that's better with sugar and scream,
And that's grape nuts. I thought that
yes.
was coming. I'm glad to know that.
Miss Eggnog screamed on the Freddie Allen show last week.
You don't mean it.
I do. Miss Eggnog, show George how you screamed on the Freddie Allen show last week.
She's certainly going to frighten the kids if she keeps herself.
No, Miss Eggnog.
She made a
That's the
mistake.
way...
She made a mistake?
That's the way you screamed on the Jack Benny show. Now scream the way you screamed on the Freddie Allen show. Yeah, well, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Has more personality.
Yes.
Sort of a lisp to the last scream, yeah.
Now, you see, George, even a screamer can make a mistake.
I could see that, girlie, yes.
George, old boy, I don't want to start anything, but did I hear somebody scream?
Ray, what would you say was the past tense of scream?
Well, I should say, I think the right word would be scram.
Scram. Well, that goes for me, too. I'll see you later.
You know, George...
Certainly ad-libbing nothing.
Miss Eggnog comes from a family of screamers.
You don't say.
Her whole family screams for a living.
Is that so?
Oh, yes. Miss Eggnog, show George how your mother screams. That's pretty good, isn't it, George, for a woman 75 years old?
Yeah. Is that the woman just screamed? That wasn't the sound man laying an egg, was it?
No. Why, her grandmother was a screamer.
Yeah.
And her grandfather was a screamer. Her mother was a screamer. Her father was a screamer. Her brothers and sisters are screamers, and she's a screamer.
Right down the line, huh?
Oh, sure. They're a scream line family.
A scream line? Well, that's enough. Ray, the music. Gracie will now sing Bamir Bis to Shame. Sing it, Gracie.
Of all the boys I've met, and I've known some, until I first met you, I was lonesome. And when you came inside, dear, my heart grew light, and this whole world seemed new to me. You're really swell, I have to admit you deserve expressions that really fit you. And so I've racked my brain, hoping to explain all the things that you do to me. By mere shame, please let me explain. By mere shame means that you're grand. By mere shame. say Bella, Bella, even say wunderbar. Each language only helps me tell you how grand you are. I try to explain by mere Mr. Shame. So kiss me and say you understand. By mere Mr. Shame, please let me explain. By mere Mr. Shame means that you're grand. By mere Mr. Shame, again I'll explain. It means you're the grandest in the land. I could say Veeny, 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 Tusa, Bella, 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 Bella. But what I meany, is your swell, 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 swell. I try to explain why mere Mr. Shame. So kiss me and say you understand, or do you?
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Now let's hear from the man in charge of the minutes for this meeting. You've all met him, John Conde.
I'm sorry, George. I was just reading this letter from a friend of mine in New York State. He says they're having an old-fashioned winter up there. Cold with snow and ice and all the rest of it.
Hey, John, if you finished your weather report, we might get on with it.
Oh, but George, that weather report, as you call it, has a great deal to do with what I want to say about grape nuts. Because, ladies and gentlemen, most of you listeners live in parts of the country where winters are cold. And in cold weather, you burn up more energy. So some people feel that they ought to eat a hot cereal on cold mornings, that there is some extra nourishment to be derived from a cereal simply because it's hot. Well, this is not true. The amount of nourishment you get from a cereal depends upon the grain from which it is made, and not upon the temperature at which it's served. Therefore, grape nuts, which are ready to serve and save you trouble, are just as good for you as any hot cereal of equal nourishment. And those crisp, crunchy, golden brown kernels taste so downright delicious, whether they start off your breakfast in Maine or sunny California, you'll always say they're great. So remember to ask your grocer tomorrow for grape nuts.
Good night.
This is John Conte saying good night for the makers of grape nuts.
Included on the program this evening were By Mere Mr. Shame from the picture Love, Honor, and Behave, and Nice Work If You Can Get It from Damsel in Distress. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You are my sunshine.
Go for it, Ben.
Chevy Blazer. A little security in an insecure world.
Dad, can we body surf? Wow, can we?
Wait, hold on. Chevy Blazer, like a rock.
Everybody else heard something. A race to the dealer gonna beat
Hey, don't go in the water.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, The Man Who Came Back. The Green Hornet strikes again. In the commandant's office at a Nazi prison camp, a young officer stood before the desk of his superior. He was tall, dark, gray-eyed, and of medium, though athletic build. Not the usual blond Aryan type of which the Nazis were so boastful. The commandant motioned him to a chair.
At ease, Lieutenant Weber. Sit down, and I will discuss why you are here.
Danke schön, mein Kapitän.
We will speak only in English, Lieutenant. The reason will soon be made known to you.
Very well, Captain Muller. As you wish.
You've done good work with Himmler. Your training for the last few months has been strenuous and, no doubt, mystifying.
Yes, sir, it has puzzled me a bit. I couldn't understand why, since my work under Mr. Himmler seemed to please, I was sent to take more training at the secret school at Blinks.
Now, I will tell you. We've searched throughout the Vaterland for men of your description.
So I've learned.
From the reports of your good work, and from your description and photograph, you were selected for a very important assignment. That's why you were sent to Blentz.
Thank you, Captain.
You were brought up in the United States, is that not so?
Yes, I had all my schooling there.
Mm-hmm. You're most familiar with them, these Americans, then. And you speak the language as one of them.
Oh, yes, of course. But I'm loyal to the Nazi Party, as you can readily see.
Do you think you would have been selected for this work and recommended by Herr Himmler himself if he didn't know that to be true?
Thank you, Captain.
At Blentz, they had you listen to recordings of an American. Had you learned to imitate the voice, is that not so?
Yes, that's true. They tell me I have mastered it perfectly. But why?
Of course. You're anxious to know what it's all about. Listen. Here in this prison camp is an American lieutenant, a pilot who was captured at Hamburg. The voice you studied was his voice.
I see.
Now, come over here with me. There on the wall is a small picture. Behind it is a hole through which one can see into the next room without being seen. He's in there now. Look through.
Yes, Captain.
Do you see? He is tall, dark, and the figure is like...
Like me?
Exactly. Close it now. There. Come back to my desk. That is it, Lieutenant. You see? The American is almost exactly like you. Gray eyes, too. But you must look exactly like him. And you will before we're through.
But I don't get this. What the...
See? You speak just like him also, and that's excellent. In one respect you differ, and in one only. The shape of the nose. From the front you are alike, but from the side there's a difference. That will be taken care of by Dr. Weissman, one of our foremost plastic surgeons.
You mean you're going to have me operated upon to change the shape of my nose?
Yes, that is right. Dr. Weissman will have the American taken to the operating room under the influence of a strong drug. She will be placed beside him and the operation performed. If there's by chance any other physical difference, Dr. Weissman will take note of it and correct it so that when he is through, you and the American will be exactly alike. Not to be told apart. You see?
But, Captain, this is so unusual.
It is for your country, Lieutenant. The reason for all this is that you are to take the American's place.
In the prison camp?
He's soon to be exchanged. But you will be in his place to go back to America and carry out our plans there.
So that's it. Oh, but what of his people, his family? Perhaps a wife or a sweetheart. Surely they'd soon
We have
know that
intercepted all his mail. We will tell you much that you should know. But what you don't know will not matter. For you see, his medical report will show that he is subjected to spells of amnesia.
Amnesia? Then, in an emergency, I wouldn't have to remember.
That is right. When questions arise that you cannot answer, when you meet people you should know as the American, you will have the excuse of amnesia. It's clever of Himmler to think of that, huh?
Clever is right. Amazing is more like it. Yet I don't know.
You have doubts, Lieutenant? Perhaps the operation is not to your liking. Is that it?
Oh, no, Captain. I'll go through with it. I think it an honor to be chosen for this assignment.
Good. You've spoken like a true Nazi. Be ready, then, for Dr. Weissman this afternoon. In 6 weeks, you will be sailing to America as John Moore, Lieutenant Pilot of the United States Army Air Corps, an exchange prisoner from Nazi Germany.
2 months later, Weber, posing as John Moore, has been taken into the Moore home without question. Noticeable changes in habits had been laid to his experiences and condition by Mr. and Mrs. Moore, who looked upon him only as the boy whom they'd sent away to war and who'd come back a man. One afternoon in the office of the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed was talking to Miss Case, his secretary.
But it's only 5 o'clock. Are you leaving now?
Oh, yes, I'm going to stop in at the Moores before I go on home. They're having a few friends in to meet young John Moore, who's just come home from a Nazi prison camp.
Lieutenant Moore has become quite a hero. I've been reading about him. By the way, Axford went out to the Amigo plane factory this afternoon. I believe the lieutenant and 1 or 2 other returned prisoners are to give a talk to the workers there.
That's right. But young Moore won't do much talking. From what I know of him in the past, he never was much of a speaker. Oh, here's Axford now.
Hello, Reed. Hi, Casey.
Well, Axford, how'd it go?
Oh, the usual thing. The boys gave a pep talk to the defense workers. Hey, that young Moore now, he really gave it to him. Sure, and he's not one to want for words.
Well, that's surprising. Being in the Air Corps must have given him a lot of self-confidence.
Oh, he's got plenty of that, all right. He was quite the hero to them workers.
Well, write up your story on it and get it to Gunnigan.
Sure, and it isn't much of a story. The same sort of stuff. Nothing exciting happened, so I left it to...
Mr. Reed's office. Miss Kay speaking.
This is Gail. Let me talk to the chief right away.
Just a minute. It's Gail Manning for you, Mr. Reed.
Oh, I'll take it right here. Hello, Gail. What's up?
Plenty, Chief. A fire broke out and caused an explosion at the Amigo plane factory.
The Amigo plane factory? Well, what caused it? Do they know?
No, but they hinted it could be sabotage. Yet they've been very careful. The place is heavily guarded. And nobody's been in there today but those young army men with their police escort and a few reporters.
I see. Well, stay on the spot and get all the details. Get your story to Gunnigan as soon as you can.
All right, Chief. I'll get something in for the next edition. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Gail.
What's it all about, Reed?
Seems as though there's been sabotage at the Amigo plane factory.
Sure, and the president himself couldn't get by the gates out there without being identified and searched.
Yeah, I know, but someone did get by and got away with it. Someone who's too smart to get caught.
I went out in the squad car along with them young army fellers. They even searched me. Them boys were the only ones they let through without all that rigmarole.
The FBI will go through the place with a fine-tooth comb. If it's an inside job, they'll find the guilty when you can bet on that. Well, I'm going over to meet young Lieutenant Moore, Miss Case. I'll call back later just in case anything new turns up.
Oh, Britt Reed, I'm so glad you could come.
How are you, Mrs. Moore? Where's our young hero, Johnny?
Right over there. Come. I know he'll be so glad to see you again. Oh, just a minute.
Yes?
If John seems to act rather strangely, you mustn't notice it. His condition, you know. The boy's had such terrible experience.
Of course. I understand.
John, dear, here's someone I'm sure you'll be glad to see.
Oh, yes. Well, it's nice seeing you again.
Well, Johnny, I'm happy to see you back home safe.
Thanks. Thanks very much. I'm glad to be back. May I get you a cocktail?
Oh, thanks, yes.
I'll be right back with it.
I don't think Johnny remembers me, Mrs. Moore.
You see, that's what I mean. He has lapses of memory now and then.
I see. He was a victim of amnesia, then?
Yes, that's what his medical report from the prison camp shows, so they tell me.
Well, that explains it. He certainly didn't know my name. At least he didn't mention it.
Don't say anything about it to him, will you?
Oh, of course not.
Ellen, you know John's fiancé is bringing over his dog. He hasn't asked about the dog yet, but I'm sure that's one thing he will remember when he sees it again.
Yes, I don't see how he could ever forget Wagger. Johnny named him and brought him up, and as I recall, they were inseparable.
Yes, the poor animal was so disconsolate after John went away. That's why Ellen took him. Oh, here's John now with a cocktail.
Here you are. One for you, Mother.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, son.
Your mother tells me Ellen will soon be here. How is she, Johnny? I haven't seen her since you went away.
Oh, she's fine, thanks.
Ellen's such a sweet girl. John's a very lucky boy to have a girl like that.
And I agree with you, Mother.
As I recall, she's a very pretty girl, too.
Well, John always used to say he'd pick a girl just like the girl his father married.
Well, that goes without saying, I'm sure.
Oh, Ellen's arrived. And look, John, here comes the surprise she brought. Down, Wagger. Oh, gracious, he's so glad to be home again. Wagger, be quiet.
I just couldn't restrain him after he got in the door. He must have sensed that Johnny's back. Oh, hello, Mr. Reed. I haven't seen you in quite some time.
Hello, Ellen. I was afraid I'd be a stranger to you by this time. Oh, easy, Wagger. Well, here's your dog, Johnny. You better watch out when he realizes it's you. He'll jump all over you and spill that cocktail. Here, I'll hold it.
Oh, my dog.
Yes, son. Your dog, Wagger. Get down, boy. He came right to me. He hasn't seen you yet.
Call him, Johnny. Look, he's staring at you.
Oh. Here. Come on, Wagger. Nice fellow. Well, he doesn't seem to recognize me. Come on, Wagger.
Pat him, Johnny. Rub his head like he used to.
Nice fella. Aren't you glad to see me, Wagger?
Oh. He snapped at you.
Yes, yeah. I'd better leave him alone.
Wagger, stop it. Aren't you ashamed, bad dog? I'll take him out if you'll all excuse me. Perhaps later he'll be all right. I'll lock him up.
Oh, Johnny, I'm so sorry Wagger acted like that.
Oh, forget it. It's all right. Will you excuse us, Mr. Reed? I want to have a few words with Ellen.
Oh, of course, Johnny. You two run right along.
I'm glad you came over, Mr. Reed. I was hoping you would. You really won't mind if we...
Oh, I know how it is. You go right along.
Just make yourself at home. I'll see you before you leave.
Johnny, something seems to have come between us. Can't just put my finger on it, but...
Yes. But you must realize...
Oh, I know what you're going to say, your condition and all that. But I do consider that. Yet this difference shouldn't be there after all we've meant to each other.
Give me time, Beth. Things will soon be as they were with us.
I wonder.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't say...
Here's the house, Johnny. Are you coming in?
Well, just to the door. I have to hurry back and get cleaned up a bit. I have to attend the first flight christening of a plane a group of union workers donated to the war. And some officials are to take off from the city airport in it afterward.
Oh.
I'll call you tomorrow. Just forget all this stuff. Promise?
I'll try, Johnny. Good night.
Good night. Who was that, I wonder? Looked like somebody coming here for a minute. So, the girl is beginning to get suspicious. That will never do at all. I'll have to do something about that. Well, now to go back home to Mother. What's that on the dashboard? A seal. Seal of the American criminal, the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed returned to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet and chauffeur, the only person who knew Reed's identity as the Green Hornet, put away the car. The two men were talking.
What good it do us to put seal of Green Hornet in car of Lieutenant Moore, Mr. Britt?
I'm engaging in a little war of nerves, Cato. Before I left the party, I managed to slip into his room and left another seal on his mare. He should see that one when he gets back home.
But why you do this to son of a friend?
Because I suspect something. Something almost unbelievable. I have reason to believe that young fellow is not Johnny Moore.
Not Lieutenant John Moore? Why you suspect such a thing, Mr. Britt?
Well, his strange actions, for one thing. He pretended to know me, yet he didn't know my name.
But it is said he was victim of amnesia.
True. But amnesia causes a person to forget whole incidents in his life, not just a detail here and there. If Johnny had forgotten me as an amnesia victim, he would have said he didn't remember me and let it go at that. This chap pretended.
Oh, what else you find, Mr. Britt?
His pet dog, Wagger. They were inseparable before Johnny Moore went away. But when the dog was brought in, he growled and snapped at this fellow as he would at a stranger he didn't like.
Dogs not forget friends.
That's the way it struck me, Cato.
Oh, what's that you take from your pocket?
A cocktail glass wrapped in my handkerchief.
Why you bring home glass, Mr. Britt?
Because the fellow I met as Johnny Moore this afternoon brought a drink to me in this. His fingerprints are on it as well as mine.
Oh, but how you know they not be real Lieutenant's prints?
Well, I have some more or less recent letters from Johnny Moore in my desk. I want you to take this glass into the laboratory with a couple of those letters. See if you can find a print of Johnny's on one of the letters, and then compare the prints on this glass.
That not take long. But if you suspect this man not real Johnny, why you not contact FBI, Mr. Britt?
Well, first, because I don't wish to embarrass my friends the Moores by having their son investigated on suspicion. Then, if he does turn out to be what I suspect, the Green Hornet can move to bring the matter to a head so that the FBI can move in.
Yes, that's so. I go now to make tests for fingerprints.
Good. I'll be anxiously waiting. Hello?
Hello, Chief. This is Gail Manning.
Oh, yes, Gail. What's on your mind?
I thought you'd like to know the outcome of the investigation at the Amigo factory. It was sabotage.
Was, huh? How do they know that?
Well, they found evidence that showed the fire was started by an incendiary pencil. That's what they called it. That was dropped in some waste material out there by someone this afternoon.
I see. Did you get the story to Gunnigan?
Oh, yes. I'm going out to the airport in a little while to cover the christening on that worker's plane. And those same exchange prisoners are going to be out there for the send-off.
You mean Lieutenant Moore and the others?
Yeah, that's right.
I see. All right, Gail. Maybe you might get a good story out of that, too. You never can tell.
Well, I hope for the sake of those big shots who are going to take off in it that somebody doesn't sabotage the plane tonight.
Yes, let's hope nothing like that happens, even if it would make headline news. Well, good luck, Gail. I'll see you in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Chief.
So Lieutenant Moore is going to be at the airport. If my suspicions prove correct, the lives of those bigwigs she mentioned will be in danger.
A short time later, Cato came from the laboratory with the results of his tests.
Mr. Britt, fingerprints on glass, not those of real Lieutenant Moore.
Just as I expected, Cato. Moreover, if the real Johnny Moore had found those Green Hornet seals, he would have gone to his father, who would have called me immediately, knowing that the Sentinel has offered a reward for the Hornet.
Then fellow in Lieutenant's house must be spy.
Yes, and a very clever one. He can go and come as he pleases. I don't doubt that he was responsible for the Amigo factory explosion. But if something isn't done, he'll probably do another act of sabotage at the airport tonight.
You will need the Black Beauty, Mr. Britt?
Yes. It's up to the Green Hornet to stop this man before he does any more damage and to show him up for what he is. Get the gas gun and the mask, Cato. We have a difficult job ahead of us, and we're leaving right now.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Here, Cato, you take care of Wagger.
You take a risk getting a dog, Mr. Britt.
No, I knew he was locked up in Johnny's shop in the basement. I got him out through the basement window.
But if he had barked at you...
Wagger knows me too well. And remember, you can't fool a dog. To him, I'm Britt Reed, not the Green Hornet.
That's true. What you take dog for?
For two reasons. You make him in handy tonight. And that chap would have found a way to get rid of him. The dog knows his secret, too, you know.
What now, Mr. Britt?
That lighted window up there over the sun porch is Johnny's room. I'm going up and have a talk with that phony lieutenant.
But that do no good. Perhaps he called police. Say Green Hornet threatened him. They believe him.
Being what he is, Cato will play smart. I'll try to make a deal with him. He must have a contact here in the city. I hope he'll leave the house to reach his friend, and we can follow and get them both. I don't want to have a showdown in the Moore home.
Let's pray it work out as you hope, Mr. Britt. But how you get them and proof in the hands of police?
After we find out where he goes, you'll call the police, Cato. I'll take care of the rest. Wait here till I come out. Now I'll find out just how smart our friend up there really is.
I sure set off this uniform if I do say so myself.
And a halt.
Do nothing.
Ah. I see you understand German and speak it.
Hey, what is this?
Thanks for having the window open. I'll come in.
A masked man. You must be the Green Hornet.
Perhaps I am.
What do you want here? Haven't we boys been through enough over there without coming back to hell?
Drop that stuff, Nazi. That uniform isn't yours.
Now listen here. I'm Lieutenant John Moore. This is my home. I can call out and have my family come up.
Perhaps so. But would you want them to see, well, some evidence I have in my pocket that will prove you're not John Moore?
Well, you have no such evidence. There could be no such evidence.
Take a chance and find out.
Why did you come here?
To make a deal. You Nazi agents always have plenty of good American money to throw around.
Oh, you're putting up a bluff.
Then call my bluff.
It's blackmail, that's what it is. Because you read that I've been a victim of amnesia, you think you can hold something over my head.
Still sticking to your story, huh? Well, don't waste my time. How about that sabotage at the factory today and your plans for tonight?
I admit nothing. But to get rid of you, perhaps we can come to an understanding. How much?
10,000. And you get the envelope I have in my pocket.
Well, how do I know you won't continue to bother me?
I'll give you a Nazi promise on it.
You, the notorious Green Hornet. Why, you act like an ordinary sneak thief.
We seem to have much in common. Stop quibbling.
I don't have that much here. I'd have to get it.
I'll wait.
Oh, no. I mean, I'll have to leave the house to get it. Come back in an hour.
All right. I will. And if you have the police here, they'll get the envelope. Don't forget that.
So, the Green Hornet's not as smart as I heard he was.
He's stopping at the home of the well-known Dr. Gerber, the psychiatrist. Turn up the side street, Cato.
I think he fall for your trick too easily, Mr. Britt.
He's smart, Cato. He knew I'd follow. But I'll be on guard. And stop here. We can see the side of the house from here. Look, the light's going on in that room off the terrace. Those are French doors opening out there. They want it to be easy for me to find them and get in.
You find other way in?
No, I wouldn't disappoint them, Cato. I want you to go to the corner store and phone the police. Tell them you saw the Green Hornet forcing his way into Dr. Gerby's house. Then come back here, get the dog, and bring him just outside those French doors. Keep him quiet. You'll know when to act. Now get going and hurry.
If this Hornet has followed you, he should be appearing very soon, Weber.
Yes, I expect he will. I have a gun handy in my coat pocket. We must get that envelope from him. We can't take chances on what may be in it. As you pass him the money, I'll shoot. Then you get the police, and I'll go on to the airport. I'll stand on the other side of the glass doors. I'll stay on this side.
I think there's someone out there now, quiet.
Well, come right in, Hornet. We're expecting you. Keep your hands up.
Surprise party, huh?
So, this is the Green Hornet.
Yes, we're three of a kind, it seems.
As long as you followed me here, we'll conclude our little business. You have that envelope?
I do not want to deal with this man. I'm a respectable doctor.
The company you keep would convict you in any court, Doctor. Now, where's the money?
Get it, Doctor, from your desk.
Come over here. I will give it to you.
Very well.
No. First, you must place that envelope on a desk.
No soap, Nazi. I get the money in my hand first.
Well, a man facing a gun without a weapon in his hand, you've got a lot of nerve.
Come on, Lug, complete the deal and stop stalling.
All right. Gerber, give him the money first.
Here it is. This packet contains 10,000.
Fine. Thanks.
Now the envelope. Oh, yes.
Shoot, Weber, shoot!
Weiger, get him, Weiger.
Oh, the dog! Take this dog off!
Take it, you mug.
No.
Down, Weiger, down. Now, you underhanded rat, you're next.
No. I'll pay you twice as much. Now, wait, please. Just gonna can't.
Police. I'll put this envelope where they'll find it. Wagger, watch those men. Watch them, Wagger. I'll add a few words to the note.
Must go. Police.
Here, Cato. $10,000 for the Red Cross. Come on. That note in the envelope will take care of it.
Look, the dog's out like a light. Hey, there's Lieutenant Moore, cold as a herring. And look at the mutt growling over. Oh, hey, look, Sarge. Here's an envelope on the desk.
Give it here. Hold that dog, expert. He doesn't seem to like Lieutenant Moore. Hey, get this.
What's it say?
It's a printed note. It says, the man known as Lieutenant Moore is a Nazi agent. Fingerprints enclosed prove he is not John Moore.
Great saints in heaven.
Shut up a minute, will you, Axford? It says, give this to the FBI. His real name is Weber, and Dr. Gerber is also an agent. The dog belongs to the real Lieutenant John Moore. Ask them about a Migo factory sabotage.
Who could have left that note, Sarge?
I don't know, and I don't care. It deserves looking into. Meantime, we'll take the two of them down and hold them for investigation till we get a report from the FBI.
Old man Moore will skin you alive if that stuff isn't true.
Look at the snarl on that dog. If that's Moore's dog, it sure don't like him.
Sure, and you're right about that, all right. But I'd sure like to know how all this come about. The Hornet. The guy that Carl said he was breaking in here.
It's the Hornet, all right. They must have all been in together and these two double-crossed him. So we showed him up with that note and prints.
It's all such a shock.
Of course it is, Mrs. Moore. But it's better to have found out now than to have let it go on.
Then it's all true, is it, about him being a spy and all?
Yes, we have his full confession, which involves Dr. Gerber as another agent. Mrs. Moore, we've contacted the Red Cross, and they'll do what they can to contact your real son. I'm sure he's still safe.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. We American mothers have learned to take things as they come and keep smiling.
That's the spirit that'll help to win the war, Mrs. Moore.
And to think that the Green Hornet did the country a favor when he tried to do his pals a dirty trick.
The Green Hornet is a vicious criminal, Axford. But I guess even he has his hates, and one of them must be Nazis.
Dr. Luxury, paper! Nazi agent posing American exchange prisoner captured. Green Hornet involved in illegal factory sabotage. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Dr. Luxury, paper!
You have just heard the adventure, The Man Who Came Back. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network.
Who can resist
You're getting big.
an interesting twist? Like Kellogg's new Nutri-Grain Twist in 3 deliciously twisted new flavors.
Anybody want to walk for a little while? No, me neither.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. the early days of the western United States, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the new territory. His courage was only matched by his sense of fair play, and Indians and white men alike turned to him for help. It was for this reason that he was able to settle so many disputes between them by peaceful means. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble in the Bitter Creek country. We've got to hurry. Hail, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto had reined in their horses behind the express office at the little crossroads town of Three Forks. They're watching the approach of a stage from the east.
That must be the stage we've been waiting for, Tonto. The regular stage on this run isn't due for several hours yet.
That ain't all right.
I hope the government has sent the right kind of man to settle the argument between Canfield and Chief White Cloud. The Indians are in the right, and if Canfield is permitted to steal their land, there may be trouble.
White Cloud maybe go on warpath.
He's lived at peace with the whites for a good many years, but he'll not let his tribe be cheated. Tonto.
What matter?
That fellow standing just beyond the hitching post. Isn't that Roof Corby?
That him?
One of Canfield's men. Tonto, he must be here for the same reason we are. To learn who's been appointed to judge the quarrel between his boss and the Indians. And he'll make his report. He can beat the stage to Newton by almost a week on horseback.
Stage trail go a long way round.
Canfield isn't taking chances. Here's the stage now, Kemosabe. Careful we're not seen.
Whoa there! Whoa, you critters! Whoa! Whoa there! Whoa!
Get down and open the door for the judge, Frank. He'll likely be wanting to stretch his legs a mite after riding inside all morning.
Yeah. Stand back, folks. Let the judge get out. Judge, we'll be here for a couple of minutes changing horses if you feel like getting out for a bit.
Thank you, Frank. I think I will.
I'll take the horses now. All right, fellas, hurry up.
You the fellow the government sent us to Newton, mister?
How's things at Washington?
Who'd you figure's to the right of it, Canfield or them Indians?
Gentlemen, please, one question at a time.
Here you are, Judge Allen, ain't you?
Have we met before?
It ain't that, Judge. Just that I heard the guard there call you by your title. There's been some talk that maybe you'd be the one that was sent out here.
Oh.
Reckon it won't take you long to show them Redskins where they get off.
I'm not entirely acquainted with the facts.
Of course you ain't.
But from the little I've been told, the issue seems clear.
Sure it is. Them Indians are trying to grab what's rightfully Canfield's.
Yes? That wasn't my impression.
Why, just the whole thing's down in black and white. Canfield's land runs up to Bitter Creek in the south, and the reservation starts on the other side of the creek. But now White Cloud's claiming land north of the creek.
But when the boundaries of the reservation were agreed upon, the creek didn't follow its present course.
That don't make no difference.
It seems to me to make a considerable difference. A landslide changed the course of Bitter Creek, didn't it?
Yeah.
But when Chief White Cloud signed the treaty with the government, the creek flowed several miles north of its position now.
Oh, what if it did? All that agreement says is that the Indians get the land south of Bitter Creek. If the creek changes course, why, that's just the Redskins' hard luck. They should have thought of that maybe happening when they signed the treaty.
Canfield would become an immensely wealthy man if I decided in his favor, wouldn't he?
He ain't asking for nothing but what's his.
You're one of his men?
I never said I was.
No, I noticed
Hey, Judge.
that. Yes?
Better get inside. We're all hitched up and ready to start.
Thank you, Eric. Well, good day, sir.
Wait, Judge.
Well?
Then you're going to give that land to them blasted Redskins?
I haven't said that.
Well, but just now you
I
said...
said that the facts, as I know them, seem to favor White Cloud. I may find when I'm on the ground that there are other circumstances which alter the case. Until then, I'm certainly not qualified to express a definite opinion.
But you
Good
said...
day.
All set, Judge?
Tell Eric to go ahead, Frank.
Get up there. Get up. Get on.
Roof was asking Judge Allen a lot of questions, Tonto. Wait, he's getting on his horse.
Him look plenty mad.
You see which way he's going?
Him go west.
He'll report to Canfield that Judge Allen is sympathetic to the Indians. And Canfield isn't the kind of man to agree to arbitration unless he's sure the judgment will go in his favor.
Him crook.
He'll do something to make sure he wins out, and he won't care whether it's within the law or not, just so it serves his purpose. Tonto, I want you to ride on to Newton.
How to do that?
Try to find out what Canfield plans when he hears from Roof Corby. Then meet me at our old camp in the hills. I'll ride ahead of the stage to make sure none of Canfield's men are on the stage trail. Judge Allen has to arrive at Newton safely. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
It was several days later that Phil Canfield entered the office of Bert Buckman, Indian agent for White Cloud's reservation.
Howdy, Canfield. Have a chair. Say, what's ailing you?
This blasted office of yours, Bert, is getting overrun with redskins.
I'm Indian agent, ain't I?
And teach them redskins to get out of the way when a white man comes along.
Yeah?
I nearly bumped into one just now because he wouldn't get off the side of the steps I was coming up.
And there wasn't room to go around him?
What difference does that make?
I'll have a look and see who it was. I don't hold with them Indians getting too independent. There ain't no one out there now.
Reckon he got scared and beat it.
That's all that was troubling you?
Not by a blame sight. What I want to know is what's happened to Roof. I expected him back yesterday.
It's a long ways to Three Forks and back, Canfield.
He knows we're waiting on his word.
Oh, he'll get back soon as he can. You ain't worried about not getting that land, are you?
Why wouldn't I worry about it? Ain't it worth a fortune?
Shucks. Judge Allen's the only one we got to be afraid of. Anybody else they'd be likely to send out here, Commissioner Langley or one of them, would be sure to look at it your way.
I aim to be certain.
And besides, ain't I here to testify you got the right of it?
After what I paid you, you say anything different, and I'll make it so blasted hot for you.
Doggone if you ain't touchy. You're
Who's that?
Eh? Well, now. After all your hollering, here comes Roof now.
It is?
Yeah, look for yourself. We was just talking about you, Roof.
Boss.
Well, what'd you find out?
It's Judge Allen.
No.
Well, I'll be switched.
You sure of that, Roof?
I ought to be. I talked to him.
What'd he say?
He said enough to show he's against us.
Yeah?
He said from what he'd heard about it that White Cloud ought to get the land.
Just what I was afraid of.
And that means?
That means that he's got to be took care of.
Huh?
Took care of? Are you loco?
Just loco enough to aim to have that land, no matter who the government was fool enough to send out here.
But can't
And just loco enough to have figured maybe this would happen and make a plan to take care of it.
You got a scheme, boss?
You just bet I have. Close that window, Roof.
Right, boss.
And I'm telling you this. After I get through, I'll not only have the land I want, but I'll have every Injun around these parts hightailing away from here to save his skin. Now, listen.
Whoa, Scout. Whoa, fella. You got the Newton all right, Tonto?
Me get there, had a feller named Roof.
Good. Did you learn what Canfield said when he found out Judge Allen had been appointed?
Him not like him.
I expected that. But I wonder what he'll do about it.
Me not hear that. Him got scheme, though.
Yes?
Him say him get land, make plenty trouble for White Cloud.
But you couldn't hear any more than that?
Tonto stand by window. When him tell scheme, him close window.
So he expects to get the land he wants and make trouble for the Indians at the same time. I'd give a lot to know what his plan is.
Tonto try find out. Canfield feller plenty careful.
Of course, he'd keep the judge from reaching Newton. He and his men could stop the stage, even make the judge a prisoner or kill him. But that wouldn't serve his purpose, because the stage trail is on this side of the mountains, and White Cloud's reservation is on the other. If anything happened to the judge on the trail, it would be white men who would get the blame, not Indians.
That's right.
The only way Indians could reach the trail from their reservation would be to pass through Newton, and then it'd be known in town whether or not Indians had left. So the Indians can't be made to appear guilty unless Judge Allen's body is found on their land. And Canfield would never dare to capture the judge on the trail, then take him to the reservation through town. If there were a pass through the mountains that men on horseback could use, but I've never heard of one.
Tonto not know any.
Probably Canfield is the scheme he'll use after Judge Allen reaches Newton.
Here, Silver. What we do?
The stage that's bringing the judge is still quite a distance west of us. I'm going to try to persuade Judge Allen to return to Three Forks until we can learn what Canfield plans.
That good.
Come on, Kimosabe.
Hi, Silver! Away! There, Flash, you quitters, get traveling.
How far do you figure we'll get it for nightfall, Eric?
Well, we'll most likely have to put up at Benton Crossing long enough to get a few hours sleep and fresh horses. Then we'll hit the trail again.
The government's sure in a hurry to get the judge to Newton.
That's just why he's got us with a special stage and all, instead of traveling by regular stage. Get up there!
You noticed Roof back at Three Forks, didn't you?
I figured Canfield had sent somebody to check up.
Well, all I can say is I sure wish we was pulling into Newton now.
Shucks, it'll be another week before that happens.
Yeah. Wonder how the judge is making out inside. You ought to be feeling mighty shook up by this time.
Frank.
Huh? What's the matter?
Look over yonder, cutting across the prairie.
2 horsemen.
And the one on the white horse is masked. Grab your guns. They're trying to head us off.
Lay into them horses.
Come on, you critters. Show me some speed, doggone you lazy hides.
That other hombre's a redskin. Say, look at them horses there and stretch out.
Off the stage. Pull up there.
What's he shouting?
Something about pulling up on it.
Come on, Silver.
They can't be from Canfield, can they? You sure wouldn't have no engine working for him.
Yeah, just hold up, men.
Get along, blast your hides. Get up.
We ain't gonna get past them.
Throw some lead their way.
I'll try, but it ain't easy aiming with the stage bounced around like this.
You never even come close.
Hang up or I'll fire.
Get away from here.
Come on, Silver. Up those horses.
Shoot again, Frank.
I'll fix those bastards.
Ow! He drill you?
Blasted the gun right out of my
The
hand.
next shot will be closer.
You'd better do like he says, Eric.
Judge will be mad as a bear. Oh, there. Whoa. We ain't carrying anything worth the stealing.
I've got to speak to Judge Allen.
What's the meaning of this? Eric, who are these men? What did they stop us for?
Don't ask me, Judge. I don't know.
Judge, you've got to turn back.
You're giving me orders?
I'm warning you. It isn't safe for you to go to Newton.
Preposterous.
I know what I'm talking about, Judge. Townie here learned that Canfield is some kind of scheme to start trouble. I want you to return to Three Forks until we can find out what that scheme is.
He's crazy, Judge.
One moment. Stranger, you say that Canfield will try to harm me?
Yes.
What's his plan?
I can't tell you that yet, but
I see it, Judge. It's the Redskins don't want you to get to Newton. They figure you'll learn some facts that'll make you decide against them. Why, look, there's even a Redskin that had the crust to come along with this masked feller.
You're probably right, Eric. You have nothing more definite to tell me?
your danger is definite, sir. Only its form is doubtful.
I see. Eric.
Yeah?
Are you afraid? Would you and Frank rather turn back?
Not by a blame sight.
Very well. You'll drive on. As for you, sir, if this has been a trick to aid the Indians, you've failed. If you've told me the truth, I want you to understand I've never run in the face of danger. And I'm not a man to learn to be a coward now. Eric, get those horses started.
Get up there! Get along with you! Get up there! Get up!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger stopped the stage carrying Judge Allen to Newton and warned him of danger ahead, the judge refused to listen. We see the masked man and Tonto as they sit astride their powerful horses, watching the stage disappear in the distance.
Why you not make 'em go back?
For several reasons, Tonto.
Oh.
In the first place, he saw that you were an Indian. If we used force to make him return to Three Forks, he'd blame the Indians and possibly decide against them.
That's right.
And in the second place, I doubt that he's in real danger as long as he's on the trail. As long as White Cloud's Indians are on the other side of the mountains, there's no pass through which they could reach the trail except where the hills thin out beyond Newton, Canfield couldn't possibly shoot Judge Allen and make it look as though the Indians were guilty.
What we do now?
There's just one thing we can do. Warn White Cloud. We can still beat the stage to Newton by several days. White Cloud's village is close by, and we'll let him know that Canfield is likely to start trouble after the judge reaches town.
Then White Cloud guard against trouble.
Right. He can set a few of his cleverest braves to spy on Canfield if he wishes. He can give orders to the rest of his tribe to stay in their village where Canfield can't get them mixed in his scheme. In the meantime, we'll be on hand to stop whatever Canfield starts.
We stop him.
Come on, Tonto. Now for White Cloud's village.
Hi-yo,
Hit him up,
Silver!
Scout.
Away!
The masked man and Tonto raced ahead of the stagecoach, first to Newton, then on to White Cloud's village.
Here we are, Tonto. There's White Cloud. Him see us. Him come this way.
Hello, White Cloud.
Oh, White
white friend. How? Kimosabe Tonto.
How, White Cloud?
Me not see you long time. White Cloud wonder why friends not come make talk.
There have been many things to keep us away, White Cloud.
Ah, but you here now. We make big feast, make...
Not now, good friend.
What matter?
I'm sorry, but we brought bad news.
What that?
We heard about your quarrel with Canfield, White Cloud. We know that he's trying to steal land that rightfully belongs to you. That's why Tonto and I are here.
Ah, Canfield feller make big trouble.
But he's planning even more.
Him make more trouble?
White Cloud, Canfield was hoping that the government would appoint a man who hates the Indians to arbitrate in your dispute.
Me know that.
But the man who was appointed is Judge Allen. He's an honest man, White Cloud, and he'll decide exactly as the facts warrant.
Me plenty glad hear that.
But that's just it. Canfield will attempt any kind of trickery to make the decision go his way. He's got some kind of crooked plan, White Cloud. A plan to get you and your tribe in trouble.
What plan?
I don't know, but I wanted to warn you so that you could be on your guard.
Ah.
Don't let your braves go into town where a fight could be started. That happened, Canfield would claim that your people were only brutal savages and deserved to have your land taken from you as punishment.
Him clever like fox.
If Canfield suggests anything to you, study it carefully. He may try to...
Huh? What that?
Didn't that scream come from your lodge, White Cloud?
That Indian name, Little Crow.
Little Crow?
Him bad Indian. Him big coward.
That sounded as though he was being punished for something.
Little Crow get gold from Paleface. Tell Paleface heap big secret.
He told a secret for gold?
His secret only Indian know. Long time it's secret of my tribe. But Little Crow tell white man. Now Little Crow... him pay.
What secret could your tribe have, White Cloud, that would interest one of my race?
You good friend. You like brother, White Cloud. Me tell you.
Yes?
Their pass through mountains only Indian know.
What's that? A pass through the mountains?
Indian know way through hills. White man not know 'em.
And Little Crow told that secret to a white man. Tonto, we were wrong. There is a way through the mountains to the trail, and someone was interested enough in that pass to pay for the information and gold.
What you think?
I think that Judge Allen's life is in danger right now. We've got to get back to him. White Cloud.
What matter?
I thought that the judge would be safe until he reached Newton, but this changes everything. Don't you see what Canfield can do? If he was the man who paid Little Crow for your secret, he can send men to capture the judge, take the judge through the mountains onto your reservation, and leave him to be found there so that your tribe will be blamed for his death.
You think him do that?
I do, and we've got to prevent it. Will you help me, White Cloud?
White Cloud help.
Then get half a dozen of your braves, mount them on your swiftest horses, and we'll see if we can reach the stage before Canfield's men do.
Hey, Canfield, ain't that the stage up ahead?
That's it, all right.
Sure the three of us can handle this, boss?
I told you I got things fixed with the driver and guard, didn't I? They won't put up no fight.
Then we head for that pass the engine told you about, eh?
Right.
Hold on! Pull in them horses!
That Canfield there with you?
Rein up, Harry!
Whoa there, you critters! Whoa, blast you! Whoa!
All right, Judge. I'm out of that stage.
Eric, I thought I told you not to stop for anything.
Sorry to disappoint you, Judge.
What right have you...
That'll be enough out of you. Harry!
Yeah?
You and Frank are riding with us as well as the judge. We brought 3 extra horses.
Riding with you? Look here.
You see this here?
A gun.
Uh-huh. And that shooting iron says you're climbing into that there saddle without no more argument.
But I tell you...
Canfield, why don't you plug him now and have it over with?
I'll give the orders here, Bert. The judge is going with us alive because it's a heap easier toting a live hombre along with us than a dead one. Now, Judge, get in that saddle.
You're Canfield?
That's me.
Do you think I won't remember this? Eric, Frank, are you in this man's pay?
Why not, Judge? He pays good wages.
Ready to go, fellas?
Yeah, ready.
You'll be punished for this.
Punished? Shucks, Judge. I don't see how that can be. I never yet heard of a dead man giving evidence in court. All right, let's go. Get up there. Get up.
Tonto, we're too late.
Stage. Empty.
Canfield was ahead of us. Tonto, can you tell how long ago they were here?
Me take a look. There plenty tracked here.
White Cloud, how far from here is the pass you told me about?
It's 5-6 hour ride.
5 or 6 hours. They haven't had too big of a start.
Maybe catch 'em.
Here comes Tonto. We'll see what he has to say. What did you find, Tonto?
Them not gone long. Half hour, maybe.
I wonder...
What white friend think?
White Cloud, didn't you tell me the entrance to the pass is marked by an Indian symbol?
That's right.
And it starts at a valley at the base of Stony Mountain?
Many canyon lead from valley. Only one canyon, right canyon.
I believe I have an idea. Tonto, there are no signs on the stage of a gunfight.
No. Me not see bullet hole.
That probably means Judge Allen is still alive. They'll not harm him until they get through the mountains and onto the reservation. And if that's the case, I believe we can save him.
You got plan?
I have. White Cloud. From the hoof prints that show, it looks as though there were at least 5 or 6 men in Canfield's party.
You right.
With only a half hour's head start, I believe that Tonto and I can get to the pass before Canfield reaches it.
You hold 'em till White Cloud come?
That might be possible. It would depend on other things, though. I've still another plan.
What's that?
There's no time to explain. Every minute we waste, they're drawing away from us. But ride for the pass, White Cloud, and I promise you that Canfield and his men will be captured. Hail,
get 'em up, Scout!
Away!
Hey, boss, look over there. Maybe I was wrong, but I was sure I seen 2 horses over to the left.
Yeah?
Over beyond that draw.
Any of you fellas see anything?
I didn't.
Me neither.
Roof, you most likely just imagine it.
Gosh, I was almost sure I seen him.
Well, it don't matter if you did. There's 5 of us and just 2 of them. They can't hold us up, and if they start anything, we'll finish it.
How much farther we gotta go, Canfield?
Just a couple of more miles. Get up there.
Get up there.
Get up.
Get up.
Is this the valley, Canfield?
This is it, all right.
Golly. How in blazes are we going to find which canyon is the one we want? There's more than a dozen of them.
Well, there's a stone marking the one we want.
But there's stones in front of all of them.
I know that as well as you do. The canyon we're looking for has got a stone in front of it with an Injun sign scratched right on top of it.
An Injun sign?
A snake and a turtle. Now get moving and look for a sign like that. When you find it, sing out.
Sure. Get up there. Come on, get up there.
The truth about this will come out some way, Canfield. You can't murder me and go unpunished.
You sure look on the hopeful side of things, don't you, Judge?
What do you hope to gain by this? Killing me won't change the facts in the case.
Nope. But when folks figure the Redskins drilled you, they ain't going to worry about facts. They'll just unlimber their shooting irons and run the Indians clean off the map.
I found it, Canfield. That's the canyon right over there.
Good. Now,
Hey, Canfield!
what's Frank yelling?
There's the canyon. I located the sign you want right in front of it. Oh.
You're loco. I found the canyon. That's it there.
Why, it can't be. I'm telling
You
you.
both found canyons with the Indian sign?
I know blame well I did.
Hey, Eric signaling something.
Well, I'll be...
That makes a third one.
And look, Roof's found another.
Is everybody crazy?
What are we going to do?
What can we do? Now we gotta try them all till we find out which is the right one. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
This ain't the right one. We can't go no further this way. It's a blind canyon.
Blasted luck.
What in thunder could have happened?
This is the 3rd canyon we've tried, and everyone's been the wrong one. We've got to find the pass. We can't take the judge through Newton to the reservation.
Then, by heavens, we'll go back and try again.
It'll take a week to try them all.
That can't be helped. If we need a week, we'll take it. Now, let's get...
Look! That masked man and the redskin we've seen afore.
And there's Injuns with them.
We're trapped. Shoot them.
Come on. Let him have it.
Oh, that last fella, he blasted my gun.
We can't fight them all. I give up. Don't shoot me, mister.
Come on, White Cloud. They're throwing down their guns. Oh, Silver.
Don't let them redskins get me, no.
Hey, all right, Judge?
I am. But if you hadn't got here...
Boss, that masked man. But it was him and the redskin there and that paint horse I seen pass us on the way here.
We did pass you, Roof.
Then it was you that put
marked those stones? It was.
If it hadn't been for that, we'd have got away.
Tonto and I were watching you all the time. You were chosen the right canyon. We'd have tried to hold you until White Cloud came up.
This is White Cloud?
Me, White Cloud.
Then I want to thank you for the part you've played in saving my life. And I think I can promise that when I settle the boundaries of your reservation, you'll have nothing to complain about.
You thank man in mask. Him save you.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver! We're heading north to Wyoming. Howell's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Oh, you miss me.
What'd you have for breakfast?
Wheat or white?
Love you too, my little raisin. Sorry about the long call, but 1-800 collects only 10 cents a minute every evening.
10 cents a minute?
Amazingly cheap, isn't it? So please don't kill me. 1-800 collect 10 cents a minute every evening.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is Sky. S-K-Y.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
What's the last name? Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. Mr. Fetterman, who's first to try for the $1,500?
Well, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected two young people who said they'd like to get married someday. And here they are, Miss Bobette Bentley and Mr. Les Oots. Come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Bobette Bentley, that's you, I presume.
That's me.
Very attractive girl, Miss Bentley. How old are you?
18.
18, oh, you're pretty tall for 18, aren't you?
I sure am.
What are you, about 5'9"?
About that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a lot of girl, and pretty classy, too. And Les Oots?
That's right.
If you think I'm going to look at you tonight, you're crazy, huh? How old are you, Mr. Oots? I'll oots him out of everything, huh?
24.
Where are you from, Mr. Oots? I usually call him by that first name, but Oots really fascinates me.
I'm from Haley, Idaho.
Haley, Idaho? That sounds like a yodel, huh? Haley, Idaho! Why aren't you married, Bobette, a beautiful girl like you?
Well, I'm still young, and I feel that I have plenty of time, and I'm enjoying myself, and no one has asked me.
That's kind of a non sequitur. You mean you're enjoying yourself because nobody asked you? Or nobody asked you, and that's why you're enjoying yourself. Which is it?
Well, I'm still hopeful.
Well, I think you should be, huh? Why aren't you married, Mr. Hoots?
Well, in my occupation, I never have a chance to learn to know a girl well enough.
What are you, a hermit? What sort of work do you do, Mr. O?
Well, I'm a ski instructor in Sun Valley, Idaho.
Oh, you're a ski instructor, huh? And where'd you say you were from, Schenectady? What is your racket? What is your job, Bobette?
I work at RKO Studios.
You work at RKO? Is that so? I used to work for RKO myself. Are you doing what I used to do there?
I don't think so.
Well, that explains why you're still working there. What is your function at RKO?
I'm a messenger girl.
A messenger girl?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you're not delivering messages, what do you do?
Well, I take the people around to the sets and show them the sights.
Oh, I remember. I was one of the sights you used to show the visitors. Did you see me there?
Yes, I believe I did, Mr. Marks. I saw you in the studio cafe.
In the studio cafe?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where I was working. Howard Hughes is very fussy. He won't let anybody wash his personal dishes but me. Has anything embarrassing ever happened to you as a messenger? What a ridiculous question that is. Huh?
Well, no, not exactly as a messenger girl. Something did happen funny to me while I was working there, however, on a weekend when I went to Balboa. Would you like to hear about it?
I certainly would. I'm all ears.
Well, I was...
Pretty near, anyway.
At Balboa, I was vacationing over the weekend, and I was in swimming. And I happened to meet a very cute boy. He was really darling. And we started talking, and we were really having a very nice...
Don't rub it in, Babette. Just say he's a cute boy and let it go at that, huh?
He was a cute
I've had my moments, too, you know.
And we began talking.
You should have caught me around the McKinley administration. I was as hot as a firecracker in those days. And just about as interesting, too. Well, what happened while you were in the water with this...
So he asked me out dancing, and I was just about ready to say yes. But then I got out of the water, and he got out of the water, and he came up to about here. And so I refused the date, and I think he was very much relieved.
Do you think he'd have been embarrassed going out with a tall girl like you?
Well, if I wore low-heel shoes and walked on my knees, I guess he would have been. Otherwise, I think so.
A little difficult to dance in that position, isn't it? Well, you're a nice couple, and I'd like to see you get more interested in each other, and I hope you will before the year is out. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. But right now, I want you to forget each other and pay attention to this.
You've got a lot of pleasant surprises coming to you when you own a DeSoto. One of them is the thrill of discovering for yourself what a rugged, dependable car DeSoto is. In the very wettest weather, you can be sure of instant starting, constant running from that powerful DeSoto engine. And why? Because of DeSoto's famous waterproof ignition. Every spark plug, all ignition wires, are kept dry by special neoprene rubber covers. The entire distributor is of splash-proof construction, and the distributor cap is tightly fitted to shed water. In actual tests, the new DeSoto has been driven at faster than normal speeds through flooded city streets. The engine never once wavered, kept on running without missing a beat. Yes, you'll be proud when you discover, as thousands of DeSoto owners have, that your new DeSoto is dependable in all kinds of weather. See the new DeSoto tomorrow at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-priced field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous mustaches. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
Want me to tell them the rules first?
Yeah, I don't mind.
All right. You bet as
I'd
much.
like to hear them myself. Huh?
Well, I go this way. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and then the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous mustaches. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
15.
What is the name of Great Britain's mustache ex-prime minister?
Oh, Oh, how long do we have to answer these?
You have about an hour. But if you don't answer in 10 seconds, we'll have you bounced. Clement Attlee is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $35 you're going to bet on your second question?
38.
38. Is there somebody in the audience that will loan this young couple $3? 31. Is that all right with you, Mr. Oots?
That's fine.
31.
Good. What is the name of the pop-eyed and walrus mustache singing comedian?
Jerry Colonna.
Jerry Colonna.
You're climbing. You have $66.
How much you going to bet now? 75?
64.
64. That's the $64 question, huh? The actor who plays the kindly Dr. Christian wears a mustache. What's his name?
Gene Herschel.
Gene Herschel is right.
You're really up there now. You have $130.
And here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much will you bet?
Bet 150. No, we'll bet.
Why don't you bet 200 this time?
$129.
All right. New York's governor has a famous mustache. What's his name?
Governor Dewey.
Tom Dewey is right.
You wind up with $259. Besides.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a laundryman and a housewife, Groucho. And here they are, Mrs. Mary Genhart, Mr. Joseph Gribben. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Mary Genhart, is that right?
That's right.
And Mr. Joe Gribben.
That's right.
Where are you from, Miss Genhart?
Genhart, that's right.
Genhart.
From Switzerland.
You're from Switzerland,
From
huh?
Lucerne.
From Lucerne?
Yes.
Would you like to go back to Switzerland?
Oh, yes, I would like to go for a visit.
Not permanently, though. Huh?
Oh, no. No.
I shot holes in that pretty fast, didn't I? Do you ever get homesick for Switzerland?
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, what do you get homesick for specifically?
Well, beautiful sceneries and mountains and lakes and, and also for the singing, yodeling, the Swiss cowbells.
Why is yodeling just confined to Switzerland? They don't yodel in Italy or Spain or Portugal, any of those countries?
Well, I don't know. I think the idea where it's really originally started was when the herders go up to the mountains and they yodel from one mountain top to the other to one another, those herders. I think that's...
Oh, that's where it started?
I think so.
Well, what do the cows think of this yodeling? I should think after a couple of hours of yodeling they'd give nothing but oleo margarine. And Mr. Gribben, huh?
Yes.
You're a laundryman, is that
Yes,
right?
I'm a laundryman.
Well, I hope you clean up tonight. And if you do, I'll lose my shirt. But are you married, Mr. Gribben?
Yes, I am.
You've been through the ringer, eh?
Yes.
What laundry do you work for?
I work for the Peerless Laundry.
Peerless Laundry?
Yes, sir.
What do you do in your job?
Oh, I pick up dirty laundry in my truck and take it back clean.
You do it in your truck? You mean you stuff my old shirts in your radiator and it comes out of the exhaust pipe? No wonder my laundry comes back looking like 2 miles of bad road. Well, really, you make a charming couple, and it's been a pleasure talking with you. And if you need a new car, a used car, or service on the car you've got, just remember your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is the man to see. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. Beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The messenger girl and the ski instructor won $259.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected old riddles. I'm sure everybody's familiar with these. See if you remember the answers. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
15.
$15. Huh? What has 4 wheels and flies? Talk it over.
4 wheels, flies.
Well, it's a garbage wagon. You should have known that. Huh? All right.
You now have $5.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. That's the big money. Now, how much of the $5 will you bet on your second question?
3.
About 3, yes.
3. What do you lose when you stand up?
I'm just so nervous to think.
Sorry, I don't know, Groucho.
Well, it's your lap.
Your lap.
You now have $2.
The voice of doom over here. Huh? Here's your third question. How much of the $2 you going to bet?
It's $1.
$1. What state is round at both ends and high in the middle?
Ohio?
Ohio is right.
Oh, you're climbing again. You have $3.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You going to bet the $3?
$2.
$2. Oh.
2?
Yes.
What is black and white and red all over?
Black and white and red all over.
I can't think. I just can't think.
A newspaper.
Oh, Groucho, they went broke.
Oh.
Well, we can't let them go away broke, eh? I'll give you this question. If you get it right, you win $10. Think hard now. No help in the audience. You ready? Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
Grant.
General Grant is right.
Right.
Who's Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We asked for people with interesting occupations tonight. And from the volunteers in our studio audience, we selected Mrs. Marion Chavez and Mr. William Morrison. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Marion Chavez? Is that right? That's the way you pronounce it, Chavez? And Mr. William Morrison, huh? Mr. William Morrison, where are you from? Willie?
Willie, do you have to say Willie? I'd rather be called Bill.
I'll call you Bill now. Is there any particular bill that you're fond of, like a $5 bill or a $2 bill? $5 bill, okay. Are you married, Mr. $5 bill?
Yes, sir.
How did you meet your wife, Willie? Bill?
Bill. I met her at the
Suppose I call you Bill Willie and we let it go that way.
Okay.
That'll be the Missouri Compromise. Huh?
I met her at the University of California at Berkeley. I was living in the rear cottage of the house. She lived in front, and she used to run across the backyard with a garbage can. Many times I saw her on the run, and one day I said to her, I never see you walking. You're always running with that garbage can. I said, do you ever walk? And she said, yes, sometimes. And I said, would you like to walk with me? And she's been walking with me for 34 years.
And did she ever get rid of the garbage?
She still empties garbage.
How romantic can you get? Marion, how long have you been married?
19 years.
Have you been happy all those years?
Yes.
What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a magician.
A magician? Well, in that case, you're bound to be happy. Whenever things get rough, he just makes himself scarce. Well, what impressed you most the first time you saw him, Marion?
Well, a lot of things impressed me. I think what impressed
what specifically, I mean?
The way he could swallow a whole chicken egg.
This is by far the most romantic duo we've ever had up here. What more could a girl want from a man than the talent to swallow a whole egg? Is he still able to swallow a whole egg?
Yes, that's his specialty.
You're a lucky girl. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Bill Willie?
I teach chemistry at Beverly Hills High School.
Oh. You teach chemistry. Sounds like very dangerous work. With a job like that, you could easily go to pieces, couldn't you? Why should kids take chemistry?
It's very important because, in a sense, the chemist is replacing the farmer. It's getting to a point so many things are synthetic. We can make synthetic carrot juice. Why, we can get to a point without very...
Synthetic carrot juice?
Carrot juice. We get to a point where you can...
The real carrot juice is bad enough. Can you imagine all the imitation?
Get to a point
I bet you've got every rabbit rooting for you, huh?
All you'll need is 2 or 3 pills a day.
That's all I need now. That's not quite true. I actually need 6. Well, now, I read on the bottles in the vitamin, it says B1 and B2. What is the difference between B1 and B2?
You mean boron, or the element boron, or...
I don't know what I mean, but I see this on the bottle. I rarely know what I mean, Mr. Morrison. Let's get that straight to begin with, huh?
Well, you want to know the difference between B1 and B2? That's probably about $3 a pound.
You make a lot of sense, Mr. Morrison. I think you should run for Senate or the Congress or something.
You will vote for me?
I certainly would. More than once, too. Huh? As is my custom. The only money I make during elections. Well, Marion, let's get back to your kind of magic. Do you help your husband?
Yes, I teach magic.
You teach magic? Where do you teach it?
Well, we have a school. It's the Chavez College of Magic.
Mm-hmm. And what do you teach there?
We teach sleight of hand, prestidigitation, and manual dexterity.
Oh, I used to know manual dexterity. He used to do my gardening for quite some while. What is prestidigitation?
Well, that's the art...
Just about made it, too, huh?
That's the art
prestidigitation. Could you say that 5 times in a row fast,
I
Mr.
couldn't,
Morrison?
I don't believe. I wouldn't want to attempt it. No, sir.
You're not much of a gambler, are you?
Not on that.
There are things you'd gamble on, though. Huh?
There are.
What, for example?
Well, I'd gamble that the chemist will replace the farmer to a large extent sometime.
You mean in that case we'll then have the chemist's daughter instead of the farmer's?
That's right.
Well, you make a charming couple, and it's been enlightening talking to you. And, Willie, my advice to you is never trust a woman.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Willie really plays a deadpan, doesn't he? Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The messenger girl and the ski instructor still lead with $259.
You ready? You selected nicknames of states. And you
Right.
being a teacher, you ought to be pretty sharp on this.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. We have a relationship that's only been paralleled by Gromyko and Atchison. All right, how much you going to bet?
How much dough is you starting with?
Well, we neglected to tell you that, but since you're a teacher, we thought you could guess at it, huh? All right, you have $20. You selected nicknames of states, is that right? Now, you can bet any part of the $20 that you choose.
About $15, huh?
You know who he reminds me of? Ned Sparks used to be in the movie. Say, both my kids went to Beverly High. Did you teach either of them, Arthur and
I
Mary?
had Arthur,
You had Arthur?
and I gave him a B in biology.
Well, what does a B stand for? Bum?
Not bad.
Not bad.
I sent a note home to you on his exam paper one time.
Really? What did you say?
I was stuck at that time for somebody to come to the Boys' League Assembly, which I was sponsoring, and the guy that was supposed to be there couldn't show up. So I said, I changed the grade at that time from a B to an A. I said on the bottom of the paper, Dear Groucho, am stuck for a speaker. Have given Arthur, your son, an A in biology. Maybe you can help me out. And you answered it. The next morning he brought the paper back, and on it you said, I'll be there, Groucho. And you were there at the high school. You gave a fine talk.
That's true.
True.
But I must say, Willie, if I had my choice, I would rather hear you talk than me.
I'd rather hear you.
And if you were a real smart fellow, you would quit that high school and go into vaudeville. That's what you wanted to do. You're much better than most of us that are on there.
I have my eye on your job.
Well, you may have your eye on it, but I've got my seat on it. All right, here we go. You're betting $15 on your first question. Here's the question. What state is known as the Hawkeye State?
We say that's Iowa.
I say it's Iowa, too, huh?
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the $35 will you bet on your second question?
$34.15.
Boy, am I going to be good the next few weeks. I'll do anything they ask me to. DeSoto Plymouth, DeSoto Plymouth, DeSoto Plymouth. All right, what state is known as the Sunflower State?
We think it's Kansas.
I think it's Kansas, too.
You now have $69.15.
$68.70.
All right, what state is known as the Gopher State?
Minnesota.
Minnesota is right.
You now have $137.85.
You're going to make a nervous wreck out of Fenneman. All right, what state is known? How much are they betting?
About $135.50.
Oh, let Willie figure it out. Huh?
About $135.62.
All right. What state is known as the Buckeye State?
We say it's Ohio.
Ohio is right. For answering all those questions, too.
Now, if my figures are right.
Is there a CPA in the audience?
7, 2. You wind up with $275.47, and that means that you, the magic teacher and the chemistry teacher, with $275.47 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Friends, I'd like to remind you about getting your car ready for colder weather.
Be sure to tell them, George, there's a lot more to it than just getting antifreeze and having your oil changed.
Well, that's right. If you expect your car to start on the coldest winter mornings, to shift smoothly, to operate efficiently, then the place for you to take it right away is to a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. First, for easier shifting on even the coldest days, your transmission will get the proper lubricants. For quicker winter starting, your battery will be checked. To handle the increased electrical load of winter driving, the DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics will step up the generator and check your spark plugs. The brakes of your car are especially vital in bad weather, so they'll be carefully serviced for safer winter stopping. The master technicians at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers will tune the engine of your car, too, to make sure it will give you economical operation mile after mile. And, of course, you'll get the proper oil, your radiator will be cleaned and flushed, you'll get a good antifreeze, all the things your car needs to give you worry-free operation even in the coldest weather. And believe me, you'll be amazed how little you pay for all this expert service for your car. So drive in for that cold weather checkup tomorrow, wherever you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the magic teacher and the chemistry teacher, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho. Come back.
Willie, you haven't changed a bit. Now, this will be the acid test of Beverly High School. Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. In 1935, Persia officially adopted a new name. For $1,500, tell me, by what name do we know Persia today? What is the name you two have decided upon?
Iran.
Iran is right. Well, that's how much did they win now total?
$275.47. Wasn't that right?
Don't forget the other part.
Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Courtesy and good judgment are two keys to highway safety. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Hey, Matt, look at all these screens here. Yeah, they all seem to be showing different parts of Earth. Yeah, and look, they're all different conflicts. And sometimes different people from different times, fictional animals. Like, there's Mothra versus what looks like World War I pilots. It's insane. Yeah, good night. What is going on here? I don't know. Let's get back. Let's make discretion the better part of valor, cause I don't like the way those footsteps are coming. Yeah, duck behind this bank of computers. They're going up the controls. Is it just me, or are they aliens? Well, how many humans do you know with slimy green heads and 6 eyes popping out on stalks? Good point. Uh-oh. What? Is it just me, or does it feel like this thing might be moving? It feels like it might be moving. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is going too far. Way too far. We'll deal with this next time, folks. See you then.